of it. I'm not going to lie, after they lost to Immortals yesterday. But I thought that they had really tough opponents. They were able to actually beat Cloud9. And then even just looking at strength of schedule for next week, they have Dignitas, which seems pretty beatable. Energy, obviously a big challenge. And then they have 100, who I think is also really beatable. So, I mean, I definitely think they could pick up 2 out of 3. If they beat Energy as well, then they're really ending the first round robin on a high. But I feel like they're the most likely to make a move. Immortals and Dig, again, people are talking positively about some of the things they're doing in scrims and saying that they're actually like pretty strong teams. But they haven't been able to at least show it as consistently on stage.
Yeah, I think if you're going strength of schedule, they're the pick because Immortals has to play Cloud9 and
Energy.
And then 100 Thieves, which has also been doing quite well.
Dig has Fly, TL, and then Shopify.
Yeah, so...
When we say make a move, are we talking move in the standings or like a roster swap? Okay.
Oh.
I didn't know what you meant. It's just like
I meant standings.
Okay,
but where do you stand on the Turtle B-Voy thing then after this week? Because they both actually had pretty good. I
mean that's tough to say because I'm not a huge fan of like swapping ground players for fun. It seemed like they were intending on using B-Void the whole time, but they just had visa issues. So I don't know. I think it makes sense to stay with your plan, even though, I love Turtle. I think they should like not rotate players around so much.
They got the win, so.
Yeah, I don't think that helps too much. I mean, I think I would just have to agree. Shopify seems probably like the team with the most potential, but I still think it's going to be hard for them. All the competition's pretty tough. Could go either way. It just depends how good their read on the meta is because, again, like we're saying, I think there's still a lot of champs that's just not being played. I want to see more TF. One of the ones that I want to see as well, which I've asked a couple people about, is like Misfortune because she is like the highest win rate AD carry on live patch, I think. Also crazy with lethality, but she hasn't really been getting played. So I think that could be maybe a little sleeper.
Yeah, I mean, she's in a really good spot with lethality. And I think lethality overall, especially for solo queue, is insane. Do you think that LCS teams, if you pick Misfortune, like they're for sure going to lock in 2 hard tanks that are going to stack armor?
You need setup, I think. Or you mean on the opposing team?
Opposing team. That's what I think. If you lock the Misfortune early, and then you have to play into some like armor stacking tanks, or does that even matter?
I don't think it matters.
And you're just gonna shoot over the top anyway.
No, you shoot through them, kill them all.
Yeah, just blast away.
I don't know. When I see her, she seems to do a lot of damage. So
as long as you have a high damage magic damage dealing mid laner, anyway, I don't think it really matters, right?
Yeah, as long as you have a Leandries on your team somewhere. Then
I just want to see it. That's all I'm saying. I want to see it. It seems like something that should be played, and it's not. So I'm curious.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we already touched on TL a little bit. So like, how about 100 Thieves? They're sitting at 2-2. Their only 2 losses, to be fair, are to C9 and Energy. So they are a team that potentially could climb up in the standings, but maybe they're going to lose to all the top teams.
Yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised with this team. And that's why I kind of bumped them a little bit up in the preseason standings because some teams were already telling me, they've got more upside than some of the other bottom 4 teams that I was ranking. And so I bumped them up like 1 tier or something like that.
They have Fly, Immortals, and Shopify next week.
Yeah, I feel like the league is actually so competitive, especially after
all the matchups sound kind of hard.
Yeah, they're like, well, there's not really any freebies here. But it's been super nice because this is the team that has the youngest players, that has the players with the least cumulative LCS games between their players if you add them all up. And it's just been cool watching not only River, who we all expected to be the giant star of this team and is playing well, but some really big moments at times for Sniper, some really big moments from the bottom lane.
Doppler yesterday, I think it was, right?
Yeah, and people have just been turbos trash talking Quid ever since last year, and he's had some really big moments too. So it's cool.
Yeah, I think maybe having all those rookies with River could be really good for them because something that happens to players is if you spend time, on maybe like not great teams or have played with not great teammates, you can learn the wrong thing. And so I think that like if you're super fresh, being able to play with someone who understands the game really well, like River seems to. I've never played with them, so I can't speak directly to it, but it seems really good. It seems like they're picking up on what's going on pretty quickly. And so, yeah, maybe they could surprise everyone.
Cool. Well, I think that's about it. It's a bit of a quicker episode, but it was at the end of a long day. And we just recorded the last episode recently because that one got delayed. So
Seems like yesterday.
We're going to be back to our normal cadence here pretty soon. Maybe next week we could talk about all too early all pro and stuff because we'll have finished the full first round robin. So
we'll
that should
also
be fun.
get some early patch information too. Which is pretty fun.
Yep. So that should be a lot of fun. But looking forward to it. Super Week going to be kicking off this coming Friday. Remember, it is on Friday. It's not just Saturday and Sunday. So Friday, February 2nd at 12 p.m. Pacific, it is Cloud9 versus Immortals. Also, if you're following us online, you can check us out on YouTube. Obviously, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of the Dive. You can also follow us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and Anchor.fm. And send in your questions. We're going to try to draw some questions probably next week as well from Twitter using the hashtag TheDiveLOL. So hashtag TheDiveLOL, and we can find your questions there. Thank you very much. We'll see you next week. Count us in, Kobe.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Blabber.
Oh, I had a feeling.
Keep going.
3, 2, 1.
River.
Contracts.
Oops. I didn't want to talk during other people talking. It's like ingrained.
That's the whole point.
That's crazy. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Contracts.
River. 3,
Wait, was
2,
that 2 or
1.
3?
It's
Fired.
You have to keep going. Hello and welcome back to The Dive, Season 8, Episode number 3. We are fresh off the LCS games. Meteos just drove over after his co-stream. Everything's still bouncing around. And we decided that first things first, since we're fresh off games, what you always do after the game just ended, report and honor people. So we're going to bring back our reports and honors. Do you have any in mind from today's games even? Either any of the games from the weekend are fine.
I've got a report and an honor.
Okay.
I'll start with the report. I thought Vulcan was kind of trolling in in the Cloud9 game. Honestly, a lot of Cloud9 members maybe deserve to get reported after this one, maybe the whole squad. But the dive bot, it just seemed like there was so many things went wrong. But like Blabber goes forward. He puts the bailout on Blabber. Blabber walks out, so that one's his fault too. But then dies after the bailout expires. Doesn't have the bailout for a Berserker. Then they have that base defense when they're up by their tier 3 or whatever in bot lane, where he gets Glista ulted and just like throws himself back in with no abilities up and just dies. Then they follow it up by him just walking in a melee range of the sign of the Baron Pit and just dying without using a summoner ability or item active. So I thought Vulcan had a bit of a rough one. And I would say for my honor, B-Boy was playing really well on the other side. I thought B-Boy, actually even yesterday, I thought he was playing well yesterday as well in kind of a hard game, and it was a losing game. But I was trying to watch him a lot just to see how he would look.
Yeah.
I was really impressed.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be in the hot seat because I like Turtle, and Turtle also had an impressive couple games. But he definitely had a standout one. I'm just gonna let's do all the reports. We'll get your report now also because in a game. And I was going to report all of Cloud9. In a game, usually if someone's getting reported, you're getting reported by everybody on the team. So, I mean, this is a normal experience. I was going to report the whole team because not only for the bottom lane play, but then I also felt like it felt so troll to have. It just felt like the whole team got mind controlled when they saw the first 3 picks and they're like, oh my God, their team's got all these tanks. They're going to be so tanky. And so everybody on the team's like, don't worry, I'll kill the tanks. And then we got, Vayne pick, and then we got Maokai building, Leandries, all AP, going into the Riftmaker also.
What was the Riftmaker, by the way? That was ass. There's no way that Riftmaker is right at all.
So Leandries
is good.
Leandries is
but
also,
there's like 8 other items you could build before Riftmaker.
I know where the mind control came from. So Leandries and Riftmaker is super OP together.
They both are masks.
They have,
and he had one. He wanted a second. I can see, yeah.
They have the favorable interaction with proccing each other and having the ramping damage, but that's
AP
part of
Maokai gets crazy value from that spell vamp when he's in there and he's just tanking up the whole team.
It's the damage amp. It's part of my report because you have possible frontline on your team, but the Aatrox is full lethality and the Maokai is full AP, and so they are like, all right, man, we got all this Vayne and this Leandry's percentage HP damage and all this stuff, and they're like, well, they could still just all run at us and steamroll us. Obviously, the play of the bottom lane play was probably the bigger, though.
I have to imagine what we saw today was Cloud9 wanting to
What
diffuse
we
the
saw today.
what was
Can't even
witnessed today.
address it.
Yeah, I have to imagine
incident
it's
on the Rift
C9
today.
wanting to diffuse the pressure from being undefeated, right? You know, like the longer you stay undefeated, the more it gets in your head. They're saying, I'm locking in Vayne mid. I'm taking it out of the way really quick. Because, like, I don't know. It's weird because obviously JoJo played fine that game, but he did pick Vayne mid, which I think is pretty reportable in and of itself.
Unless you're Caps, or even if you are Caps.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
liked
think
her
Vayne's a
draft.
real champion. I don't think she has been in quite some time. So I don't know about that one. I didn't love it.
I was down with the Vayne as the counter to having all the tanks, but then they had like I said, I felt like everybody was like, I'm also going to counter all the tanks.
Well, lethality Aatrox as well
they had
from behind.
I think I was going to report someone on C9, but you guys stole that from me.
I mean-
so I've got another report.
Okay.
I think Busio deserves a couple reports for that game because...
Giving him the first blood.
Okay, so that FlyQuest game was some of the saddest jungle gameplay I've ever seen, and I can't even blame Inspired for it too much because like most of the things he was doing that game were kind of forced plays, right? It's like either you show up here or the game's over kind of deal, which sucks to be in this situation. But you know, he did a level 2 gank on Sedge, and it would have been good, and then Busio just randomly died to Callista, and then he
Level
went,
1 Callista that can only rend you.
right, and then he went mid instead of bot from base, so he's underleveled. And then, you know, they got that huge wave stacked on them, and Inspired had to cover it again. And I don't know. I think that entire game kind of snowballed out of control from the early game.
Yeah, I agreed. That's I was saying during cast.
left arrow.
I was saying during cast too. I was like, oh my god, I feel so bad because you have to go cover that dive, or else they're turbo screwed. And in order to go do that, you know, and you're playing against Ivern too, one of the ones that easiest to punish that stuff. You know, you're giving everything up, and that was quite the snowball of a game. Energy definitely ran away. They were laughing the whole game. That was actually my favorite part, because fans always latch onto the teams like the original Cloud9, where you're winning and you're having fun and laughing and memeing while you're doing it. So it really does feel like you at home even could be like in this group of like friends that are super good at League and just memeing while they're smashing people.
Well, and it was, I think, extra sweet for them because Jensen obviously was on the Pros podcast last week and was like, well, Energy winning the championship was a fluke. They're never going to do that again. And you could tell that all of Energy took exception to it because post-game interview, Contracts goes, well, I guess today was a fluke too. Then immediately, Palafox tweets out, Jensen usually saves those performances for scrims. Then Dogla tweets out, fluked our way to a 2-0 week. Blessed to have such luck. And like, you know, they're all just like twisting the knife. So it's just so funny. You could tell it kind of like got them a little bit fired up.
I love it, and I really appreciate that Jensen, you know, stepped out and started it with the flame, because now we get the reward. You know, clapbacks are super funny.
He doesn't get the reward, but we do.
He doesn't get the reward, but I'm so glad that he did it because it makes people more, you know, bought into the game, and everybody's got something riding along, and then we get all this, you know, furthered storyline. So I really like both parts. Plus, it's funny that it was Jensen. Palafox has always, you know, remember when he was first starting and his big interview about, man, these overrated big names in the LCS, you know, teams are not giving the younger players chances, and especially North American mid laners. And it was specifically before his game versus Jensen, where he was like, these nameplates don't matter. You know, I'm going to clap them type of thing. And so I feel like we do have maybe a one-sided, but a little bit of a budding rivalry there. That'll be a fun one to follow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for any drama, you know, like whatever.
Even
you know,
manufactured. Let's just make something up.
it works out or it doesn't. Like, I don't think Jensen's losing any sleep over it. Like, it sets up a good comeback story. So yeah, it's good. Good. I need more of that.
Yeah.
All right, who you got for your honors?
For my honor, I wanted to honor. I can decide between all of Shopify or Just Insanity. I think all of Shopify, because it really takes a whole team to buy into, you know, having faith in, you know, letting people pick what they want to pick, and then you have to like play around it in kind of a different way. But I was a little bit scared when we were like, oh, we're going to plan the live patch. You know, will people actually cook? Will they still just play what's safe and meta and copy Korea and that type of thing. But players like Insanity, players like Bwipo also are really experimenting and cooking and getting the team on board to kind of play around those strategies. So I am very happy that we do have exciting drafts in the LCS because that's going to be another big draw.
Yeah, I think I would give my honor to Insanity. A little biased because, we're friends. I like him. But I would give him the stay cool honor because he picks Sion mid. Like their team's down bad. It's one thing to play like a supportive style pick for a team when you're winning. But I think when you're on a losing team, being like, yeah, I'll play Sion mid here. It's like you really got to drop your ego for that one. Right. And he had to play against Vayne, which I don't think is fun. I can't imagine that's a fun matchup. Yeah, and he did what he needed to do, and they got the win. So I'll give him that little honor.
Nice.
Consolation prize.
Respect. And he also, 2 of his 4 picks, so he has 4 unique picks in 4 games, and 2 of his 4 picks, he's the only mid laner to play them with the Zac and the Sion. It was the first time we'd ever seen a mid Vayne in the LCS, and only the second time we'd ever seen a mid Sion in the LCS, and both in the same game against each other. So kind of interesting that it was like, we're actually getting some pretty cool stuff that people are experimenting with. Shopify obviously got their first win. Immortals got their first win. FlyQuest and C9 got their first loss. So no one is undefeated. No one is winless at this point. We also have Smolder on the horizon. He's not going to be LCS eligible because that is actually a global rule. So it supersedes the LCS rule, but it's 2 weeks after they come out that he can't be played for in competitive. So even though we're on live patch, we're not going to be allowed to actually have him out for a little bit. But you were saying you had looked at him a little bit, Kobe.
Yeah, I definitely took a look at the skill set here, and the first thing that you see is the passive, and I just kind of facepalmed because it's another infinitely stacking passive for the Dragon champ. I guess it's a Dragon theme. Aurelion Sol has his infinite stacking, Smolder as well. And it's a kind of a similar way too. It's when you hit abilities on champions or when you execute things, and he also stacks similar things that are super annoying to me, which is percentage HP damage and an execute. And the execute threshold actually just keeps going up and up. But of course, games are not infinite, so that doesn't end up, truly being super crazy. But it does seem like it's going to be another very similar one. This champion has lots of AoE in the kit. It doesn't have hard CC, but it does have a slow. And then, so I think he's just going to be one of those big bombs for AoE teamfight comps. It depends on how weak the lane phase is going to be, how good this champ is going to be, but it does have a really good defensive, and it's like flapping thing
you
where
can fly over walls.
Both of you guys have played Dragonflight WoW, I know for sure. And so it reminded me of so many WoW things. I just kept going through my head. It's like we
didn't get a WoW episode reference in the last episode.
Yeah,
so
we got to get that one. Yeah. But
need one per.
Yeah, the Invoker's like when he gets up and starts flapping around, but Smolder can like go through walls and over territory when he's up and flapping. And then the big ultimate when he calls his mom also reminded me of a Frost DK, just calling in the Frostworm. It's like very similar thing, giant AoE damage. There's no stun on this one.
These ability names are so troll, by the way.
I know.
The ulti is mom, and then it's Achu.
Yeah.
It's Dragon Practice, Super Scorcher Breath.
They were not thinking of the casters when they made these names.
And flap, flap, flap.
Yeah,
Smolder pops the flap, flap, flap. He's looking for the mom. There's the Achu, and he's gonna get him with the Super Scorcher.
He's looking for the mom.
That's a good one. Did you guys see he's gonna have some like a rivalry passive thing with Asol?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't remember where I saw it. It was on Twitter or something, but it's gonna be one of those quest things.
Yeah. Wasn't that? There's one. It's like Jax Bel'Veth. That's like actually kind of strong for Bel'Veth, I think.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
God, what is it? I can't remember right now. But I remember thinking that one was actually impactful. I have to. I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, they added a couple, and they do seem like they're actually gonna have like increasing power. To me, though, I mean, it always felt cool the Rengar Kha'Zix one, like to get your last evolution, or something too. Like I feel like that one is decent. It's just so late in the game that it ever procced that it rarely ever mattered because it was like a win more.
You can actually play AD Thresh if you are against Senna and Lucian and you kill both of them for your quest. Like he gets crazy stats. He gets like range, crit, like it's nuts.
Oh, so the Belveth one is if you kill Baron with Belveth, then I guess it's like killing Jax drops the Void Coral that gives you your true form, like gives you like the Void monster form from killing Jax.
Really?
Yeah. So that one is like pretty niche, but could be potentially impactful, right? Because it does give you that kind of.
Yeah, I hate that matchup.
Super empowered.
Playing Belveth into Jax feels so bad.
Yeah, I was like, if you're gonna kill him, you deserve a good reward. I felt that's good.
Wait, so Smolder's an AD carry?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't really looked into the kit too much. I just saw
Yeah.
the teaser video.
Well, he's got like a line damage. He's got a big AoE one that slows, and then he has the flap thing where you're getting up like one of the dragon evoker people, and you just kind of flap around, and fire streams out of your mouth.
Oh, cool.
So you don't target it, but it prioritizes champions, and it prioritizes low health champions too. But you can go over terrain and
Like you can move while
walls
you're
and
flying
stuff.
around?
Yeah.
Oh.
Are you someone who actually just like tries every new champion in jungle, or you just like only wait for the ones that are clearly a jungler?
I mean, it kind of depends. If I think there's some kind of promise, I might mess around. But like, I don't troll. I don't go.
Sounding pretty nice.
I don't go out of my way to like troll it. You know, I'm not gonna spam.
The trolling is accidental. It's not intentional trolling.
I don't know.
The drunk brand game is famous.
Dude, the brand day was yesterday. It was 127.
yeah, I saw.
Someone said that in my chat. It was pretty good. Yeah, it's really case by case. I don't know. Sometimes I have no interest in new champs. Sometimes I get really into them. So I don't know how I feel about Smolder yet.
When I actually got on recently was Jungle Yone, because in a Masters Plus game, I played against the Jungle Yone, and his first clear was pretty quick. And I went back and looked at it, and I was like, that's all I need to see. If his first clear is doable.
Wait. Do you remember the guy's name?
I don't remember what the name was. Did you play against the same guy?
I mean, I've played against a guy who
he was spamming it. So I think there's probably only one.
There's some guy, his name's like Monk Mental something.
Yeah, it had something to do with mental.
Okay, yeah, maybe the same guy.
It's probably the same guy,
yeah. It's fun. I don't know.
I haven't played the Yone jungle, but I was like, after I saw him do it, I was like, I'm definitely going to try that. Yone is broken as hell.
Hold my beer.
How'd it go for you?
I haven't tried it yet. Like I said, I haven't tried it yet. But that's on my list.
It's just on the list.
Yeah.
It's on the list. You're branching out from Volibear, so.
Yeah, I mean, I already had to start because, like I said, like I feel like Volibear, like they don't like him. He's been shunned. So I started already incorporating the higher win rates, Ivern and stuff.
All right. Well, we're on the new patch. This is the first ever week of live patch for LCS. We were obviously on the same patch as ever last week. We're on 14.2. It's the first league, anytime any league in the world has actually been on live patch, which is pretty cool. And we did get to see some pretty interesting new picks. Was there anything that really kind of stood out as like, I was kind of disappointed that this didn't go in, or happy that it did go in?
The perfect answer to that is actually you're saying one that should have been used. Well, one that got picked that I felt like we didn't get to even test was the Darius. I was so happy because I was like, Whippo, Darius got direct buff on this patch, and he's picking it into a tank matchup where the armor penetration is actually meaningful. You know, the sustain is actually going to be meaningful. And then that was the bottom lane snowball circus game where it did not matter.
He absolutely reported his bottom lane that game. What do you think they said to him after the game? Like, oh, Darius not good here. He just looks at him. Yeah, that was my champ's fault. No,
nice counter pick.
I was really disappointed we didn't see TF. I feel like TF is so crazy right now after seeing him in live games. He was banned, I think, at least a couple games.
Beginning.
Yeah, and I was really expecting to see him when he wasn't banned, but nope. No TF, maybe next week. I think that is being slept on hard.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was talking to a few people about it because like we kind of had this discussion on, it's obviously ADTF is really strong, but how would you play out the team fights, and would people be willing to do that? And a couple of the teams and pros that I asked kind of had the same hesitations. Like they weren't sure, like, oh, could they play it out in 5v5 and stuff? Because you kind of have to play front to back. But some people were also telling me they think it's just like so OP that it shouldn't actually matter that it's worse in team fights, because you should just be so far ahead from the early game and the mid game that you should just win.
And the splitting is insane.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
the split push is absolutely, you insta kill towers, especially if you have grubs. It is crazy. With Stack Deck working on it, the blue cards have AD ratios on them now as well. The towers get one shot. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been seeing like Trinity Force first item TF, which looks really good, and then into like the on hit stuff like Storm Racer, Rapid Fire. I don't know what the best build's going to be, but some combination of those items I think is pretty nutty.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen there's people are doing a lot of different stuff because I've seen people try like even like Rage Blade Kraken and like full on hit. I feel like that's worse than the
because
I don't think you get to like auto actually enough.
You don't have the range to actually support that.
Exactly. I think it's much better to do stuff with like Triforce is just slotting in for Lich Bane and then you're going like Storm Razor instead of something else, right? It's just like you're just going for those energized like quick hits.
And there have been some still just going the AP build like I was talking about, and still getting like you get tiny bits of the benefits in it as well. So like if they didn't want to fully commit to an AP style and they felt like that was more difficult, that's still always an option.
Obviously, the AD then comes in so late if you're just doing it for only rapid fire though, because you're not like so it's pretty small buff then. I guess,
the auto attack reset is still super nice on your thing. You also benefit because they changed the base attack speed. You also get the damage on the turrets.
Yep. True. Your passive work does work on turrets. So something that I was kind of surprised about a little bit, I guess. Was just like that we didn't see any Karma mid. I mean, it mostly got banned, but the one game it did come out, it came out in support. Obviously, it still won that game, but it's kind of I'm going to be interested to see if people just feel like it has to actually be permabanned or if it actually can come out. Because when I was talking to some people previous to the weekend, a number of people were saying they don't actually think it's that strong. They think it's like maybe like a little bit of a bait pick because it's harder to build comps around it and that kind of thing, which was kind of interesting. So then after some of those talks, I was like, oh, okay. You know, if the pros aren't thinking it's that OP, it's actually going to get through. And then I kind of want to see how it would do. But we didn't see a single solo lane Karma game.
It's got to be good. I don't know. I think typically when Karma mid is good, it's with some sort of
carry jungle,
exactly,
Kindred, etc.
Yeah, I think Xin Zhao with Karma, like Xin Zhao with Enchanters is actually, it goes so crazy. So I think that'd be really good combo, you know, like Karma Xin, or you could do Nocturne, probably even Vi to some extent. So yeah, I think we'll likely see it. I mean, unless it's just so good bot, which is why they're putting it there, you know, just like forcing prio or whatnot.
Yeah, it was Busio that played it, right? And he even did, I want to say it was Busio, and he even did 5 points Q and then did Horizon Focus, which was like pretty surprising to me. I thought it, because E got buffed as well. I thought it was going to be more like standard support Karma build, but
I was actually talking to Doubleth about this, and he was talking about a conversation, like, you know, argument, if you will, with Busio about, you know, how to use Karma's mantra in team fights. And, you know, me, Sneaky Doubleth, were all kind of on the same page of like, Karma is picked to mantra your E in team fights exclusively. But Busio apparently is a huge fan of like mantra Q. You know, using the rationale that you get more in team fights because you're hitting more people, so it resets the cooldown. But I don't know. I'm not really a believer in that. I think it's kind of troll, but you know.
I mean, mantra E has been so good for so long. I feel like that's just ingrained in a lot of, especially non-support players' brains. I'm like, that's what I'm getting out of being on my team. So I can definitely see that.
Unless you have infinite AP and you can legit like one hit a carry, you know what I mean? Like if you can put a carry out of a fight, if you're like a 3-item death cap mid lane Karma or something, like the RQ does a lot of damage now. It's actually crazy with like Malignant's death cap +1. But especially for support, I don't think it really makes sense because it's usually not going to do enough damage that I feel like it's going to be that impactful. And like RE is always so much value.
Yeah, like it does lower the cooldown on mantra if you hit it, but like for what, another mantra Q? Like, no, just use mantra on the E. But it's all good.
I do think it's a really good point, though, as far as it working the best with carry junglers, because we have a lot of really good junglers in the LCS. In fact, so many that beforehand we were talking about ranking LCS junglers, and it's really difficult, especially the top 4, getting the order down. So we're going to do a lightning round.
I think the order is hard almost all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to do a lightning round of ranking the LCS junglers. We'll go 1, 2, 3, and everyone shout. Just maybe not shout.
You don't have to shout, eh?
Say the name.
Scream at the top of your lungs.
Say the name of first place, and then we'll go 1, 2, 3, and we'll do the next one all the way down, all 8 LCS junglers. Okay.
All right.
Get your list.
I'm ready.
At your ready.
All right, count us in, Kobe.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
Blabber.
Oh, I had a feeling.
Keep going.
3, 2, 1.
River.
Tracks. Oops. I didn't want to talk during other people talking. It's like ingrained.
That's the whole point.
That's crazy. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Contracts.
3,
Wait, was
2,
that 2 or
1.
3?
Inspired. You have to keep going.
I don't know where we're at.
We're on 5. We're on 5.
3, 2, 1.
T.
3, 2, 1.
XU.
3, 2, 1. XU. 3, 2, 1.
Armeo. This might have been the worst idea ever.
Yeah,
because for a podcast, I feel like no one can understand this.
Yeah,
This is a horrible
I don't think
idea.
that's a good idea.
But we can So basically, top to bottom, yeah, that was the worst idea ever for a podcast. Top to bottom, I had Blabber, River, Contracts Inspired, UMT, XU, Boogie, and Armeo. Who'd you have, Kobe?
So it sounded like we actually did have very similar ones.
Everyone agreed on
towards top to
Blabber
bottom
and XU, I think. Or
No, I had
Not
XU.
actually,
I had
they
XU
were
last.
shifted, but
Yeah.
but people were in similar places within a spot or two
For basically
because
everything.
you would hear the next name kind of repeated like a slot down or something if it wasn't exactly the same.
Yeah.
And yeah, so mine are Blabber, Contracts, River, Inspired, UMT, Boogie, XU, Armeo.
I had Blabber, Contracts, Inspired, River, Umpty, Boogie, Armeo, XU.
So I'm a little bit surprised they have XU at the bottom. I actually thought XU has performed a lot better than I expected in the split. Like I feel like he's had some pretty good games. Even today in the VOD game, I thought he had some pretty decent stuff. He has had some bad games, but the VOD game he won, he played really well as well. I feel like he's been pretty proactive, and especially for someone who's kind of like newer to the LCS stage, I was pretty impressed.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because in any list like this, there's going to be a last place. Even that doesn't mean they're bad by any means. I've been pretty impressed with XU, but it's just when compared to everyone else,
He's a top 8 LCS jungler.
he's definitely the least experienced, which I think is probably the biggest reason for me putting him at the bottom is because, I haven't seen enough of him. And he has had some, good plays. He's also had some kind of like growing pains. Like there was a play today that I was like pretty stun locked by when like their team like kind of won a fight and then they were backing off and then he just kind of like flash in 1v2.
Like he flashed where he tried to one.
Yeah, and he didn't have ult, and then he just kind of died. That sort of thing. I don't know. I don't think that's a great play. And it was just like a weird play to go for. Anytime I see desperate looking plays while ahead, I'm kind of like, ooh, that's not a good look for the team because to me it seems like a team that's not used to winning games, and so they're always playing from behind where they feel like they have to get creative with what they're doing and they can't just do the normal thing. So for that reason, I put him down there. But again, it doesn't mean he's bad. I think, he's looked pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, it's so hard because I feel like jungle is the strongest role in the LCS. Like the jungle role is super stacked. So honestly, top to bottom, it was pretty hard slotting them in. I think it would have been easier if we actually did tiers. And so you got to group a bunch of people in S tier, A tier, B tier type of thing. But doing a straight 1 to 8, it's definitely difficult.
Yeah, I don't think I would have put anyone below, C tier, B tier, whatever. Like I think everyone's fairly close. Maybe Blabber is at the top by a bit, but yeah, I mean, I think like you said, there's pretty good junglers all around.
Who's been the biggest surprise for you then, like positive or negative for this split
Biggest surprise
from jungle? Just kind of like preseason expectations to now. I mean, for me, I can start if you want to think for a second.
Yeah.
But I mean, for me, it probably would be XU because I thought he was going to be like hard last. I thought he wasn't going to be able to compete really at all. I do think he's definitely had some growing pains, as you say, like some oopsies where he is going for those big plays like the Vi game. I think it was he had the Sundered guy and he's trying to go big. But obviously that didn't work out at all. But I do think he's had some really good ones. And just, he's just generally been a lot more competitive. Like I was kind of, especially from talking to people in scrims and everything, a lot of people were kind of giving me the impression that he was just going to get run over every single game. And like that has not been the case at all. And I think especially when you're taking consideration how strong the jungle players are in the league, the fact that he's competing, I think is like pretty impressive.
That's totally fair. I don't know if any of them are too surprising for me because like I didn't really think any of them would be bad and they've all done pretty well. But maybe River, because there's a lot of praise for River from players, pros, and he looked good on Golden Guardians, but I think the fact that he's coming into 100 Thieves, which is another team that most people don't have in like the top half of their standings, I think there's not a lot of expectations for them, but he's still been managing to play really well on multiple teams now that weren't really viewed as top teams. So I think anytime a player can shine, especially in the jungle role where it's so team reliant as far as being able to work with them, that's super impressive to me. So definitely impressed.
He
by
did
River.
it on Dig as well, like when he first came into the league, right? Like Dig was horrible, and the only time they ever won games was when he got like 50 early kills on Jarvan.
I feel like every team that River has been on, and there's been something like tragic that has happened to the team, and then the next team that gets him is like, yes, we got this gold nugget and we're like saving him. Everyone has felt like they're finding this super valuable pickup. We are also going to have a super week coming up next week though. So if we start looking ahead, to next week, there's a lot of movement that could be had, especially for some of these teams that are currently at the bottom, because we're going to get three games, of course, like we used to. And one of the super hype matchups, it's going to be another FlyQuest matchup. This week, it was the FlyQuest versus Energy matchup that was super hype because of the trash talk. But next week, they're playing versus Cloud9. And Jensen also on the same podcast when he was on there with Jat was talking about he was super confident, of course, in FlyQuest and only gave Cloud9 like 5 to 10% chance to win the whole split. Which, of course, he's just being confident in his team and trying to inspire people to be more aggressive. But Cloud9 and FlyQuest have so much history. If you remember back, FlyQuest, when they bought into the league, they bought the Cloud9 challenger spot. And Hai, who is now back being a team manager for Cloud9, was the mid laner for FlyQuest. And Jensen, who was the mid laner for Cloud9, is now the mid laner for FlyQuest.
It was the C9 Civil War era. Like all the promos were hitting that hard. And yeah, it is funny to think back to that era, right? Where it's like Jensen was on Cloud9, Hai was on FlyQuest. That was kind of like the changing of the guard year, I guess, where it was like, oh, a lot of the last players. I guess Sneaky was the last survivor for a long time, right? Of your guys' kind of initial roster. Sneaky stayed for a couple years more than everyone else. But that was like an era when Hai was bouncing around in different roles too. He played jungle for a little bit, and he played support for a little bit too, if I recall correctly, right?
Yeah.
So he played a few different roles, then went back to mid lane with FlyQuest. But yeah, they have a lot of history now at this point, and it is kind of interesting to see where the teams have developed. It's not going to be the like 4-0 double undefeated team as the people were kind of like it might be happening because they were both looking pretty good. But both of them took some pretty fat L's today.
I feel like they both tripped, I feel like.
Yeah, they really. I feel like if we had this episode before the games today, it would be a lot different because, I mean, I don't know. I still think Cloud9 is quite a bit better than every other team. Obviously,
how's Jensen's Sion looking?
Maybe, I don't know. He needs to practice the Vayne matchup some because, I still think they're really good.
Yeah.
Obviously, disasters can happen, but it's kind of whatever. But it will be a pretty good test for them next week. I think they have Immortals, FlyQuest, and Liquid, who, Liquid and FlyQuest, people are definitely like having conversations of them all being near the top. So should be some pretty good competition, and then they can, show how ahead of the other teams they are, or if they're not.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be exciting. I mean, like everyone I think is willing to give like Cloud9 a pass on like, okay, you kind of trolled the game, the dive bot, whatever went bad, who cares? But it's always one of those things where then if you have another bad game that you followed up with, like if they lose to FlyQuest, then people are like, oh, are Cloud9 frauds? Like the discussion changes fast.
Yeah, I mean that was EG last split or last spring? I don't know. There was when they started 9-2, and then they started every time they lost
with our male roster.
It was like a really, really dramatic loss. Like they just got stomped real hard, and then people would brush off and be like, okay, that's fine. They win hard, lose hard, and they just kept losing hard. And it's like, hold up.
That's when everyone figured out we just got to camp JoJo, and every single team.
Yeah, top lane's going mid, bot lane's going mid, jungle's going mid.
Yeah, that was definitely a fun one. Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting week. I also feel like Team Liquid should be playing better than they're playing as well. I feel like there's so many teams right now that could make some pretty big moves in Super Week if this week of practice is good.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's been pretty competitive, right? Like we are only 2 weeks in, but no one is winless, no one is undefeated. A lot of the teams are really kind of like echoing this thing of like anyone can beat anyone. I was even talking to Spawn and Jan. We were talking to them a little bit before this while they were recording something else, and they were feeling pretty confident that like Cloud9 is beatable as well. Like no one is unbeatable. Really did kind of like lump in Cloud9 even in the group. Like a lot of the other teams I was talking to were like, okay, well it's Cloud9, but then everyone else is really beatable. But TL even had it as like, hey, everyone is actually beatable. The league is pretty flat. They were really complimentary of a lot of the teams that actually aren't considered top teams. They're even saying, Immortals is really good in scrims, and these guys are good in scrims, and those guys, it's like people feel like anyone is beatable and anyone can win. And I think it makes it pretty exciting. I mean, you did kind of see some of that this week where it's like Shopify is 0-3, but then they get their first win against Cloud9, right? And I saw Fake God right after it. And he was saying they just like felt really confident today, and he knew that they had been way better than that in scrims, and they like knew they can compete against these teams. But they, he's like, you go from like the ultimate despair of losing yesterday to Immortals to like the ultimate, like elation of like, it's like you lose to the worst, the worst team, and you beat the best team. So it's just like a lot about who's going to show up on the day and who's going to be able to actually translate their practice onto stage.
Yeah, the Shopify one was the one when they were 0-3 where I was like, this one for sure does not belong here. But even the Cloud9 one, I talked to Mithy before the Cloud9 game, and he was saying their scrim record, I don't know how you guys been here. We're doing so well in scrims, because he felt like their scrims were 50-50, or he said they were learning a lot from their scrims.
That means losing.
That means losing a lot too. So which can be a good opportunity, especially if we saw some stuff like we saw today on stage.
Yeah, it is still really early in the standings. I feel like almost every split, especially in spring, like early standings don't mean a whole lot because
strength of schedule matters a lot for that.
Yeah,
too.
Exactly right. So I think also it's easy to cope if you're not doing well, being like, we haven't even played everyone, man. They just have better schedules than us. I think this Super Week is going to be pretty big for momentum for all the teams, because
that's the halfway mark.
Yeah, it's a halfway mark. You've played every team at that point. If you are like 1-5, 1-6. Yeah, that wouldn't be great. That'd be hard to come back from, and that's when the cracks start to form in the teams. Maybe the issues start piling up, and we'll see what teams are made out of.
A lot of teams too have this view of, especially at the beginning of the season, they're like not too worried about actual score, and it's more about where you end up, because top 6 teams are going to make playoffs, and so it's about how much can you learn, how much can you grow as a team, how much can you figure out what your style is going to be, or the systems that you want to use, for instance, to be able to adapt continually to new patches that are going to come through. Mithy was talking about they wanted to have a system where it was like 2 days of giving the team the week of the new patch to be able to try stuff, and then next 2 days focusing down on what we're actually going to use, eliminating a lot of this extra stuff. Like, we don't want to waste time anymore, basically. So you have like a closing in and kind of focusing period before the games start.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a balance, right? You have to make sure you're winning enough games that you're going to get into playoffs and be in a decent spot, and hopefully not draw a really hard matchup for round 1. Yeah. But at the same time, if you focus only on getting wins right now, you're not really going to be like trying out new things, developing new strategies and stuff. And that can be, to your detriment come playoffs, because if you become a really one-dimensional team, even if you pick up some wins in the regular season, it's so easy with like a full week of prep only for one specific team to be able to target out, certain strategies if all you can really play is one style. So I think that's kind of the balancing act, right? It's like, speaking again of TL, just because we were chatting with Spawn, we talked about it last week. It's like, okay, they experimented in game 1, and then in game 2 they went like, okay, we're gonna go scaling 5v5, and they won. And then kind of the same thing happened this week again, right?
Yeah, I was definitely thinking about Liquid when you were talking about that, because I think there's, obviously pretty wide spectrum of how you can approach these live patches. You can either go full science, just like pick whatever. If something seems like it could be good,
that sounds so much better than like
just mad scientist mode. You just see if something seems like it could be good, just whatever, send it. If it works, it works. If not, oh well. Like, it doesn't matter.
Science. It was for science.
Yeah, we didn't lose. That champ just sucked. But then you have the other side, which I think Liquid is kind of doing right now, which, I don't think it's horrible, but it does seem very safe. They're picking these, double marksman, double tank comps, which I think it's not horrible to, if you're a new team, work on the fundamentals, build from there. But it probably would be good to play other stuff as well, like other styles, maybe more aggressive stuff, push the envelope a little bit. So I would like to see Liquid get a little bit more like aggressive in the way that they draft and play.
I think it also always depends on the players that you specifically have in the moment and what kind of the morale or mental state of the team is. Because I know for sure at international events, so many times coaches have come to me and been like, well, we just decided we're going to start scrimming, whatever challenger team right beforehand so we can get a win and people are going to be happy. So if you're experimenting, if you're going so much hard on the experimenting that you're losing a lot of games, sometimes maybe if you just want to lock it down and like get some LCS wins going, maybe to get the morale high, it might be something managing managing those types of expectations. There's so many things that you have to balance when you're kind of making these decisions, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, it is interesting. How have you guys been feeling about, we've obviously talked about Cloud9 a fair bit, but how have you been feeling about Fly and Energy? They're the other two teams at the top of the table. Obviously, Energy just super pounded Fly today. They absolutely blasted them. But FlyQuest had been on a 3-game win streak. Yeah. Debatable how their strength of schedule was. This week was kind of supposed to be the test, as they had harder competition. One win, one pretty big loss.
Yeah, I guess I'll start with Energy, because one thing that I think is super helpful on these kind of like live patch type games is that trust you have in a team. Because like you were saying, when you're coming together, it's a new team for the first time. Like, do you really want to be the player who's like just picking some bullshit every game, and like your teammates are just like, oh, here we go again. I guess we just couldn't play. Like my jungler, my mid laner, whatever was just trolling. We didn't have one. So, like, you want to pick something to do right by your teammates, so at least you can build up some trust. I think having a more established team helps you with that. It's like, okay, I can pick this troll champ, and my teammates know I'm not the troll; it's the champ. So, I think Energy's been doing like a pretty good job, like playing different styles. They've been playing like the Jace top. They've been playing like Ashe support. They've been playing, I think it was Rel today.
Yep.
Yeah. So I think they're doing a pretty good job branching out, trying different stuff.
Yeah, it super helps that Huhi, the new quote unquote player into the team. Not only does he have this super long history in the LCS, but played 206 games now with FBI. So there's a ton of trust that has been built up over the years. On Golden Guardians, on 100 Thieves, going through so much together. And he specifically, when you are mentioning, all right, here we go again with some troll picks, he's definitely a support player that has those in his roster, in his repertoire. Like the Nico support play from Worlds. That was a rough one.
I try to forget that one.
He's got all kinds. You can go deep into the Amumu and Set and that kind of stuff. But I'm very high on this team right now because
Palafox has been so good. I feel like
he's been great. I think what has he been? Is it two or three Azir games?
2 Azirs, a Talia, a Corki. There's 4 different champions for FBI, 4 different champions for Huhi, 4 different champions for contracts, 3 for Palafox, so we double up on the 1 Azir, and then Doko's done 2 Cassandra, 2 Jace.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Palafox kind of like almost looking MVP form so far. It's only week 2. Don't want to jump to any conclusions, but he's been looking great pretty much every game.
Ship it.
Absolutely ship it. I do think partially that Azir is in the weirdest state right now for me in LCS. I think he is so crazy, like OP. If I was playing, I would cry to have him on my team or banned every game. But the fact that he goes through so often is kind of a question mark to me. I think not everyone's playing him correctly either. We see like I think everyone's getting really montage vision with Azir. They want to like go in and dive and go for the ults all the time, when honestly most of the time you don't need to do that. Like you can just play with your crazy range, your crazy DPS, just play him like an actual carry. So yeah, I don't know. I think maybe he's not being played correctly, but I think Palafox and some others are playing him really well.
Yeah, I mean, it always is that fine line, right? If you're like too passive and maybe you're not getting as much done as you could have, but if you're going in all the time and you're just killing yourself for a sweep, then it doesn't do anything either. Like Quid, I thought was having a really good game at times, but he had some of those moments where it's like, you could have just won the fight playing front to back. You didn't actually need to just like kill yourself to sweep someone in. Because if you go in and you scoop in the AD carry, but then you instantly die too, it's like sometimes you're more valuable than the AD carry. In a lot of cases, the AD0 is actually more valuable than the AD carry, I feel like.
Oh,
so
completely.
It's like you don't need to actually go for that 1-for-1 trade type thing. I think that's kind of what you're talking about. But yeah, Energy has looked really good, has looked really flexible. They've been pretty fun to watch. And I think that, yeah, they lost that one game to Cloud9 to start off the season, but I feel like they are looking better than I expected this early in the split, right? With all the talk about, they don't practice early. There's going to be, these kind of like adjustment period to bring in Huhi and stuff. Things have looked pretty damn good, I think, pretty much right out the gate.
Yeah, definitely on board there. Which of the bottom 1 and 3 teams do you think is going to make the biggest moves?
Do you want to touch on FlyQuest first?
Sure.
Skip them.
Yeah, I mean, we talked some about FlyQuest.
FlyQuest, I think we should touch on a little bit because they are one of those other 3-1 teams. They also have been pretty flexible. They only have one champion that they've repeated at all. Jensen did 2 Orianna games. So they've been trying a lot of different stuff. I guess you did talk about Busio a little bit in your your report. Have you guys been kind of impressed with Masu, or just like how have you been feeling about him? Because there was a lot of hype for him coming into the split, but I feel like he's been pretty quiet.
Yeah, he seems okay to me. I don't know. I haven't been too blown away by his play. He doesn't seem bad. I think there have been a couple moments where maybe he seemed a little like, green, maybe like playing more nervous than he could have. But I mean, he's looked solid. No complaints here.
Yeah, I guess there hasn't been any big moments to remember, but I think it's been good. Yeah, just kind of. I mean, it's really hard coming off today because today was just bottom lane just got completely trashed and Stillwater. I'm just like, well, that was this giant gaping hole in the bottom lane after the beginning. That was just really rough. So I'm trying to separate that and remember back to the earlier ones where in the first week, they had some double support item ones. Seraphine was fine. Like I'm never super duper impressed by Seraphine's, but it was good.
Yeah, he played Senna
He played the Senna,
with the
yeah.
Seraphine.
Oh yeah, he said that played the Senna.
He played Senna with Seraphine. He played Jhin, I think, into Immortals.
Yep, against Immortals.
And then he played Ezreal into Liquid's Lucian Nami, and he was kind of like gifted a free kill by Yon being a little over aggressive. So I mean, I don't think he's had any like standout good or horrible performances today. I don't fault him for that much. It was just kind of like he was the victim of what happened. But collectively, the bot lane got destroyed. Like that was crazy. You lose so bad, you create a vortex that sucks your entire team in with it. Like your team can't even try to split the map. It's just like, bro, it's bad. Like get down here. Like everyone jump on my sinking ship. So. Yeah, that was rough, but I mean, happens.
Yeah, with the team overall, though, I just really like that. Whippo has a lot of confidence. The rest of the team has a lot of confidence in their own play and in their teammates, and they're allowing him to pick these top lane counter picks that he wants to shine with. I will also say, Inspired's interview was pretty interesting to me because he went with the line where he said, he wants to improve on his own communication because sometimes he tells his team what to do and they don't do exactly what he wanted them to do, and so then they end up like losing the play or misfiring or something. But he has such a clear way that he wants the game to go, and I do like that one. Like you have a really driven, especially jungler that wants to dictate, especially the early game. And get the whole team on the same page. So I have a lot of confidence in the team overall.
All right, for the 1 and 3 teams, you're asking, which team do I think could maybe make moves? I think probably we're all going to have a similar answer in Shopify. I think at least I was looking at them as like, okay, they seem better than their record. After the Immortals game, I maybe was starting to doubt that a little bit. I'm not going to lie, after they lost to Immortals yesterday, but I thought that they had really tough opponents. They were able to actually beat Cloud9. And then even just looking at strength of schedule for next week, they have Dignitas, which seems pretty beatable. Energy, obviously a big challenge. And then they have 100, who I think is also really beatable. So, I mean, I definitely think they could pick up 2 out of 3. If they beat Energy as well, then they're really ending the first round robin on a high. But I feel like they're the most likely to make a move. Immortals and Dig, again, people are talking positively about some of the things they're doing in scrims and saying that they're actually like pretty strong teams. But they haven't been able to at least show it as consistently on stage.
Yeah, I think if you're going strength of schedule, they're the pick because Immortals has to play Cloud9 and
Energy.
And then 100 Thieves, which has also been doing quite well.
Dig has Fly, TL, and then Shopify.
Yeah, so...
When we say make a move, are we talking move in the standings or like a roster swap? Okay.
Oh.
I didn't know what you meant. It's just like
I meant standings.
Okay,
but where do you stand on the Turtle B-Voy thing then after this week? Because they both actually had pretty good.
I mean that's tough to say because I'm not a huge fan of like swapping around players for fun. It seemed like they were intending on using B-Void the whole time, but they just had visa issues. So I don't know. I think it makes sense to stay with your plan, even though I love Turtle. I think they should like not rotate players around so much. I don't.
They got the win, so
yeah, I don't think that helps too much. Yeah, I mean, I think I would just have to agree. Shopify seems probably like the team with the most potential, but I still think it's going to be hard for them. You know, like all the competition's pretty tough. Could go either way. It just depends how good their read on the meta is. Because again, like we're saying, I think there's still a lot of champs that's just not being played. I want to see more TF. One of the ones that I want to see as well, which I've asked a couple people about, is like Misfortune, because she is like the highest win rate AD carry on live patch, I think. Also crazy with lethality, but she hasn't really been getting played. So I think that could be maybe a little sleeper.
Yeah, I mean, she's in a really good spot with lethality. And I think lethality overall, especially for solo queue, is insane. Do you think that LCS teams, if you pick Misfortune, like they're for sure going to lock in 2 hard tanks that are going to stack armor?
You need setup, I think. Or you mean on the opposing team?
Opposing team. That's what I think. If you lock the Misfortune early, and then you have to play into some like armor stacking tanks, or does that even matter?
I don't think it matters.
And you're just gonna
you kill them
shoot over
anyway.
the top anyway.
No, you shoot through them, kill them all.
Yeah, just blast away.
I don't know. When I see her, she seems to do a lot of damage. So
As long as you have a high damage magic damage you're dealing mid laner anyway, I don't think it really matters, right?
Yeah, as long as you have a Leandries on your team somewhere, then
I just want to see it. That's all I'm saying. I want to see it. It seems like something that should be played, and it's not. So I'm curious.
yeah.
All right. Well, we already touched on TL a little bit. So, like, how about 100 Thieves? They're sitting at 2-2. Their only 2 losses, to be fair, are to C9 and Energy. So they are a team that potentially, could climb up in the standings, but maybe they're going to lose to all the top teams.
Yeah, I've been pleasantly surprised with this team. And that's why I kind of bumped them a little bit up in the preseason standings, because some teams were already telling me, oh, they've got more upside than some of the other bottom 4 teams that I was ranking. And so, I bumped them up like 1, tier or something like that.
They have Fly, Immortals, and Shopify next week.
Yeah, I feel like the league is actually so competitive, especially after
all the matchups sound kind of hard.
Yeah, they're like, well, there's not really any freebies here. But it's been super nice, because this is the team that has the youngest players, that has the players with the least cumulative LCS games between their players if you add them all up. And it's just been cool watching not only River, who we all expected to be the giant star of this team and is playing well, but some really big moments at times for Sniper, some really big moments from the bottom lane.
Doppler yesterday, I think it was, right?
Yeah, and people have just been turbos trash talking Quid ever since last year, and he's had some really big moments too. So it's cool.
Yeah, I think maybe having all those rookies with River could be really good for them, because something that happens to players is if you spend time on maybe like not great teams or have played with not great teammates, you can learn the wrong thing. And so I think that like if you're super fresh, being able to play with someone who understands the game really well, like River seems to. I've never played with them, so I can't speak directly to it, but it seems really good. It seems like they're picking up on what's going on pretty quickly. And so, yeah, maybe they could surprise everyone.
Cool. Well, I think that's about it. It's a bit of a quicker episode, but it was at the end of a long day. And we just recorded the last episode recently because that one got delayed. So
Seems like yesterday.
We're going to be back to our normal cadence here pretty soon. Maybe next week we could talk about all too early All-Pro and stuff, because we'll have finished the full first round robin. So
we'll
that should
also
be fun.
get some early patch information too. Which is pretty fun.
Yep. So that should be a lot of fun. But looking forward to it. Super Week going to be kicking off this coming Friday. Remember, it is on Friday. It's not just Saturday and Sunday. So Friday, February 2nd at 12 p.m. Pacific, it is Cloud9 versus Immortals. Also, if you're following us online, you can check us out on YouTube. Obviously, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of the Dive. You can also follow us on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and Anchor.fm. And send in your questions. We're going to try to draw some questions probably next week as well from Twitter using the hashtag TheDiveLOL. So hashtag TheDiveLOL, and we can find your questions there. Thank you very much. We'll see you next week.
Snot Snow.
Welcome to the LCS waiting room. We're still here. I'm Jet, Emily,
God.
Raz, and an old but new face, Egon, returning to the LCS show.
Thank you.
Since, when is the last one? What's the countdown?
Last one was 2017 summer. That was the last
Wow.
time. So it's been 6 long years.
My hair is turned green.
Yeah, all the way to green. But yeah, it's great to be back. It's been cool to be part of the ecosystem since then.
Yeah.
Over at Golden Guardians on the team side, in the collegiate space, doing interviews with media, going to Worlds, and so just kind of being back feels great.
Yeah, I want to plug all your stuff right off the bat. How many podcasts do you do? You do
Yeah.
You do too many podcasts, by the way.
Millions.
We have one over at Last Free Nation. It's Power Spike. That's with myself, Monte Cristo, and Dom. Obviously, a lot of fans of Face Check with myself, Dom, and LS. And then a lot of the YouTube content with interviews with pros and players. And I like to get staff behind it as well over at Dignitas Esports on YouTube. Thanks, man.
Hell yeah, good to have you here.
Yeah.
Good to have you here today. Let's pull up the standings to see what we learned from last week's games. I will say, we've still only played 4.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's hard to learn too much in 4 games, and there's still a lot of compression. Like if someone would have told you Immortals is going to be 2 games out of first after week 2, it would be technically true.
Yeah.
What's happened with what's happened.
Yeah, I would be asking more questions.
So Raz, what have you learned?
Actually, last week was a good one for me because at the top of the table, I thought Cloud9 was by far the best, but I learned that Energy came in strong. So they were talking about how much they were kind of winding up. You know, we were taking a big break before the season began, and it would take some time. Well, we were patient, and they came up and served FlyQuest right off the bat.
Yeah.
So 3 of the teams being at first, and NRG is online was my biggest lesson.
Yeah, Emily?
I want to see even more champion diversity out of pros.
Okay.
I feel like
What are we missing?
we've talked about how like we are on live patch. Obviously, we saw the Scion mid versus Vayne mid matchup. We've seen a few other like interesting things. Obviously, Contracts has always been an Ivern enjoyer, which is not a this patch thing. It's just Ivern is generally actually pretty strong, maybe stronger than you think. But yeah, I want to see more like champion diversity, especially in bot lane. I think there are certain things that are either being played in other regions or that are just really, really strong right now that we're not seeing. So yeah, I want to see that. I know why it doesn't happen, but I still want to see it.
I have one champ in mind. What champ do you want to see just bully players to get them to play?
MF. I think she's actually pretty strong.
Okay, that's interesting.
Vitality?
Yeah.
I thought you'd say Brand because you were such a big
Oh,
Brand
yeah. Well, we've seen like a few brand bans.
Yeah.
I would love to see a brand jungle come out.
Yeah, MF feels like it's on the cusp coming up soon. On that point about teams not playing the new champs, I had the opportunity to talk with Mithy and with Coach Revan after that draft last
After
week.
the draft. What was their thoughts?
Their thoughts are that it's that twofold where, okay, well, now we're just banning a new champ. We saw Twisted Fate and Karma just kind of get basically permabanned.
Yes.
So it really doesn't matter. That was Revan's thing. I'm focused more on the gameplay. And both of them more focused on the gameplay. However, that does open up things. So I think this is the first time that they're hitting the new patch on a patch change. And so their prep is now coming into play that they are able to do now. They have like teams of analysts that are prepping, hey, what the future patch is. So now later on, I think when teams start getting desperate for wins, that's when they start pulling out the pocket picks and leading the meta across the world.
Yeah, I heard other similar things talking to coaches and players about how the way they approached the new patch, and I don't even disagree with this method, but the way they approached it was like, we're going to focus on 1 or 2 specific things. And that's another reason why you'd see stuff like, I mean, Karma's just broken, so like it makes sense that she's be taken off the table. But something like ADTF, where we might not necessarily know his power level, but you just want to get it out of the way in the case of the fact that he's broken, or you have a team that can pilot it really well. So hopefully.
And that's the thing. I think whenever it comes to certain champions, because people were like, where are the crazy picks, right? Technically, we saw that from Shopify Rebellion with the Scion mid.
We had a few. We saw a lot of them were just blocked, though, because of unfamiliarity.
Yeah. Exactly. Unfamiliar does it. And also just the point that you had mentioned from the interviews of like, teams are, especially at the beginning of Spring Split, you're trying to hammer down fundamentals. We're trying to have clean games, especially when the teams end up watching LPL, LCK, and stuff like that, and you're like, damn, we're not close to this, or like they don't feel like they are having clean enough early games and transitioning their leads. You're like, if we add in a brand jungle or something that now there's unfamiliarity with this champion that certain players have, like how do I play alongside a brand jungle in a competitive environment? That's going to be hard. So of course they just strike it off the board.
And I will say the one thing that I've learned from the 4 games, if I multiply that by the 20, like how many have we actually played? 16 total games that we've played. Yeah. They're pretty long. Yeah. Like it's just kind of hard to end games. Part of that I think is you're seeing a few more lethality 80 carries. So Baron damage is lower, but then Baron also has more health. Yeah. And then I think Dragon stacking is slower because the little grublets are so appealing.
Yeah, and just kind of
you
like
just want to go to the grubs early and you delay Dragon.
Yeah, and kind of one of the issues that you're starting to see with the AD carry role, it's like, what is the answer for these tank busters? Which was what Mithy was trying to figure out in the Scion game. We've seen Varus played by multiple AD carries, whether it was lethality or on hit. We've seen B-Boy play on hit, and it's like, well, it gets the Udyr off me, but I didn't do any damage in that team fight. That was basically it. So trying to find the solution to later game damage from the AD carry role has been something unique.
That'll be fun. Let's see today's schedule of games.
Let's check it out.
4 more coming at you. Also, this is a super week, so we have 3 days of games, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Cloud9 versus Immortals right off the bat.
Now, wait a minute, this is not the weekend. Mark's already breaking promises.
Wow. We're still on the weekends.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Technically, Raz.
Okay, just throwing that out there.
So those are the games. What are you looking forward to the most? Raz?
Right off the bat, I'm going to go for Team Liquid Honda versus NRG. Just because Team Liquid as a team, when they faced FlyQuest, that was a fun game. They were behind, but they were trying to muck things up. There was the base race thing that they were going for, multiple angles they were taking around Baron fights. So, like, they are still a smart and creative team. They oftentimes are finding themselves in deficits in some of these games, but I think these two teams, really hard to predict. NRG's obviously looking better, but I think Team Liquid can take it.
Anything for you, Emily?
Weirdly enough, Shopify versus Dignitas. I feel like a lot of the teams that essentially aren't, like TL is in a weird spot, as you kind of already alluded to. And then we have the 3 teams tied at the top with, I think, C9 still being the favorite out of those 3. But then down at the bottom, it's like every team is still trying to figure out, like, how do we want to play? What are we locking in? B-Boy coming in for Shopify just last week and kind of integrating onto the team. He had a really good performance in their win. I'm really curious to see these 2 teams slug it out, just because those kind of matchups always interest me, because that is sometimes where you see a lot of the innovation and kind of like different
I was about to say, because like that's the perfect game for like trying to hammer in fundamentals versus trying to play picks you think are good. Where it's Insanity and Rich, both guys are like, guys, what about Quintop this game? Or like, Alawi sucks this meta, but maybe.
So Alawi did get buffed. You never know.
True, but also those tentacles are now in Narnia. So
websites say like 4% higher. One thing I'm excited for is the fact that Degon's holding these cue cards that have things that I've never seen, and he's prepared a game for us.
Yeah. Well,
so you want to explain the game?
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I learned throughout, I guess, the last several years, especially over the last 3 years, is how many new fans there are to the LCS. So they're like, oh yeah, I started watching when I was inside, so I didn't have a lot of places to go. So it kind of wants me to continue to like connect. Like, hey, look, we have these pros. They've been around for a long time. They have great stories, but a lot of people don't know them. So I came up with a game where we have some of the greatest calls in LCS, so some big moments in LCS, and they connect with current players. So we're going to call it Degon's Audio Trivia.
Okay.
Didn't have a lot of time to shop that one. We'll workshop the name later. So we're going to play a clip of an iconic moment, and I'll have questions worth different points for you to see how well you can remember the past moments to the present. So it'll be a clip about the moment. Generally, it's hey, what was this moment? Who was it, or what team, what year? And then that'll connect back to something with the current LCS.
Nice.
Okay. I have extremely selective memory, so I'm scared. I'm very scared.
Your board, whiteboard. So you're gonna write the answers on the whiteboard, and then we'll get into it. Okay? All right. So we'll start easy. Let's listen into the first clip, guys.
We'll find out if they can extend that further. Outer mid drops with no. Look at the size of that! That push! Oh my word! The center of the universe is. That's not a sentence I was expecting to say in game 1. And CLG, they're not letting up.
Okay, so with that said, let's keep it easy, right? So we know these, but our fans at home might not. So again, some of these are easy, they go medium hard. So first question, name the featured player in Champion in this clip. There was a hint there by good old Quick Shot.
I've been sabotaged. This marker ain't working. I gotta find a new one.
Wait,
All right.
Raz, here.
Yeah, we'll share and we'll get you a new one.
I have an idea though. While
I
you're
got
looking for a
one.
new one.
Okay, ready?
I have it. Oh,
Got you.
Three.
I probably wrote too small.
1, 2, 3. That's
Whee!
right.
Oh,
It's
there's got to
Hubi.
be a champion.
Hubi,
Well,
and
it's
also
Asol,
the champion.
Yeah, Asol, yeah.
It's
We need to get
Asol.
that. Okay. Question 2 for this question.
Okay.
Name the team in the year. Kind of gave that one, but
I need my marker back.
It's mine now.
Razzle Plaza.
You go for it. You go for it. I didn't put my
yeah.
year in yet, but
Wait, you got to know which year. Okay, you
I
have
know
to
what
say
year it is. I know what year it is.
Okay, we're gonna say 1, 2, 3. Raz has to say. Okay, he knows what year. All right. Ooh, he's hesitating. Okay. All right. 1, 2, 3. Show. What do you got? That's right. It's
Let's
2016.
go!
We're crushing it so
Yeah,
far.
wow.
Let's go.
It's gonna get harder.
Yeah, this tournament was over at MSI. All right.
Yes, sir.
And then the third question is, who was the most recent player to play Asol in the LCS? This one's.
This one I'm low confidence, but I'll just.
Oh, I know this one.
I am
should
actually
do
not
the
sure
hand
on
closer.
this, but yeah, actually.
Yeah. So again, I love trivia. So
Yeah.
We'll throw it
I
in
think I know, but it's probably wrong.
I am yeeting out a guess.
Yeah.
there. All right. 1, 2, 3. Yeet. Boom.
Palafox.
That's right. It was
Palafox
correct.
LCS Finals, right?
It was
Nice.
Palafox in the LCS Summer Playoffs 2023.
Because he had one happy game and it did not work out well.
Okay, awesome.
All right. So good. We got the idea. Here's audio number 2.
Okay.
Audio number 2. Ready? Go.
Gonna knock him back. He's about to pop back into Mega, but he's doing the damage he can. He's now mini sorry as he hops back over Prox and 10. 1v2 from as he takes one down. And now Seraph just gonna be left out. He's got a flash. Seraph, I believe, will go down here. And this Frozen Mallet is doing so much work. Flashes the Shuriken and outplays for a 1v2 double kill.
It cut off a few times. Was that intentional?
No.
Okay.
Yes, because
You cut out a
they say
few
the name.
names.
Yeah, they
the
say
name.
the name.
And what
That
are
was
we, I need to.
I think I know this one.
I'm gonna throw a guess because of the item name. That's that's a good hint.
That's right. So, friends,
Okay, what am I guessing?
you're guessing the featured player and champion.
Okay, got you.
Featured player and champion.
Raz, did you get a marker?
I did get a marker,
I don't have to
thankfully.
share.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay, I
thankfully.
got a guess.
Do we have the marker? If we have another
Yeah.
marker.
Okay, we're good. We're
This
good.
is a throwback, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. What do we got? So we've got Voy Boy Zakali, Impact Nar, Voy Boy Nar. So we've got the the emulsion of it all.
amalgamation.
The actual answer, of course, Emily gets it right. It's Impact's Nar in the top lane.
Nice.
Impact's Nar in the top. Frozen Mallet. Frozen
Yes,
Mallet.
that was
Mallet.
Void Boy Tech for years.
Yes.
I
Voy
also
Boy.
thought I heard the name Seraph in there.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Ah,
Yeah.
damn.
So pretty good for question 2.
Well done.
Name the team and year that
Oh, the
Impact's
year.
Nar was on at the time.
Okay, I'm just gonna throw it out.
And extra bonus points. Yeah. Team and year.
I think I know the team.
5 seconds,
the
Raz.
years.
Okay, I got you.
You're on a timer.
3, 2. I mean, I know Rez is writing. He's just slow.
I'm going.
Okay. So 2016 TIP.
I'm going,
TIP
20,
Pulse,
I'm going 2017 Envy,
2017
Oh, yeah,
NB,
I think I'm
which
wrong.
might not exist.
Well,
Envy might be a later year.
they're all wrong. Oh, no. What? Partial credit, but wrong for
The
Emily here.
year. The year is wrong.
So
is
no
it?
points for partial credit. I've been told it was Cloud9.
Yeah.
Right? Impact was
Yeah.
on Cloud9. 2016
Oh, so close.
during the regional
okay.
fight. Again, the hint was
Yeah, this was the
Frozen
top
Mallet
die.
and Seraph.
This was
who
top die.
Yes,
Yeah.
this was top die.
Ah,
Frozen Mallet and Seraph. Seraph on Envy in the LCS
yes.
2016-2017.
Yeah.
All right. This was during the regional qualifier of
sir.
2016.
Yep.
I'll give you a hint because this is a little hard. Cloud9 was the 4 seed.
Yes.
Please name 2 players from the 2016 regional qualifier who are still playing in the LCS.
Well, I know one.
Yeah, I know one.
And then there's a second from the regional qualifier in 2016.
Yeah. Impact is the player. He doesn't count. I'll give you that. Impact is the player.
Oh, so just one now.
Yeah. So no. There are 2 other players.
other
Two other players. I thought you
Other
just said
players
2
still
players.
playing in the LCS.
Okay, you're gonna have to put us on a timer for this.
I got
Or give
this.
us like the
Yeah.
first letter, because you actually have one, Rez?
Do substitutes.
I think I got this.
No.
That's impressive. This is a tricky one.
2016.
It is.
I mean,
it is a
okay,
tough one.
I'll
20 seconds. You talk it out.
2016 regional qualifier.
2016 regional qualifier.
Okay, let's talk it out. Let's try and figure this out together.
Cloud9 was the number 4
Emily.
seed.
So TSM wasn't in that regional qualifier, so they already qualified.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So
Otherwise, it would have been like
Turtle is
Wild
out.
Turtle. Yeah.
10 seconds.
Would Huhi be one of them? Were they in the regional qualifier?
Sure. Just throw them in there. No, they made it to
But
Worlds.
it's for
3.
They made it to Worlds.
They were
already
but
in Worlds.
They,
1.
They had already. Oh yeah, that was.
All right,
was that
final
the year they
answers,
qualified?
final answers.
Just give us the names. I got blank.
Yeah.
I got a blank.
Okay.
I got Jensen and Zazel.
That was not bad. Jensen is one of them. The other one you talked yourself out of. It was Immortals as the number 3 seed.
Wild Turtle.
Wild Turtle. You talked
Because
yourself
he'd been
out of it.
kicked for
Oh,
double
yeah,
That's a
I
good call.
forgot
That's a
about
good call.
that.
While they try to remember what happened, why don't we just show them right now with the clip of the play?
Here's a real test as Proxen gonna knock him back. He's about to pop back into Mega, but he's doing the damage he can. He's now mini sorry as he hops back over Proxen 10. 1v2 from Impact as he takes one down. And now Serum just gonna be left out. Impact's got a flash. Serum, I believe,
He's
will
gonna
go
keep
down
floating.
here.
Frozen
And this
Mallet.
Frozen Mallet is doing so much work. Flashes the Shuriken and outplays for a 1v2 double kill.
All right.
Sizzle, man.
Yeah.
Shout outs to good old Julian Pastry Time Car.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Love that one.
Him on that one.
All right. Here we go.
All right, last job. We only got a couple minutes left.
That was a mallet balanced
All
item.
right. Let's go to it. Here's your last clip. Let's listen in.
Impulse going for a quick push on this one. Janna and Jinx are top lane, sends the rocket out for a bit of scouting and maybe some damage.
Oh, no! We got it! That almost never works. Well, that just happened.
Well, that just happened.
I think I remember what the play was.
So, question
Yeah,
1.
okay.
Featured player and champion.
Yeah, okay.
Featured
No,
player
I feel like I know the champion. I don't remember the name of the player.
So it's one of 2 players. Can I write them both for half points?
No, it's only right answers.
I'm drawing a complete blank.
Actually, no. I'm going. Okay.
All right.
My listening comprehension is not great, but I think I got it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. Let's show them. All right. We had Biofrost Lulu, Jinx Wild Turtle,
Turtle.
Jinx Sneaky. Again, almost there.
Yeah.
It was Jinx Wild Turtle.
So I didn't think you'd give us 2 turtles in a row.
I know, that's
Because
why I
I wrote
love
down
trivia,
Wild Turtle at
baby.
first, and then
I
otherwise.
thought it was
right
a
in front
trick.
of
I was
you.
casting the clip.
I thought it was
win.
a trick question.
I win.
Yeah.
I thought it was a trick question to mislead us into thinking it was a jinx.
I know.
I overthought it. No.
That's what I was like. I was like, is
Emily
this,
wins the game,
Am
but
I
let's keep-
overthinking
Let's
this?
keep it
No,
up.
she's not done yet. Emily's leading by 2 points.
Yeah.
All right, here's question number 2. Name the team and year. Name the team and year this happened.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There was a hint in it. That helped,
Yeah.
Right? Every clip has a hint in it that gives you, right? Last one was like Frozen Mallet, and you heard Envy on it, but
This is not great.
all right, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. I just want to keep counting because Raz gets stressed. As
Yes, I am.
All right.
Oh, those Wild Turtle. Jesus.
Wild Turtle,
I'm in my own head. I'm in my own head.
TSM 2014, TSM 2015.
FNC9 2015, sadly.
Right year, wrong team. You're correct, Emily.
damn it.
She's so good.
Damn it.
All right, it was TSM 2015 LCS spring season. So that leads us to our third question.
Yeah.
And again, there's been a theme.
Okay.
Yeah.
Question number 3. Who is the only remaining active LCS player to play AD carry for TSM?
I mean,
Yeah, write it down.
it's this. He's already in the clip, no?
That isn't Wild Turtle. Sorry,
Starting?
that isn't
Okay.
Wild
Damn
Turtle.
it, man. I thought it was like
really
the
easy
easiest
question.
point of my life.
It wouldn't be trivia without the trivia master kind of tripping on his trivia. Just-
Okay, let me think this through.
Other TSM 80 carry who's still an active
Yep.
You
LCS
son of a.
player.
Yeah. Yep.
You
Yep.
son of a.
It's a good one.
It is a good one.
Think?
Oh,
I think I have the answer.
I have it.
If Emily gets this
I
wrong and
might-
the other guys get it right.
I
know,
might
she's
be
too good.
trolling.
This is my redemption arc.
All right, here we go. 5 seconds. We've given you time to think.
I know you
Yeah.
have. You give me so much time.
Yep, bubbling it up.
It's not enough, though.
Raz,
Raz is gonna show.
Raz, we can see your answer from.
Oh yeah, you can see the monitor. They can see
Yeah, when it reveals, when it's revealed. I was just gonna do it when it reveals.
I haven't erased enough, so I'm going to put it in a box, but I think I got this.
Okay,
All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tactical.
That's correct.
Let's go.
All right.
That is correct. So that ties us back into current LCS Tactical did spend some time over on TSM.
Yes, he did.
Also with
TSM Academy as
Yep.
well as TSM LCS. All right, thanks for that game.
Yeah, that was fun.
I was close,
You
but
were close.
Emily was right.
Let's relive that clip one more time.
Well, let's check out what happened last week and get in the games.
Impulse going for a quick push on this one. Janna and Jinx are top lane, sends the rocket out for a bit of scouting and maybe some damage.
Oh, he got it! That almost never works. Well, that just happened.
For those of you who have been living under a rock, the LCS is on the live patch.
It's so exciting because this is the first time that we're seeing the live patch being played in a professional region. That's the thing I'm most excited for.
First ever Vayne mid in LCS history, by the way, and I believe it is going up against second time ever Scion mid in LCS history. So let's go. Both teams cooking up some new drafts here.
Boogie might be forced to flash here. Oh, Blabber's the one that actually flashes to make sure he gets out of the decimating smash. The burn damage, it's the flash auto tag, and our first ever Vayne mid in the LCS picks up first blood. Whoa, wait a minute. The sleep from Boogie is going to lock up two members from here. Decimating smash flash from Insanity catches a member from Cloud9, and once again, Shopify pick up their first win against the ever-dominant Cloud9.
I mean, I don't even know why I'm being interviewed. I played Scion mid, man.
Here comes the deer! Armeo grabbed the kill on that one thanks to the damage over time.
Oh, the
Castle's
sleep.
still looking for a little bit more. The sleep has landed. There's another one. Fake God's about to be number 3. The curtain has been called, and Shopify is on the run. Beautiful downtown shot from Tactical.
This was not some fluke victory that they got, some throw from their opponents. This was Immortals dominating from start to finish in this game.
And we're not gonna stop there. Oh, he might not be so happy after this one. The 3-man surprise attack, but it's immediately canceled. An FBI saves and supports and throws him back into the Magnet Storm. He didn't die! How did he not die? You gotta be kidding me! The fact that he walked away, I still do not know. This is not normal gaming.
FlyQuest, few of their players, said that maybe your championship win was a fluke. Do you have anything to say about that?
I guess today was a fluke too, huh?
Oh, there you go.
Look at me now.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. Week 3, day 1, week 3 of 6. And I've been hearing people saying that, like, oh man, we got to do, like, we should maybe do some preseason awards or midseason awards. It's like, you know how far we are into the game, into the split so far?
How far?
4 games.
True.
Otherwise known as 28.57% of the way.
You
through
had
the
someone
games.
come in with that percentage. You did
Every
not do that
game
out there.
What's going to be interesting though is in 3 days,
Yeah.
it'll be 50%.
True.
So that means 21.43% of the games we played this weekend.
What is
game
time?
counts.
Wow.
What is time? It's all about the
game
events.
counts.
It's about the matches.
So
What is time?
This is literally the hyperbolic time chamber this week.
There's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot this week. Anyways, Immortals picked up their first win last week, so let's check in on how their team synergy is going.
Today we're going to be playing a game to see how well we know our teammates.
Who said the skill they would most like to learn is use the stock market perfectly? In parentheses.
He said Eddie? No.
No, it's John.
Oh, actually,
Who said they enjoy spending money on upgrading my life?
easy.
Ole.
Why is me?
easy?
I had Amazon packages today. You're faking that, Edward. That's you.
No, it's not.
It's okay.
You're actually so
Thank you.
ill in the
Thank you.
head.
That's
You're
the
so
information.
stupid.
That's the
You're so
information.
If you can't watch the full thing, it was actually hilarious. One of the questions was like, which one answered who would want to be on a deserted island with their future wife? It turned out to be Ole. And one of the guys were like, wait, wasn't the question which one of your teammates would you be on a deserted island with? Ole was like, no, I'm thinking ahead.
That's good stuff. And Digon also, before this, you got to chat with Mithy before their draft, which we're going to be seeing on stage soon.
Hey guys, joining me here now is head coach of Cloud9, Mithy. Last week, the big talking point was the draft and the loss to Shopify Rebellion. You've got 3 games here, starting with Immortals. What was this week's prep like based off of the performances last week?
Yeah, I mean, try to be more prepared for whatever they can throw at us. We've had a few more days in the patch, and hopefully that helps. But at the end of the day, anything can happen. It's a best of one, and no one is underestimated.
One of the things that we talked about before was learning your players' champ pools. Obviously, you've gone through multiple mid laners recently with Diplex, with MNS, and now with JoJo. How do you go about learning what's best for specific positions for your roles?
Just constant conversation. JoJo's fantastic, honestly, and it's just a matter of time before things kind of get rolling. There's just so many champions in league, and so many things to think about, maybe overthinking. So at the end of the day, whether you pick something good or you pick something bad, making it work and practicing that, it's all like a process. Whereas if we fail, it falls on me. If we do good, that's great as well. So we'll see what comes out of this weekend.
Immortals is a unique matchup to you guys because they have a comeback player candidate in Tactical who's been on the rise over the last couple of years. You have a former Cloud9 coach in Armeo at the jungle and 2 imports. What makes them a unique matchup for you guys?
Well, I mean, it's always a lot of fun to play against John, against Armeo. He did work with us last year, so I think we won spring with him. So it's always fun. I know Tactical and Blabber are also good friends, and then the new Koreans coming in, they're looking pretty good. I heard the Immortals is doing very good in scrims as well. I'm very good friends with Alex, so with Sharks, the coach. So it's just an exciting rivalry, and super pumped for the game.
First name basis here with Mithy with Immortals. Let's see how they do on the Rift. Thanks, coach.
Thank you.
Yeah, one thing that Mithy doesn't say is how much we all really know each other through esports soccer. Those 2 guys tussle all the time. Mithy, a right back. Sharks, the head coach for Immortals, a left winger. So they battle all the time.
Okay.
Yeah,
I heard
it's a lot of fun.
there were injuries?
Yeah, one of them took the other out.
Yeah, they tripped on each other, and Mithy, got a little banged up. So it's time for payback on the Rift after payback on the pitch.
Really quick before we get into the draft, let's check out the predictions for the day of games.
All right, I sent in my prediction a little bit too late, Mr. Producer Man. So
Picks from Rise?
Oh, I'm in there. No, I'm
Digon,
not
though,
spicy.
really mixing it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Immortals, okay.
Give me the scrim buck. So every team has said Immortals is the best scrim partner to have, and that Ole is a scrim god.
Yep.
I did run into Immortals earlier, though, and they said, scrims this week weren't so good. So
it's going to be the inverse this time.
Yeah, so they're going to, if they win, it'll be through something sneaky. So that's all I'm going to leave it there.
Well, we know how Ole decides his champion, right? Because he told us he just goes to
win rate, baby. Look it up. I think it was Bard. On Wednesday, I think it was Bard.
Okay, well, there it is. I mean, he loves Bard, so it works out. As they're coming in, actually, earlier today.
Where's the gag?
Yeah.
Come on, Cloud9.
They're just waving.
No, they're not a funny.
Oh, they're way too relaxed.
They're only a serious team.
Yeah.
They're ready.
They hop out of the Kia, and it's business time here for Cloud9.
Yeah, well, we're on upset watch. That's all we got from the lounge, though. Let's send it to the stage to get us into the game.
Welcome back to the LCS. It's time for week 3. It's Super Week, and it's going to be a banger. First up, we got Cloud9 going against Immortals, the top dogs, trying to stop another upset. Then it's TL versus Energy, the North American battle between Palafox and APA. They're in the mid lane. Coming up third, we got Shopify Rebellion versus Dig. 2 squads fighting for their right to climb up the standings.
standings and claim a spot in the middle of the pack. And we'll round it out with 100 versus FlyQuest in the Rookie Rumble for the last game of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Captain Flowers. I'm joined by Azael, and we're going to be taking you through these first 2 games, kicking it off with C9 versus IMT.
Damn, look at the timing on that.
Yeah,
Champ Select
like
starts up right on one. You timed it perfectly as well. I'm excited to get Super Week kicked off here. We got C9 versus IMT. C9 heavy favorites coming in, but do not let the records fool you. A lot of people have been throwing respect over towards Immortals, like Dion is saying. We actually got a chance to visit them, see some of their scrims, see how they were doing.
Yeah.
But I've been hearing from a lot of other teams that they have respect for Immortals and how they're playing in scrims as well. They think this team is better than what they have shown on stage. And there's a lot of talk about the league being much more flat than it does appear, that they think anyone could beat anyone. So it'll be interesting to see if Immortals can really come out here, be confident, and try to upset C9.
I mean, Immortals did get their first win in week 2 just this past weekend. I think they looked markedly better than their week 1 performances, but now they are up against a pretty tough task. Their Super Week assignments this week include both Cloud9 and Energy, and they're starting off with the toughest opponent here first.
I mean, Immortals beat Shopify and Shopify beat Cloud9. So
We're rock, paper, scissors.
Napkin math.
All right, rock, paper, scissors then. We'll see how it works out. We got Jace, Callista, and Maokai banned out by C9. Immortals getting rid of the Ashe and the Lucian with still 1 ban left to go before we get into it here. Quick reminder to y'all, yes, I know Smolder is out right now on terms of the live patch, what you're playing in solo queue. Smolder is still not available here in the LCS this week because of global rules around the champion.
Exactly, that is a global rule which does supersede our rules. As we all know, we are now on live patch. So we'll be having Smolder soon, but it's been a lot of fun seeing the live patch, seeing people mixing it up here. A lot of fans here for Cloud9. As expected, Karma up and available. You have to think it's going to get locked in, as Fudge giving a smile to the camera there. This champion on 14.2, incredibly strong.
Yeah.
It's a 3-way flex. You can play it top, you can play it mid, you can play it down in bot as well. So you have to expect that they're going to be grabbing it, but Immortals obviously is going to have some sort of a plan as well to deal with this, or you just simply wouldn't leave it open.
I mean, Immortals focusing more heavily into the bottom lane with their bans here in the first rotation, Lucian and the Ashe both, but still paying some respect towards JoJo and mid with that Akali, but the Ezreal is the lock-in here for Tactical. Now, let's see if they want to go ahead and lock this one in here too. The Orianna, just one of those evergreen staple picks in the mid lane. It's pretty hard to be a mid laner in League of Legends if you don't know how to play the Orianna. Is that what we want to go for here?
Yeah, we'll see. Are they going to go towards one of those scaling matchups? We're seeing a lot of quirky Azir these days as well. Those are also quite popular. I feel like if you're going Ezreal into the Orianna, you already have like a comp that wants to kind of go late, right? Already looking towards that scaling pretty heavily. Obviously, you can pick really aggressive matchups alongside that Ezreal. If you want to try to play for lane, you can play PTA. You can go a range support alongside. It does have a lot of poke. Karma is that most traditional pairing, and it's obviously already on the other side, plus his Varus. So there's a tremendous amount of lane power here from Cloud9. And now I'm just so curious, if that Varus gets locked in, what will Immortals' answer be? Do they just say, you know what, we're sacking lane and we're going to play like Bard and Roam and good luck, you're going to be farming 1v2 on the Ezreal? Or do you try to match fire with fire here and go something that can really scrap in lane, try to get aggressive in that 2v2, try to play for that 2v2 dominance?
Well, the Varus is locked in, and I've been informed by producers that Berserker is 8-1 on this pick in his LCS career. So yeah, just a shy little 88, 89% win rate to kick this one off. We'll see what Immortals have in the tank as the answer like you were talking about, but if that Rel gets locked in, okay, so now we've got multiple flex opportunities here. Rel, we know she can support, we know she can jungle. Karma can go to either solo lane or the support role. There's still a lot of questions to be answered. Varus is really the only known factor.
Exactly, it does make it really difficult. And I mean, I don't think Varus is going to be flexed, but Varus top is actually getting played some. People are playing kind of the tank Varus top and things like that. I've even seen a little bit of Varus mid, so all right. I'm expecting it almost 100% chance though to go to Berserker. I am expecting that this is going to be jungle Rel, and then I do think Karma is going to be flexed around. That's kind of my expectations, but there is chances that things will be flexed. It is in fact the Bard that it did mention, so it is going to be less about playing for lane. Bard is not a horrible laner by any means, but it is not something that you play for lane dominance. It's so much about getting those bindings, and as long as people play around not getting actually bound to a minion or whatever by the Bard, you're really not going to be losing the lane, especially if they do go for the Varus Karma or something that has a lot of that lane prio. So I do think this is going to be much more about surviving for Tactical. going to be about playing to cover dives for Armeo, and it's already going to have them somewhat on the back foot, you know, unless they have something that's really dominant as far as their jungler and top lane.
And that's what I was going to ask next is, so what do you want to see then from these last 2 picks? Immortals doesn't really have any flex in their draft that we've seen so far. All these champions go precisely one place. So with that top and jungle, do you want to see something that can play really aggressively since bottom is kind of already in this, hey, scale for late, don't worry about it attitude?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the question, right? You know, you have to wait and see. I think probably you leave your top lane pick for 5th. I do think you want some sort of primary engage. You know, the Bard can help to set things up, and then you can have Shockwave there to follow or whatever, but I don't think that's the only engage you want to rely on. So maybe some engage drafted here, you know, in the jungle for Immortals. You could do something like a Sejuani plus melee pairing up on top side if you wanted to go that angle. Trundle's been banned out, which I just think kind of helps in that regard. And as far as what your top lane pick is going to be, I think if you can get a 5th pick counter pick that really does give you prio in that lane, gives you something to play towards, at least you can play towards grubs, have the Bard leaving lane, move around, try to get grubs, try to get that top side advantage, and then maybe look to get something done on that bot side later on in the game.
All right, what's this last ban going to be? All right, the Azir. You already brought up Corki and Azir, the rise of both of their popularities throughout the meta so far here in Season 2024. And considering that Karma could still be flexed all over the place, they just want to remove the chance for Azir to be there in.
Yeah, and JoJo, 4 games, 4 different champions thus far. He has played Akali, Azir, Orianna, and Vayne. Akali, Azir, and Orianna are all gone. I don't think he's picking Vayne.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think if he picks the Vayne, Immortals are pretty happy about it. So you get rid of the 3 good ones, leave the meme.
So I think that there's going to be a 5th unique champion here now coming out for JoJo, you know, very likely. It could be that Karma mid. You know, if they're going to be throwing a lot of bans towards mid, you can just say, all right, it's going to be Karma going mid, and we'll draft something else for that Varus. So you always have to take that into consideration. It is going to be... Okay, never mind. For a second, I thought that got locked. We'll have to wait and see what they're going to go. But I am expecting it to be a jungle pick here, and then leave that 5th pick counter pick for Castle to see if they can get a really big advantage up on that top side.
I thought Castle specifically last week had way better performances than we got to see out of him in week 1. I think that he's been the element of Immortals that fans and viewers have most questioned on this roster. And so leaving this 5th pick for him, giving him a chance to shine, maybe that's the secret sauce that Immortals need.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vi would make some sense here. It gives you dive into something that's low mobility. Ivern, you know, is obviously really powerful again as far as the scaling, but you don't have a lot of proactivity at all in this draft. This really does feel like it's about 5v5. Now I'm kind of curious what the top laner is going to be. You know, are they going to draft more for lane or going to draft to just kind of complete the composition? Because if you have Bard as your only primary engage, it's not the most reliable. You know, you could try to round this out with some sort of a tank top that's going to give you engage up there, but then you're not really getting much of anything out of your 5th pick counter pick from top lane. So yeah. I'm really kind of curious to see where Immortals are going to go. Obviously, you can play Ivern plus melee carry pairings and have a strong 2v2 top, but then I have concerns about how the comp is going to function in the 5v5.
Exactly.
And it's going to be Tristana here. That should be for JoJo Pyun. So it should be that Tristana mid for JoJo, expecting this is going to be Karma down in that bot lane. Udi are going to get locked in for Fudge. So Cloud9, double marksman here. Very low as far as the magic damage goes, unless they have the Udyr building towards some of those AP builds.
Right.
Largely in the LCS, we've been seeing pretty much pure tank Udyr, which you don't really care that much about that magic damage. But there's no tank over on the Immortal side, and if they do go in towards Aatrox, which is a solid matchup into that tank Udyr, you know, they're not going to have to worry about anyone really stacking a ton of armor to deal with this double AD carry comp that C9 have drafted.
But still, the issue for Immortals, it's the same one you already mentioned. If this Aatrox gets locked, your engage
What's your go
is
button?
so incredibly limited. Yeah, Bard has to hit it, and then even then, you could end up not having the follow-up. If it's mistimed even a little bit, big problems coming out. But Immortals are willing to accept that risk. That means even more pressure on the shoulders of Ole on this Bard to set plays up for the team. Aatrox can just fly at you. Orianna walks at you. Ezreal walks the other way and shoots Q backwards. We really need to see big moments out of this Bard.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how Immortals are going to be able to play this out. You know, you look over at the other side, Cloud9 have good forms of primary engage as well as follow-up. You know, things like that Rel flashing in for the engage, the Varus ult there to follow. But they also have really good disengage. If Immortals are going to be popping those cooldowns early, trying to actually force in and get into the backline, Buster Shot for disengage. You have the Udyr running in and slowing people down and mixing it up. You have Karma speeds with that Mantra E for the entire team to be able to kind of kite out, disengage that initial fight, wait out things like the Aatrox ult, wait out things like that initial Bard engage, and then be able to re-engage and try to chase down after that. So I think Cloud9 definitely have the easier comp to play out here. They are the favorites on the day, but we'll have to see if Immortals can either get massive early game advantages to really snowball that, or just simply outplay in the 5v5s.
So we've already talked about how bot lane, the Ezreal and the Bard are not going to try to stand and go toe-to-toe with Varus and Karma. It's more about surviving, rotating Olay around. You mentioned how the Aatrox is a good matchup into that top lane tank Udyr. Where do you want to see the junglers put their focus in this game for either side?
I mean, it's going to be a bit of a tough question. I do think that Blabber has a lot more options here, you know, as he has more kind of primary engage. He can try to find some plays, you know, up on top side. You could run down someone like that Aatrox. I think for Armeo, when you're playing a lot of these lanes that are kind of losing lanes, and when you're playing more heavily to scale, his job is going to be able to more try to cover where Blabber is going, right? Try to anticipate where the rel is going to be, look for counter ganks, because I do think if the Ivern absorbs that engage, shows up all of a sudden, you know, Blabber flashes in, and all of a sudden Ivern steps out of the bush and shields you, you can turn around those fights, you can maybe win some of those skirmishes. We'll have to see if he's going to be able to do it, though. It is worth noting, Vulcan 6-2 in his career on the Karma, so good stats on that Karma, and I do always think that Karma really works well with these double AD carry comps. Things like the Ardent Sensor become that much more valuable because you can AoE apply them to your team, you know, get that additional attack speed for the whole squad, so it's going to be an interesting one.
Having a guy who just wants to run at people in Udyr, also loving those AoE mantras, keeping him hasted up, being even more of a threat on top of some of those targets. Because you already mentioned, on the side of Immortals, there's no real true tank, right? Like, yeah, you can build some bruiser items on Aatrox or whatever, but traditionally that counter of,
He's not going Randuin's Frozen Heart, though.
Right, it's not happening. So that traditional, oh, well, if they lock in double AD carry, we have the advantage of, if we can keep them behind early, our tank stats are still going to outpace their damage. Not really there so much. I think if Immortals start to fall behind in this game with their lack of engage and their lack of general beefiness, things are going to be nigh unplayable.
Yeah, it's going to get really, really hard. You know, a lot of pressure on Olay to be able to find those picks. Of course, Armeo can be fishing for Qs with the Ivern as well, but it's not the most reliable of engage whatsoever.
Yeah,
so you're not expecting to catch too many people. But that being said, you can play with low engage if you're winning early. If you're first to the objectives, they're having to check into you, trying to be the ones walking into your team. Then that can become very difficult as you're getting poked down by the Ezreal. You're having to walk through the Orianna ball. You're having to deal with Daisy as you're trying to get through these choke points. Things like that can become really strong. We'll see, you know, if Immortals are going to be able to put themselves in that position to succeed here, though. It's going to be a fun one.
Especially with Ivern having the Brushmaker, you can create those situations where it's even more difficult than usual to have to check into that blindness, check into the fog. Here we go. Cloud9 versus Immortals to kick off Super Week. Last week, it was both of these teams' stories being told by Shopify Rebellion. Immortals getting their first win against Shopify. Cloud9 giving up their first loss against that squad. We'll see which one of them comes out on top here today. Thank you, Mr. Shopkeeper. I appreciate this. You are watching the LCS, and C9 is grouped up 5 in the bottom lane.
Yeah, 5 bot. They want to play 4 prio in this lane so heavily, so they want to secure a ward very likely down in this bot lane, or at the very least make sure that there's no defensive ward placed by Immortals to be able to clear that out. So Tactical sees that they are moving up. He is playing as far back as he possibly can. It is worth noting some of the runes here, as his double comment for C9's bot lane, obviously playing very heavily towards that. Jojo Pian does go fleet to try to deal with this mid lane poke that is going to be coming in from the Orianna. He's also on Resolve secondary, so, you know, very kind of defensive rune setup for him. Yeah. It's also worth noting that Armeo is going to be playing Glacial Augment, so he is looking for those slows that are going to be coming out if you can connect with a Q. I think it also procs off of Daisy's knockup as well. So, you know, you do have a little bit more of an ability to kind of slow people down, potentially chase them down or kite them out.
And I'm really looking forward to this jungle matchup, not just because we've already talked about how both of them can have very important roles to play in this game, but if you look at Armeo's career timeline here, remember, you can see right there in 2023, he was a coach on Cloud9. He's worked with Blabber before. Having these two go head-to-head, especially when they've both been around for quite a while now. You can see this go all the way back to Echo Fox here with 2017. Like, there's a potential for both of these guys to play some mind games.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Armeo has been around for quite a while, but it hasn't been, you know, smooth sailing always for him. You know, he started up in the LCS, went down to Academy, became a coach for a little bit, back in Academy, up to LCS. So, you know, he has been bouncing around. He really has been trying to prove himself. And I feel like if there's one jungler that I would think he's trying to model his game after, it really is Blabber. You know, Armeo is a guy that really does focus on farm, as Blabber does. But I think he has struggled to kind of find the same types of angles that Blabber does to really allow him to facilitate that playstyle. Yeah. Because while Blabber focuses on farm, he also still has incredibly high K+A. He's finding ganks even though he's farming all his camps. And really, you know, it's about finding those perfect windows on when to skip a camp, when you can drop some CS to be able to make something happen for your team. Otherwise, you kind of just become a little bit useless if you're not finding any angles and you're just farming.
It's not only about speed, the efficiency is equally as important. You've still got to have some presence, some pressure. You can see here a comparison of the stats between the two of them. Blabber significantly higher in KDA. CSD at 14, like you're already saying, they're both big farmers, but still, it's Blabber coming out on top. Exactly.
That's the biggest difference, right? You know, Blabber getting double the amount of K+A. You know, Armeo down, you know, 8th out of 8 junglers obviously right now, so it hasn't really been able to find a lot of early action. Of course, it is a team game. You know, if your laners are doing worse, it's harder to make things happen as well. But that is, I think, an area for improvement for him that he's really going to be looking for. I'm going to be so interested to track this bot lane because, you know, we've talked about it. We're not showing the lower third this week. We have shown it a number of times. When Tactical is down on farm, Immortals doesn't win. Like when he is down at 14, they have a 0% win rate. They only ever win when he's actually ahead in the bot lane. You know, he really has been kind of the main carry threat for this team, you know, throughout last year and this year. So, you know, that is the big thing that they are looking for. But when you're going up against Cloud9's bot lane that is so powerful and that has this really strong 2v2 matchup, you've got to wonder, can he get himself into that position to succeed? And you can see already he's down 11 CS, 10 CS now down on that bot side. There may be a couple to actually pick up for Tactical, but they're going to be getting pushed in. They're going to be getting poked away at. And it's going to make it tough for Tactical to succeed, especially when you see Berserkers going lethality builds, who already has that early threaded Dirk, which is so powerful in this season. You know, you have double Comet, you have Ignite on the Karma. Things are going to be tough.
Well, Ole already starting to try to roam around. We've been talking about how this is the reason you pick the Bard. This is what you want to do. Roam around, influence the lanes, mess with the enemy jungler, and especially how you're mentioning Tactical being behind. This is your expectation, locking in the champions you did in the draft. So they're saying, all right, we know the Tactical, when he's ahead, that's generally our best chance. But if we're setting him behind, again, I have to highlight this pressure on Ole to make something happen in the trade-off.
And look how Armeo is playing. He really is saying, okay, I don't have a camp up right now. I'm just going to be hovering Mask. He already went mid once, just throws a shield on Mask. Mask steps forward, pokes Jojo out. Jojo TP's back. And, you know, he's trying to make sure he's covering his mid laner as much as possible. Clearly, he's most worried about Blabber attacking Mask out of his lanes for now. Yeah. So, you know, that is where he's going to be spending his time hovering. You can see Jojo, though, already has an early null magic mantle. Whether he's actually going to go towards Hexdrinker and be that defensive or not, I'm not sure. But it is AP, you know, in the mid lane and AP in the jungle. So it's all going to be magic damage that is attacking him. Yeah. Even the Bard, if he roams up, also magic damage. So getting some early MR is going to allow him to kind of farm comfortably. I already touched on the rune setup for him. It is very defensive. So clearly Jojo is just looking to farm to scale and make sure he's not getting poked out of these lanes because they're playing more heavily for an aggressive bot lane. They're playing more heavily to get dominance down there.
And I really like these adaptations from players when you do find yourself in a situation like you described where, okay, pretty much all relevant damage against me will be magic-based. Let's stop off for a Hexdrinker. Yeah, 1,300 gold. I don't want to have to spend it, but whatever. Let's just get that in there and guarantee nothing can knock the wheels off here in mid lane while we keep things running in bottom. According to that plan, according to keeping Tactical behind, and now it's Blabber who can immediately start up those grubs as Armeo is once again back in the mid lane, throws out the root collar, but it goes wide, so Jojo can just walk this one off. He knows right where Armeo is. Rel is one of the best champions in the game at doing the grubs. Blabber should be able to finish these off pretty effectively, pretty easily. Just waiting on the cooldowns there. Shattering Strike as Ole is dropped down to 200 HP. Things are going from difficult to more difficult here in the bottom lane as C9 just keeps the pressure going. All of the grubs immediately locked in there, and Blabber is feeling good about it. C9 up 500 gold and the first 3 objectives.
Yeah, it is looking really good. And second plate gonna fall here already, 6.5 minutes in, as their bot lane has just been permanently pushed in. You can see Blabber, the reason he wasn't auto-attacking the grubs, he's holding for his abilities to come back up so he can kill them all at the same time so they don't re-shield, you know, slowing down that overall clear time. So smart stuff from him. Also, we're checking in on Fudge, who has rushed the Oblivion Orb, so is going to be going at least some AP and wants to have that healing reduction here against Castle. that is playing the Aatrox, obviously pretty reliant on that healing. You know, a lot of it just kind of built into the kit with the ultimate, with Conquer, with that passive auto as well. So we'll have to kind of track that and see how effective it is throughout the game.
Exactly. That's what I want to do, because every time Oblivion Orb gets built as a first item, you always see all the tweets about it, because how much is it actually doing? I will tell you right now, it has reduced 45 healing and 28 regeneration.
Yeah.
Grand total of 73. So
it's not a lot, but it is, you know, very early on in the game. We'll see if it does end up being effective or not. But either way, I was going to say it led me to believe that he's going to be building at least a little bit of AP, but he does obviously pick up the Chain Vest right thereafter. So it might just be the Oblivion Orb into, you know, a tank item and then back into Leandries or something. I do think you can kind of think about Udyr similar to how we would see Maokai players build. When they are solo AP, I think it makes more sense to be building additional AP because you really can get some benefit out of that, right? You know, the Unleashed Phoenix, that ulti Phoenix basically, is very, very powerful. And if you have Leandries or something on top of that, it can be really threatening.
At the same time, I do see a lot of value in getting the early armor, especially seeing the Brutalizer in the Aatrox inventory. You know he's going to be going for a more aggressive lethality build. Similar sort of mindset to what we were talking about earlier with JoJo. If you know that it's all about the bottom lane, if you know that it's just about the pressure exerted through Berserker and Vulcan, it happened already last week, but I still get surprised by the dragon roaring.
I know you were so surprised last week. It has done it every time. I'm pretty sure we've had a dragon this whole season.
Well, I still get surprised by it, all right? The dragon is...
You and Kobe last week, or your guys are like, whoa! You know, I was like, have they not heard it?
Maybe we don't have the greatest attention span on these things, but when we do pay attention, it's scary, all right?
True,
so
it's
anyway.
fair. It's really cool in studio, actually, as well.
Yeah.
It's a whole big graphic thing every time the dragon is taken. It looks sick.
But we do have the lethality Aatrox up there. We do have C9 just saying, okay, we can play it safe enough in solo lanes. Bottom lane, still up to that over 2-wave advantage. Still just working towards getting Berserker the first big lethality item. And the pressure keeps mounting here on this bot lane tier 1 turret.
Yeah, and while it is annoying, you know, for JoJo that Armeo has walked through mid lane, what, 3-4 times at this point? You know, he does get a little bit of chip on him every single time. You know, just kind of shields up Mass steps forward, gets that trade down. Olay gonna have to portal out to safety. It is the Merc Treads that he did go for. So wants to prevent, you know, the CC, any sort of lockdown. He's more worried about that, wants the move speed. Armeo just constantly crossing back and forth. You know, he marks his camp, crosses the other side, marks another camp, walks through mid, rinse and repeat, trying to be as annoying as possible. But at the end of the day, it's a 1 CS advantage for Mask with Armeo having walked through mid, you know, 4+ times. So, you know, JoJo's actually still ahead on gold, and 3 plates have been taken down on bot side. It's a significant CS advantage down there. Top side going well for Fudge also. I mean, Udyr is just such a strong early laner that even some of these kind of tank matchups where you're like, oh, well, this is a pretty good matchup, like the Aatrox, often the Udyr just kind of ends up ahead in farm regardless because he just has so much early laning power.
Well, still about 1,000 gold lead here for C9. We've got 10 seconds
from farm
until the second set of grubs spawns. You can already see both junglers heading towards that area. The on my way ping there in blue shows the Cloud9 has this as the plan. And right now, they've also got push in both solo lanes. This is setting up a very favorable map state for them to just be able to force this objective and put themselves in a full 6 grub take.
I mean, I think there's just no real way that they're going to be able to contest this. I think they're a little bit too late, but we'll see if they can get there in time to do something. Armeo is trying to go in, but they're all gone.
Already secured. The power of the Rel and the Udyr just burning them away. Immortals recognized they wanted to try to get in there, but like I said, the map state, man, it was just too Cloud9 favored.
Absolutely. It was really Cloud9 favored. They have double pushing solo lanes. Vulcan made the rotation faster than Olay as well. So even though Armeo does go in, he's probably going to steal away the Raptors, maybe look for some sort of an angle on JoJo. It'd be a difficult kill to get. JoJo already paying respect, has been backing off. And let's be honest, JoJo is used to getting camped, right? Like when he played last year on EG, the strategy became send everyone mid at all times. The top laner would be coming mid and flashing on him. The jungler would be constantly there. The bot laners would be roaming up. But the difference is, the rest of his laners are so strong this time. If you're going to commit all those resources to JoJo, the rest of the map just kind of wins, right? And that is the advantage that he has being on this squad, is that you have these really powerful players around you to punish your opponents when they are spending all those resources towards mid. So JoJo can kind of comfortably play defensive. Sure, I'm going to be down a little bit of farm, but who cares? It's not really going to matter. He's building more defensive. He's playing more defensive, knowing that the other players on his team are getting ahead, are securing those advantages. And it's a 1K gold lead purely through farm. It is 6 scrubs. It's the first dragon as well. So Cloud9, really dictating the pace here.
And you can see in the inventories, the Sheen being completed for Fudge tells me that we're looking at an Iceborne Gauntlet. First item here for the Udyr to answer the Profane Hydra on the Aatrox. You and I were talking a little bit about this item yesterday and how powerful the burst is on it. This thing can very easily catch you off guard.
Exactly. They call it the execute damage or whatever. When you're into the execute range, you do get that bonus damage, but you only have to have them below 50% health. So it's very easy to chunk someone to 50% and pretty much always get the bonus damage with the active. So it has become very, very popular. You know, it is a powerful item, not only for the wave clear, but also for that burst damage. And now with 6 grubs here, this just gets harder and harder to defend. The Void Knight's going to be spawning out from both players. We are down to only 1 plate remaining, and there is still a minute and a half for them to kill it. So unless there's some sort of a big explosive play from Immortals on this bot side and they kill off the bot lane, they're losing all 5 plates bot, 3-14. And that is going to be so tough because Berserker is going to be accelerated a ridiculous amount.
You look at this bot lane state of play here, and it's just a game of dodgeball, but only one team gets the ball.
God.
There's just constantly pelting them with skill shots. Arrow after inner flame after arrow after inner flame, and kaboom, there it is. 2,000 team gold lead for C9, but 1,400 of it is on Berserker and his Varus.
I mean, it was so one-sided down in that bot lane, and especially with the grubs, that Vulcan knew he didn't even have to stay in range, and he's not going to share the gold. He gave all that solo gold for first tower and that 5th plate, all goes onto Berserker, so 5 plates, solo gold on first tower. He does not only have that Ghost Blade, he has the Ghost Blade completed, tier 2 boots, another serrated Dirk, and he's stacking his tier. This is going to be ridiculously hard for them to deal with. Immortals know they need to get some sort of way into this game, so they are going to be starting up this dragon, and it is going to be their dragon to take, but it's likely going to be at the cost of at least a couple of plates going up the top side, because there's still 30 seconds, and this is a 6 grub team that is going to be working away on this tower. So I think they could get at least 2 plates on top side before anyone can really get up there and respond. Jojo in trouble potentially.
Jojo's stuck in a stasis, tries to jump away. Shockwave still hits him. Immortals trying. They don't have the damage just quite, but over the top, the true shot barrage gets first blood for Tactical.
Yeah, they get that first blood. It is 3 plates, in fact, that go down on top side, though, so they do get the kill, but Blabber's going in.
Blabber ready to lead the charge. Overlay's locked down by the chains of corruption. Vulcan here on the front line. Tactical needs a little bit more DPS. Shifting forward, needs one more Mystic shot, but he ain't gonna find it. Blabber and Berserker body blocking the skill shots. Armeo and Ole still looking to get Tactical out of trouble. C9 won't lose any bodies just yet. Meanwhile, down in the bot lane, we had a 1v1 Fudge versus Castle. It was the TP from Castle going down there to answer the split push of Fudge.
It was actually Castle trying to TP up to the top side, and Fudge canceled the TP, so that was critical there. That's what allowed C9 to look for the re-engage, as Castle was trying to TP up, make it a 4v3 fight. Fudge found him, stuns him up, stops the play there. Denying that meant that Cloud9 could turn around, try to trade some things back. At the very least, they do force them off the Rift Herald here, so it's not going to be an immediate Rift Herald on spawn. Immortals know we need to get objectives. We need to be the ones first to the scene. So they are playing heavily towards that. They're showing up. They're going to be starting up this Herald, and we'll see if they can secure it. Blabber's in the area. Jojo's pushing out mid, and they have Berserker top. And the TP's available from Fudge, but it looks like the call is just to let it go because they know there's no TP from Castle to answer. So bot lane tower is going to go down a lot faster than you would think because that is a Sheen on the Udyr, and he does have those 6 grubs adding it. So even some of these slower champions at knocking down towers can do it pretty damn fast with the added true damage and those Void Mites.
I'm happy to see Immortals going after something, though. The way that the first 14 minutes of the game was paced with that bottom lane turret just getting destroyed so quickly, with Berserker being so accelerated compared to the average state of the game, Immortals could not just sit there and allow themselves to scale up to 3 items.
Yeah.
They went for the trade with Dragon. Yes, you're going to lose some plates, but you had to go for something. They forced the play on the Herald. They say, all right, if we have to yield tier 2, we have to yield tier 2. The fact that they're at least making a call and sticking with it is what I want to see from a team that needs to start figuring out their identity and figuring out how they put together wins.
Exactly. You have to be decisive, right? You know, even the hard commitment to Jojo to get that kill. But let's not kid ourselves. C9, even though they have no kills, are massively ahead in this game. They're playing from a really comfortable spot. Immortal's going to drop the Herald here in mid. Is anyone going to hop in? No. No one's going to hop inside, so you're not going to get the Void Might spawn on the Crash, but they do get a tier 1 back. Not going to need it, as you say. Wouldn't have really made a difference there either way. They do have some items coming through really across the board now. The first major items are coming through. Luden's Companion is done. Moonstone Renewer, we already have that Profane Hydra as well as the Essence Reaver done as well. And it's looking like probably Trailblazer, I'm assuming, for Olay. That is very meta for the Bard, and it's really strong getting that additional move speed for the whole squad, moving around the map, trying to find those picks because they have to continue to stay active or Cloud9 will just kind of simply bleed them out.
Very, very tricky game to play when you're up against Berserker now having 2 completed lethality items. He has the Ghost Blade for the extra mobility. He has the Serpent's Fang for reducing the power of the shielding.
Ori and Ivern.
Yeah, that's just so much shield. So I like the fact that we're seeing what we're seeing from him. Disengage there from JoJo, just making sure that Immortals and Mask don't try anything else on him.
Exactly. He knew more were coming because he had that ward up by Tri. The ward in the Tri Brush is disabled by Pink, but he had another ward behind it, so he knew that people were going to be coming in, and he just wants to early disengage. And C9, again, just going to make that cross-map play. Everyone's attacking JoJo. He's died once this game, and he's just a little bit behind on farm, but they're getting a tier 2 on the bot side for it. They're going to take away these camps as well. So JoJo playing it safe. This is always kind of one of those criticisms of him was, he dies too much in side lane. He has these silly deaths, but he is playing a very disciplined game while really being the focus of all of Immortals' attention through this first 17 minutes.
I mean, if it's not always up to you who they're going to target, right?
Yeah.
Like, even if you're playing something super safe like Tristana, all 5 enemy guys can decide they are going to dogpile you for the entire game. And so being able to drop the ego, play safe, yield what you have to, when you've got a squad like the rest of C9, that's the winning game plan. Mask now trying to put the last little bit of damage here into the turret. Wanted to try to let it execute that cannon minion if he could, but with Fudge rapidly approaching, he just puts the last auto attacks in, gets the objective. Still a little bit over a 2,000 gold lead here for Cloud9 in this one. As you can see, the next objective that Drake is going to spawn in about 20 seconds. Baron still about 2 minutes away as Daisy is summoned up in the mid lane. Immortal stuck underneath the tier 1 turret for now as C9 establishes vision in the bot side river.
So we can check in on the Oblivion Orb. We'll call laning phase done.
Yeah.
324 healing reduced and 118 regen reduced.
Okay, so about 450 combined.
Yeah, about 450 or so. So not horrible, not obviously doing too much. Maybe it'll get something done throughout the rest of the game. It's a pretty cheap component. He didn't fully commit into the rest of it, and he's clearly not going for full AP or anything out of that. It is just the bombies, so working in towards either the MR Sunfire basically, or obviously just like a regular Sunfire cape. So we'll see which he does want to go for.
Hollow Radiance. I remember that name all the time because it sounds like something out of Dark Souls. I just call it Dark Souls.
I really liked, you called it Moonfire Cape, and now that's just, that's all I can think of. Oh, he just stole that.
Whoa! Hold on, we were joking about a cape. I completely missed the True Shot Barrage. Nicely done from Tactical. Sometimes you just get a little bit too comfortable thinking, oh yeah, we have to have this secured. Immortals, hey, they're happy to take that, man.
Moonfire Cape is really exciting. People are cheering for that.
Well, hey, Tactical, you're happy to take that one. This is the guy.
That's actually pretty big.
He's got the 1 kill of the game so far. Let's take another look at how it went down. Blabber just farming this up. If the summoner spells in the replay,
they are correct on the left, so he does have his smite. Did he just not use it?
Oh, he just smote early.
Oh, his Q damage didn't connect, right? Because he was trying to go for the
Q smite
with the Q smite, but his Q didn't go through, so a little bit of a mistiming there from Blabber. Maybe got a bit nervous when he saw that True Shot Barrage flying it over top. Sometimes you can panic a little bit there, and that smite went in a little bit early. The Q damage had not connected from what I saw. May have been enough to actually kill because you do have really good secure on Rel because of that bonus damage that's actually coming through from your the EQ, plus your your passive and everything. So a lot of damage that does come down, but obviously nice steal there from Tactical.
That's why I always like to see players, if you've got a global like an Ezreal ulti, just shoot it off and try to steal the thing. Yeah, you've got a very low chance of it working if the jungler has smite, but sometimes he'll miss. Yeah. Sometimes he won't combo the skills together correctly, and hey, it's worth it during that time.
Tactical almost stealing away the Gromp from him as well.
Oh, insult to injury.
That's actually, okay, this guy's hacking.
Can't lose.
What's going on here?
Dragon, all right, yeah. People fight over dragons. That's
Scuttle.
a real thing.
That's where we draw the line.
Right, yeah. We can't be losing Scuttles, can't be losing Gromps.
Yeah.
The gold lead has pretty much frozen in time. We haven't really changed the state of the game too much since the last time we checked in. 21 minutes into the game now, and only a single kill. We've been having a lot of farming.
We have been having a lot of farming, and I will say, for Immortals, they got to be pretty happy about this. The gold lead has not really been extending. The fact that they actually stole away that dragon, it's not like Cloud9 is anywhere even remotely close to forcing any sort of a soul wing condition or anything like that. So they got to be feeling pretty good, but they're looking for Castle.
Castle trying to get away from this one with the flash. Blabber's collapse is not going to find him here, but hey, who needs the Aatrox when you can just hard force the tier 2? That'll boost C9 up to a 3,000 gold lead.
And we do have to touch on the fact that C9, they obviously did lose last weekend. They had that kind of surprising result to Shopify. But the reality is C9 has been pretty good at actually bouncing back. You look at this since spring 2022. After a loss, 17-5 is their record. Of course, their overall record is also just good.
Really good,
right. So, but it is kind of one of those things where when a top team loses, you often don't want to be the next person to actually play them, right? Because they're really going to be like, all right, guys, no more trolling. Time to take it serious. Time to really buckle down. But Immortals hanging in there pretty damn well.
I mean, unless I'm sorely mistaken, there's still never been a perfect season in the regular season of LCS. And we've had some really strong teams in multiple different splits, but it's just so easy to get confident, to let that ego go a little bit too far and get caught off guard by someone. But as soon as it happens once, man, as soon as it happens once, coach comes in, goes, what the hell was that? Everybody has to wake up a little bit, keep your eyes open. And C9, I think that they're not willing to let that happen again. I think that they're doing their diligence on this one, still about that 2,000 gold lead that it has been for a while, and I fully agree with you. If you're Immortals, you're happy with that, all right? When that first turret fell down there in bottom lane, when Berserker took it, when plates were still up, that shot him up to this 2,000 gold lead, and that's where it's been ever since. From 13 minutes to 23 minutes, the game state has not really evolved too much.
And you can look over at Ivern. Obviously, he's going for that support itemization, but Ivern's doing the exact same thing, right? He is doing tank support itemization, but he's got to lock it. There's lots of AoE damage that is going to be coming through from Ezreal, from Shockwave, etc. He also does have that Knight's Vow, and that's going to be strapped in over on Jojo, who's got 2 items completed. Berserker, obviously, with the cheaper itemization, he has 3 items done here already, so he's going to be looking pretty damn strong. Trailblazer finally coming through now for Olay, so continuing to move around the map, look for picks. We'll see if he can find anything, but it doesn't feel so clear-cut anymore. In the first 10 minutes of the game, it felt like, okay, well, this is going to be a Cloud9 stomp. Yeah. But as you say, the gold lead is not extending. If Immortals get this next dragon, you start to think, hey, maybe they could actually do it. Maybe they can actually upset them.
Yeah. Fudge going to take some poke here from Tactical. He is very tanky now. He did complete the Hollow Radiance like we were talking about, that Moonfire Cape. This is also very good for split pushing too. The explosion on minion kill, I feel like, is just such an effective pushing tool as the shots get traded back and forth here in mid. Armeo happy to just throw up brushes, shield these guys, try to allow the rest of the team to shoot out some poke. Tactical in particular. Berserker's going to be found by the Bard here. Shockwave pulls him in, but the follow-up isn't there to kill him in time. Berserker forced to use the heal to get himself away as Immortals still continues pushing forward. It's a magical journey looking for Jojo Pyun. He disengages in time, flashing away from the root collar to guarantee his escape. It's both of the carries on Cloud9 under pressure, but both surviving as Immortals launch their attack, but they still don't manage to find any kills from it just yet.
But the dragon is up and they can go over towards it, and now it's pretty difficult for Cloud9 to actually contest. Some great plays there from Olay. He finds the initial pick. With that ult, he forces out the heal, then a good portal over the wall, gets that flash from Jojo. His binding couldn't quite connect. It was a bit of a difficult angle as he was trying to, really kind of bend it to lock in against that Baron pit. Yeah. Couldn't get it, but then that Swirl Seed comes out from Armeo, forces the flash. Armeo now working over on this dragon. It's going to be a 3rd dragon here for Immortals, and it's going to be them moving towards Mountain Soul, which would make things a lot more difficult for that Cloud9 team.
The steal from Tactical early might just end up having a much greater impact than we expected when it first went down. Good looks from Immortals there in the mid lane. Even though they didn't find a kill, I like the fact that they were looking for it. They trust in Olay to hit the ulti. He does. Berserker and the rest of C9 then have to go into immediate defense mode. And Immortals are not just going to go quietly on this one. They're ready to put up a fight. C9 still at about a 2,500 gold lead. And we talk about the game state staying the same with like the 2,000 gold lead. But remember that an equal gold lead means less and less as time marches on.
And Ezreal is one of these champions that can take over a game, that can really dominate in these skirmishes, especially with Ivern behind you, with Exhaust on the Bard, with Cleanse on the Ezreal. Cloud9, though, threatening that they could be over on the Baron, obviously making things a little bit nerve-wracking for Immortals. Yeah. And constantly throwing that poke in onto Tactical. But he's going to be looking to step forward, looking to be aggressive, because they don't have hard engage. So he's got to find angles to get poke, to be able to chip and prod when he gets those shields, to really make things happen for the team, right? Because there's not just sitting around and waiting for that Sejuani. You need to chunk people out. You need to make things happen. So it puts a lot of pressure on him. But I think that is something that he can make happen. We've seen him be able to carry games for this team over the last year or so. So we'll see if he can do it today. It would be a massive win for Immortals if they can make it happen. And it would be a bit of a shock for Cloud9, this team that has come in unanimously power ranked #1 pretty much against Immortals, who are basically unanimously power ranked #8 in the league. If you lose that after dropping to Shopify, people are going to start having some questions. You know, the Shopify game, people are willing to say, it's just a blip on the radar. Maybe they shouldn't have picked Vayne mid, this or that. Oh, bot lane dive went bad. But the reality is, you drop that other game, they're not going to be overlooking it.
Ooh, Tactical immediately having a cleanse there as Blabber hit him with the shattering strike over the wall, but now Blabber's in danger, locked up by the root collar, finds a stunner to Ole, but now ready to disengage. Castle coming in over the wall. Jojo and Blabber both going to be stuck together. They disengage. They can escape the binding in time. Tactical so low. Immortals do not want to chase this any further, but Jojo and Blabber also getting bound up like that. Blabber with no flash available to use means C9 is also not feeling particularly strong.
Exactly. It's also the TP coming off of Fudge, plus that flash from Blabber, obviously he used to engage, so they do get the cleanse off Tactical, but at the end of the day, you got that TP back, you got that flash back, so Immortals going to be feeling okay about it as long as Tactical can stay safe until the cleanse comes back up, because that is going to be the question, because if you get hit by a Verisalt or something like that, he's going to instantly die, and then Cloud9 can maybe take that Baron and really try to close this game out. But until then, it is just Immortals waiting towards this next dragon, trying to get that Mountain Soul, and it's Cloud9 trying to find windows, because they have been very passive. I think felt that they would maybe be able to just capitalize on mistakes or maybe just outscale. But Immortals have never really kind of exposed themselves to give up that death blow to Cloud9 that they've been looking for.
And you look at the items on Castle, who, I mean, both top laners still 0, 0, and 0 throughout this game. We still only have the one kill on the board in 28 minutes. But Castle's got 2.5 lethality items, with the half of the third one being the Brutalizer completed. This Aatrox, if he can hit one of the non-frontliners, right? If you can get that lockdown from the Bard on Tristana or Varus or Karma, and Aatrox is ready to follow it up with some iteration of Q afterwards, this guy's gonna hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of damage in the kit for sure. It's also worth noting that it is going to be the Blood Song for Ole, so he wants that exposed weakness, the additional damage that can come through, you know, on the Spellblade hit. So he's prioritizing that. You're trying to find someone with the ult, hit them with the Q, get the auto out for that bonus damage with the Sheen proc, and also amplifying the damage of your teammates. You know, quietly, Orianna's on 3 items now, right? You know, there's a farm bounty on Mask. He has 0 kills, but he's on those 3 items. These guys are getting really, really strong, and it's going to be all down to execution at this point in the game. It's also worth noting that when you're playing Lethality Varus, that is much weaker against the Mountain Soul, against the flat armor that you're going to be getting from getting these individual dragons. That does kind of hurt his ability to really poke people down in this game.
With Shojin completed as the 3rd full item for Tactical's Ezreal, the Q cooldown is now 2.43 seconds, and on hit, it reduces all cooldowns by 1.5. So as long as he is hitting these on anything, even if it's just these frontline guys that it doesn't do significant damage to, you're shooting off a Q every second.
Yep.
Lots of damage potential there if Tactical is on point with his aim.
Yeah, you just have to be constantly dodging out on those. It becomes very difficult and kind of even mentally taxing a little bit to have to deal with that Mask. Knows Jojo is going to make that move over towards top lane, so Mask is kind of just zoning him out and trying to get damage down, but Jojo's going to go in.
Jojo wants Mask. Here with the 1v1. Mask drops the shockwave, has to flash back over the wall, but Jojo's ready to follow. Here with the rocket jump. Mask continues getting away back to his team. Redemption's going to be called down, but it does not connect with the heal on top of the mid laner. Now Jojo's in trouble. Counterattack coming in from Blabber as Castle is locked down on the front line, but he's kept alive by the stasis coming out from Ole. Berserker picks him up with a piercing arrow as Ole runs. C9 has found themselves a fight, and off the back of Jojo's engage.
Yeah, Jojo finds that window onto Mask. Forcing out the shockwave was massive because it meant Cloud9 can all pile in for the team fight. They don't have to worry about that big ultimate coming out from the Orianna. He survives. Berserker has the perfect timing out of that stasis with his piercing arrow onto the Aatrox, so they're going to be able to grab a dragon off the back of this. Immortals just going to TP straight back towards top, try to look to try to push in for this tier 2. They know they can't actually stop the dragon, so they're going to see what else they can get. But Cloud9 deflects the attempt at the soul. The gold still just about that 2K mark here. Cloud9 with 1 kill, 30 minutes into the game. This is not how anyone thought it was going to look up against Immortals. People would have thought this would be a stomp. You got to put some respect on Immortals' name. They are making Cloud9 work for it, and they are still in this game. They absolutely could come away with the win.
3-0. 30 minutes is how long it took for Cloud9 to get a single kill. That is insane in this game, man. Still 2,000 gold, like you said. 3-2 in the Drake counter. So the next one, we either get the soul for Immortals, the underdog in this matchup by a mile, or we go to a 3 versus 3, next Dragon, total fiesta, multiply the total game kills by 500% type of a showdown.
Yeah, I mean, that could even happen at this next one. Blabber looking for an angle here, does have a flash, but I think the team is not close enough for him to look for that flash engage at this point. And with Fudge down on this bottom side, Cloud9 really just want to make sure that Immortals don't set up that Baron, but they need to not get caught themselves here. As you can see, Olay just using that Trailblazer speed.
Mass gonna get caught now, though. The immediate engage from Blabber with a lockdown there for the Magnet Storm, and now with the explosive shot of the Buster Shot, Mass gonna be shielded. He barely gets himself away. Fudge looking for a flank, but he ain't gonna find it. Olay trying to keep him peeled off as Tactical provides covering fire. Fudge once again disengaging back towards C9, back towards Berserker, back towards the Varus. C9 wanted to regroup. Castle steps forward. JoJo is caught in the middle of the rocket jump. Castle with a Q1. Castle with a Q2. No damage enough just yet, but it's Tactical with a Mystic shot right through JoJo's heart. C9 have lost their mid laner, and Immortals are heading up into the topside river. Fudge, Berserker, and Vulcan all still at full HP, all still ready to fight. Tactical's here on the front line as he shifts back away, but a piercing arrow finds his destination. Immortals, without the health to continue, will not take the objective.
Yeah, they were considering going over to that Baron, starting out, but the poke on the Tactical is going to dissuade them. Both top leaders used their TP in that exchange. How good has Olay been this game, though? I feel like he has really been so pivotal for the team. Great with the ultimates. Catches JoJo mid-rocket jump, which is the disaster scenario because it cancels your rocket jump, takes the cooldown. He had no flash and no way to stack up the E to get out after this one. This is just really good stuff here. Look at that ward down below, and he placed that ward, I believe, earlier himself as he was actually chasing after JoJo. So kind of the self alley-oop there. Then Castle comes in over the wall, Tactical timing his ult out as well. Blabber even using the locket, trying to keep him alive, but not able to do it. Olay in trouble.
Oh no, I think you might have just cast or cursed him, Azael. It has been such a good performance from Olay throughout the game.
My bad,
but
Olay.
now being caught out in the topside river, this is massive. We have already said so many times throughout this game ever since draft, that's really your only engage mechanism. C9 feels so confident now to start this Baron up as the rest of Immortals make their approach. Fudge and Vulcan here on the front line. They're going to try to soak the pressure. Daisy's coming in to play the fifth man as Blabber goes over the wall with the Magnet Storm. They find Armeo, they take him down. Blabber and Fudge here on the front line. Blabber's going to drop now too. It's a 4v3. Fudge, JoJo, and the rest of C9 trying to keep Immortals away. Berserker is dropped low from the True Shot barrage, but the fight is already done. For Immortals, I think you're going to call that a win. Both junglers drop dead, and C9 doesn't get the Baron after their pick.
Yeah, Armeo gets very close to the pit there. I don't know if he had any vision, so I think he was trying to get close enough to make sure that the Baron wasn't about to die to try to get it in range for a potential steal. Yeah, they have no wards in the pit. I feel like someone needed to kind of get a ward over the back of the wall. So Armeo kind of just has to walk in because he has no vision. He doesn't know how low that is. Now he gets vision, but it's too late. Blabber's already coming over the wall there. So Armeo in that bad spot does get taken down, but at the same time, look at that shockwave from Mass. Connects on both Blabber and Fudge. Mass quietly getting very, very strong. Has 4 items now. Would love to get that death cap as that final item here, but that shockwave is going to hurt. And Tactical is putting out a lot of punishment as well. He's got the Last Whisper completed now. And this dragon is going to be spawning up here relatively soon.
45 seconds until what would be Soul for Immortals, Soul Point for C9. Baron up at the same time means that if a team overcommits to the Drake, they could be giving up something very valuable as a trade too. This map state is now incredibly interesting, and I'm so curious to see how Immortals specifically will pilot this. I say it all the time when we have one of these matchups between a team at the top of the standings and a team at the bottom. These are the situations where the bottom tier teams usually struggle more, as Mask is going to be caught out with a Chains of Corruption, but immediately follows it up here with a Stasis. Now, how is C9 going to follow it? Castle is going to drop it. He'll trade him away for Vulcan Fudge here on the front line, thrown up into the air, but the counterattack coming out from C9 as Blabber looks to chase him back. Piercing arrow through 2. Now C9 still trying to regroup as JoJo's off to the side. He wants to find a mark, but he won't get one just yet. Tactical's in hot pursuit, and JoJo is shooting back. Tactical loses the trade, but the Mystic shots are still flying. Nobody on C9's dying. JoJo gets out, and one more shot hits him in the back. Now Immortals is going straight onto the Drake. Blabber only at 1/3 HP. Armeo's ready to go. Flash still there. C9 still wanting to contest. Berserker firing off arrows. Immortals, they've got the Drake low, trying to keep Blabber zoned out. They don't want to flip this. The Drake, it's going to drop its Mountain Soul over to Immortals.
Immortals grabbing the Soul here. Cloud9 knew if they went in, they would lose the Baron because Blabber's going to die for sure, even if he steals it. So now Cloud9 are going to try to do a counter Baron here, but Immortals is still on the map. Mask is TPing back. This is really risky stuff. They cannot complete it before Immortals arrive, so it's going to be a fight, and C9 are in a bad spot.
C9 have it down to about 6K. Daisy is summoned up in the pit. Baron
Castle
still being held at about 5K. Castle coming around from the side. Blabber and Fudge into the back line. Mudge is here in the front. He's not going to be taken down just yet as Castle kills Blabber. Fudge dropping low. Jojo dropping lower. Oh my god! Immortals are crushing Cloud9!
Immortals are going to try to play for the end. They're not going for the Baron. They're just running straight down mid. It's only Berserker and Vulcan here to try to hold the line. And the wave clear is going to be pretty poor between these two. All Immortals members alive. Mountain Soul on their team. They're looking for the upset.
They've got 20 seconds until the Rel is back alive. They got 5 men marching down the mid lane, and they got minions at their back. Ole fires off the ulti, but he ain't gonna find Berserker. The Infernal Chains don't pull him back to the starting point, and the True Shot Barrage goes wide. 5 seconds on Blabber, 15 on Jojo, 20 on Fudge. None of it's gonna matter. Ladies and gentlemen, where were you when Immortals smacked Cloud9 in the mouth? GG IMT!
Immortals taking the win over Cloud9. How about that? They get their first win last weekend over Shopify. Shopify beats Cloud9, and now Immortals taking down Cloud9. Gonna be back-to-back losses for them, but what a great game from Immortals. It was a slow, steady one, but they never really allowed Cloud9 to find that mistake, to really capitalize on anything to blow this game open. Cloud9 was really winning early from the laning phase. You know, they got that first tower very early. They got Berserker very ahead, but they couldn't really ever get anything more than that. Their first kill didn't come till 30 minutes into the game. It felt like Immortals were kind of just deflecting their plays, and when they did find them, they were critical. That steal from Tactical on that Mountain Dragon really made a big difference. That helped them get Soul much earlier, and they just couldn't really deal with this Ezreal. This Ezreal with the Ivern buffing him up, Ole finding picks, finding great ultis, Mask farming up, finding critical ultis in those engages was really, really big. And this is just such a confidence booster, I have to think, for this team.
I mean, we talked about how Tactical needed to be ahead at the end of laning phase for Immortals to win. They sacked bottom lane. They kind of had to up against Varus and Karma. They still made it work. We put an emphasis, a capitalization on how important Ole would be for this team with his roams and his engages. And he found multiple angles onto critical members, specifically onto Jojo, that allowed Immortals to fight back. And that gold deficit staying at 2,000 for pretty much the entire game just showed that Cloud9 could not build a lead against Immortals the way that you would expect, like you said, a team power rank first to do against a team power rank 8. Maybe there's a little bit more to this Immortals secret sauce than we were all giving them credit for.
Absolutely. I mean, the Scrim Bucks are paying off right now. A lot of people have been saying this is a strong Scrim team, and they're able to showcase it here on stage. You know, Cloud9 potentially expecting those mistakes to show from Immortals. They did not, but we're going to be joining Digon and Ole on stage for the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. Joining me on stage is the Victorious for support. It is Ole! Ole, so I predicted you because Scrim Bucks were very high. Your Scrims were going really well. This week it wasn't going as well, so coming into this game, what were you thinking?
Oh, I mean, you know, when I was in Korea, I always went to Fish Cafe.
Yeah.
They got rank 1 in Korea.
Yeah.
So I try to visualize I'm in Fish Cafe. So it's like, here I'm playing in Fish Cafe, and it was just like people watching it.
Yeah.
So I feel more confident. I just, you know, in Fish Cafe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you have a lot of people watching, unlike you would have in the PC Cafe. One thing that you did bring up in the Pros podcast, you look at the highest win rate champion at support and pick it.
Yeah.
At one point this week, was Bard one of the highest win rate champs?
Yeah. So, I mean, like, Bard, Maokai is like highest win rate, so why not?
Yeah.
Like, number never lies, so just pick it.
There you go. That's help for you back home for solo. Just number never lies. Yeah. When it came to this game, specifically early laning phase, y'all were getting pushed in pretty hard, lost tower. Was there a point where you were worried that you were falling too far behind, or were you okay with scaling?
I mean, it's like when I played Karma Bard matchup a lot. It's like, especially in early game, you try to do something as a Bard against Karma. It's kind of like you are putting yourself into losing lane. So I think me and Eddie just understand the lane. We just peacefully, lose the lane, and then we go late game. We're gonna win anyway. So because late game, what Karma gonna do? He gonna just shield your teammate. But Bard press R, Trees cannot jump, and then we just kill them. So Bard gonna do more impact. Karma just like AFK, just like, oh, I give you shield, guys. So that's all. So I have a more impact later. So.
You've played with many AD carries throughout your career, as you've played in multiple different regions. What makes playing with Tactical so special?
I think Eddie is like really chill. It's like yesterday we played StarCraft together. We kind of just chilling, and then we just joking around. So, I mean, it's like really feel comfortable talking about whatever stuff. So, yeah, I mean, it's really chill, so.
Well, it definitely showed in this game. Again, one more time for victorious Immortal support, Ole.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back. When we come back, reigning champs NRG take on Team Liquid.
You ready?
I think so.
Yeah, just remember, stay in your lane. Keep your vision up at all times. Time is going to be everything here. So you don't want to go too fast, but you also don't want to be going up.
I got this.
Yeah. I think you do.
And Mark, thanks.
Whoa, hey, no, whoa, no. You're not taking my car. My Kia EV9? No way. No touching!
Red Bull gives you wings.
to the LCS. Team Liquid versus Energy draft getting underway. And Emily, last week, you had two of these players on pros. Umpty and Huhi. Really interesting, really quick little story about these two. We want to see if this impacts the way Umpty plays today.
Yeah, basically.
I miss this a lot. Kimchi stew. I think you guys cannot know the food, I think, but these guys will know.
I can make you kimchi stew.
Really?
Yeah.
Come to my office.
Come to office. Next week will be a super week, right?
Yep.
We'll have 3 games. Make sure to catch it and make sure to support my team especially. Thank you.
You know you play Umpty in the first game, right?
So I was watching him.
So do you want kimchi stew or not? It will depend.
Do you want kimchi stew or not?
A healthy trade is happening here. No collusion whatsoever.
All right, right off the bat, Ivern gone. That was victorious. Still no Lilia ban. Those are the two strongest win rate junglers if we're following the Ole book for this patch, and the Karma ban, of course, coming in.
Interesting. Ashe has been the pick that has been left open far more frequently. So you could go Ashe, but some of the teams have not been confident in going pretty squishy Ashe Jhin, Ashe Varus lanes, and has been successful, especially with Blitzcrank being a pretty consistent counter pick. So it makes sense that that's been falling off.
Yeah, and it was nice last game to see an AD carry game that mattered. Ezreal in there. Ezreal's up. True. Got an Ezreal game. But otherwise, the AD carry meta has been, here's a supportive thing. I can poke you from far away, and that's about it.
Give me Umpty's Lilia. Umpty obviously is going with the buy, but he was also talking about maybe throwing in some interesting picks. And of course, FBI and Huhi, known Senna lane enjoyers.
They have the flexibility here. They can go Senna TK or Senna Seraphine. Both options still open for them.
Hey, I'm just saying, in the past, there was a Senna Ziggs that was available. Maybe you want to take that away from APA. I know draft has been a conversation from Team Liquid as a whole. I feel like their last couple drafts have been interesting to me because the first draft that they had, you got to see the Azir come from APA, but then as they kind of went along, he kind of started to center himself around Tristana. So any thoughts on how they have been drafting so far?
I mean, I think last week they were definitely trying to pick a little bit more late game team fighting. I think if you look at the W's and the L's, the W's are the scaling comps and the L's are the ones where they're trying to get ahead early. So you can tell they're trying to work on being able to snowball early game, but you also got to pick up wins. And with an Azir, so far it's actually kind of a mix of two because Vi's a very good early game jungler, but Azir is the control mage for scaling.
Yeah, and it is really interesting because, again, when we talked about TL last year, we really focused on how hard they like to slam bot lane, which is why I was not surprised that you did see stuff like the Jhin Ashe out of them and them trying out the Lucian. APA doing the ASOL hover is definitely not getting locked in.
And so it ended up just being a Senna pick with just, I'm imagining a counter pick that's going to be coming in from FBI, Huhi and FBI later on. So they're holding on to what's going to be pairing with Senna, which, hey, if they hold on to it in 4-5, then Team Liquid's just going to start sending bans. But this is also another game where Team Liquid are not picking their AD carry until 4-5. So NRG could just respond with AD carry bans and make that lane a little bit easier.
I do like the Poppy top, though, if I'm piecing things together with what Team Liquid has so far. Into the Cassante. I also, in the back of my mind, though, wonder if that Poppy could end up being really bad, because Palafox can play Cassante mid. And they can flex something up against the Poppy to really get powerful lane. So I think that Poppy pick might be a little preempted by TL.
That actually is one of the strengths if we look at the way NRG play and also why you're seeing the Jace ban. Obviously, I think that would be more for Doko in the top lane, but when NRG has looked at their strongest, it's also because they can flex these picks between mid and top.
I will say a risk that you end up taking when you end up like in this instance, if you go Cassante mid, you really need like a hyper carry mage or something that will amplify this comp because you have Senna Tahm Kench, not a lot of damage, at least in the first like 20 or so minutes that's coming from the bot lane. So usually you would pair it with like an Azir, but Team Liquid has picked that up themselves. So I expect it to be a Cassante top lane with more thought being put into it for Palafox and what he would like to pick into it. I'm trying to think because even though he's gone towards the Akali in the past in this matchup, I think you start to struggle with damage in doing it in this case.
Trist, Corki?
Yeah.
Corky?
Oh, yeah.
Just see the Corky.
My favorite.
Corky's here, Corky's here, Corky's here.
As long as it's not banned out here. And Raz, you were absolutely right. Coming in 4-5 on that NRG side, taking away the Varus, which is an incredibly strong pick in bot lane, as well as the Ashe.
Yeah.
So TL cannot play one of those like hard shove bot lanes, at least not with those two champions.
Yeah, throwing down the gauntlet here on Yan, that both Yan and APA in that, hey, time to show up kind of years of their development. It is interesting to contrast APA with Palafox, both North American mid laners. They're both highly touted. Palafox had a long time trying to work his way into the scene. APA gets thrusted into the spotlight last year, goes to Worlds, and has been, you know, kind of focused on here. So going to be interesting how these two play it on out.
Very true. We're seeing the hover.
I got baited by the hover.
Yet.
I got excited.
Yes. And now this is where expectations come through. For Team Liquid side, just assuming that the Corky is going to get locked in. Orianna. I'm expecting Team Liquid to go Aphelios Lulu or Aphelios Melio. Like, honestly, just go back to the whole scaling identity that has been successful for them. And Aphelios is Yan's best champion historically. So I think that would round out their composition quite well. You have the Poppy, so you really don't need a front line necessarily, and it's a great way to start cutting into Cassante and Tom Kench later in the game.
I'm so sad about that brand ban. I think that was actually a pretty good angle.
Yeah.
Contract. Ooh.
Okay.
Bard.
Mortals run back.
We're inspired by that one.
I mean, Bard into Tom Kench or even Bard into Senna TK is decent. It's not like an amazing early laning phase, but again, later in the game, it's two relatively low mobility champs as well as the Orianna. So like, Core JJ sees the Bard angle. There's 3 really good targets for his ultimate already. So I like it.
Now it's a jungle 5 pick. You don't get to see that a lot.
R5 jungle and Graves.
This is the jungle's fantasy right now. Most junglers will never get this kind of a benefit, so Graves, something that applies more DPS will help. Though the poke from Azir and Ezreal will make it a lot harder. But it's a lock-in. It's a Graves jungle for contracts.
Look to see him invade a lot early onto the Vi. I think he's going to try and play super aggressive here.
Yep.
If Palafox specifically, who's had a lot of success against APA, can get Prio in that mid lane, they'd be able to get, you know, bot lane, mid lane push, and then Graves can really excel in that situation. So that's a bold pick there for contracts, and it's definitely something new.
Clear identities. I hope both teams just have fun.
Hey.
I picked one, but, you know, I hope both do well.
Well, you're 1-0 on your predictions today. The only one that can say that.
Yeah, that's right, guys. What happened in that first one, you know?
I think Cloud9's asking the same question. All right, that's it from the lounge. Let's send it to the casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's time for game number 2, and it's TL going up against NRG. TL sitting at 2-2 coming into Super Week. Energy sitting at 3-1. We were both talking backstage at the start of the day, Azael, about how it feels so crazy with how fast this split is.
Yeah.
Once today and the next 2 days of games are done, we're halfway through the split.
Yep.
There's not nearly that amount of ramp-up time you might have been able to count on in the past. So for both of these teams, even if you're sitting at 3-1 as Energy, you could still have a negative record by the end of Super Week if the things fall apart a little bit. So everything matters, man. You got to go into every game serious and ready to go.
Super Week is incredibly important for the overall standings, right? We are going to have 3 games played this weekend. We've only had 4 total played before that. So if you have a really good Super Week or a really bad Super Week, it can absolutely change how things are going to look for you for playoffs. Going to be another interesting one here, though. Some more kind of newer picks, like that Graves coming out. Obviously, Graves we've seen a lot over the years, but Graves has not really been popular in pro play that much at all. So it's going to be interesting to see how he's going to really be able to perform on it. I like the Impact Poppy pick a lot. I think Poppy is very strong and kind of has been underrated. There's not a massive amount of dash champions at all, though, on the other side. So I think it gets less value than it can in some games. But either way, Impact Poppy is going to be fun to watch.
My eyes this game are really, really heavily going to be focused on the mid lane. As you can see, Palafox and Contracts stepping up here to try to just push their opponents back through the brushes a little bit. I think that Palafox, in his recent rise to greatness as an NA mid laner, like being one of the core pieces of that Energy team that surprised everybody by winning back in summer of last year, Palafox has been a real top performer recently, going up against APA, and you can see their head-to-head stats here, 7-3, the KDA 9 versus 1.4. Palafox is getting the better of this guy all of the time. And APA has been the element of Team Liquid that I think has been receiving the most criticism so far this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Palafox has dominated that 1v1. You know, this is both LCS and their matchup at Worlds, but we also have to take into consideration that they're in very different places in their career, right? Yeah. Palafox has been around for a lot longer. And so this is Palafox and APA in their first 34 games each, as we are seeing Graves actually invade. So he just eat over the wall. Didn't he start over on that dragon? So he's going to be able to push out There's no way his laners can actually come and help him. So clever start here from Contracts. A little bit of risk to it, definitely. But at the end of the day, he knew that no one was actually leashing for him because the bot lane had shown bot. So the risk is very low. He comes in, takes away that red, no problem. He's going to be able to get Raptors, and he could even potentially cross back over to the other side of the map to be able to defend his top side. But just quickly to finish on that point, you know, Palafox and APA, through the first 34 games, APA is actually performing very, very well when you consider. So we have to give this guy time to grow, right? He's still really early on in his career. He only played 7 games, I believe it was, with TL before playoffs started in the LCS. He hasn't even played a full split in the LCS yet.
Okay, looking for a counter jungle on the enemy red,
low health.
But it looked like Contracts was already pathing up here himself.
He could be dead if Contracts finds him.
Contracts is there. Trying to get away. First shot into his back, flashes away, trying to escape. Ball breaker over the wall. He should escape on this one. But what I wanted to bring up is what you said at the start of the game. Graves is one of those picks that we see in solo queue. He's kind of an evergreen pick in there, especially because junglers who like to invade and bully just love playing him. They love playing him to carry. But we haven't seen him in pro for a while. And I think a lot of times champions that are strong in solo queue, but you don't see him as much in pro, it's because you can't utilize their biggest strengths from solo queue. So I love seeing Contracts just walk up into the red, say, hey, what's up? I'm Graves. Get the hell out.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what he does.
Exactly. If you find a good angle for the pick, even if the pick is not popular, it does not mean it is not good, right? And that is one of the things that I was really hoping we were going to get from this live patch thing that we're doing in the LCS, right? Where people are kind of forced to be able to think for themselves. You can't just copy the other regions. You have to be the innovator, not the one that's just copying the homework. And it's only been 3 Graves picks worldwide in the top 4 regions. So this is only number 4, and it's 1 and 2. So it's not like he was watching someone really owning on this pick and be like, I gotta play that. Yeah. This is him figuring out that this is a good angle for the pick. And you can see APA sent home early here, as has been the story between these two guys. Palafox has just really had him downloaded.
Both of them playing these mid laners that can really carry the game. Dokla trying to get away now. Impact chasing after him here with a steadfast presence, but Dokla dodged away with a footwork before it was active, so he did not get the extra damage or the interrupt on the dash. Impact just slightly too late on that means Dokla survives the game.
Yep, that is the key thing to track, the fact that he didn't get in on top and with the W to deny the dash out, because that dash gave him enough space for the Ghost to really make the difference there. And now it ends up being a pretty positive trade for Dokla because it's flash for Ghost. Ghost is that shorter cooldown. He's going to be feeling happy about it. You know, MT trying to make something happen. Obviously, brutal start for him. He gets pushed off his red, loses his red Raptors, crosses the map after doing the blue, after having to cross to the blue to do that, then gets pushed out of that as well. So he is going to be way behind where this Graves is, but at the very least, forced the summoner and, you know, is trying to stay active on the map.
Pretty unfortunate state of things early on here for TL, as Energy's off to some solid leads with the jungle advantage, with the mid lane advantage.
Look at the jungle buys.
Yeah, it's Serrated Dirk versus a Red Rock.
Yep.
Not exactly the greatest comparison there for Vi.
Got a tomato in his inventory.
He's going to have tomato all over his face if this is the kind of pace that ends up happening throughout the game, because one thing I know about Vi, the champion feels really bad to play from behind. You're essentially going in and you're
just a
you're
loop
dead.
Pinata.
Yeah, you're going in and you hope that somebody else gets pinata with you.
Yep, exactly. It becomes that one-way trip every single time, but I like that MT is not just shying away from these plays. They drop a pink in the pit. He goes over the back of the wall here. He's going to get that dragon. Easy peasy. You know, you can still farm this up. And I don't think that Contracts is going to get here fast enough. Palafox isn't moving down. You know, it's not like FBI is walking through the river, so Core is just going to be able to sweep out this vision and should be able to keep it safe for that secure. Even if FBI shows up now, it is going to be too little too late, as Smite is available and MT can just queue over the wall after it. So great take, you know, to be able to grab that early on.
Nicely
it's
done.
also the best early dragon that you can get. You know, getting that early Ocean really helps the laners, and APA maybe needing that help.
Yeah, Palafox hitting the level 6 first. APA.
CSD as well, like
force back.
Stomping him, man. I don't know what it is about this matchup, but way more so than against other players. Like, APA really struggles against Palafox. I think he is generally a pretty solid laner, even against a lot of our best laners in the league. But Palafox really just seems to dominate him every time they play. So Palafox has something figured out, I feel like, against this guy. Or maybe it's one of those things where he's just his demon and he's slapping him in scrims, so he's going into it unconfident. But I don't know, like, APA versus Palafox and APA versus everyone else is two very different things, it feels like.
Palafox has walked the path. He has paved the path of the NA mid laner. He knows all of the trials and tribulations that APA faces. Yeah. APA's mind is possessed by the spirit of Palafox. Palafox has him downloaded, man. 66 to 43 back there in the mid lane. Energy with a 700 gold lead. And let me just check real quick how much of that. Yeah, 500 of it's in mid.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when Palafox came into the league, he also didn't get to join, a top team kind of like APA did. So maybe Palafox wants to humble him a little bit. He's like, okay, you got to go to the Worlds. That's not the NA experience. You're supposed to suffer.
You got to go through the trench first,
exactly.
Brother. And Palafox is definitely making this a tough one, at least in the early game for him. We'll see how well APA can bounce back here. Does look like he's going for that standard Nashor's Tooth first here on the Azir. Obviously, we already talked a little bit earlier. He's got fleet footwork just to make sure that the laning phase is a little bit easier, have a bit more healing. Obviously, not as much damage available on that one once you get into team fights, but being alive is better. Being alive and doing some damage is better than being dead and doing none.
And also the reality is, if you go Conqueror and you're losing your lane and you're getting less farm, you're going to do less damage overall anyway. Like, if your item completions are coming in too slow, so that is kind of something to keep in mind. We've also been seeing a lot with these fleet builds is that people actually go into Litbane, which is kind of that like new style out of Azir. A lot of people are pretty critical of it. It's obviously higher burst. The stats on it are quite strong and is one of those few items that actually gives ability haste, where ability haste has gotten a lot harder for me just to grab. So people do kind of tend to prefer, I feel like, the Liandry's. Obviously, Liandry's is higher DPS, but Litbane has its own merits too and is becoming pretty popular.
Plus, it gives you that extra 50% attack speed on the cast. It's like it turns Azir into a weeaboo. He does the thing where he just flashes the sword.
Pulls out the sword.
Yeah, and then you're already dead.
Chops the tomato in half.
Right, and then the sword's already back before you ever even saw him swing, right? That's the power of the Lichbane Azir. We'll see if that's what APA goes for this game. Honestly, this one's kind of following
same level, by the way.
In the footsteps of the previous game. We do not have a very active early here as Umpty wants to try to step up and challenge Contracts. He does smite away the large chicken. Contracts did not have his own smite ready to go.
I'm pretty impressed by Umpty. Umpty, you would not know. Like, if you watched the level 1, you would never believe that this is the game state that he got himself into afterwards. Yeah, he's down a little bit of gold. He's down 1 camp currently, and he took the dragon. Like, that's not bad. My man got pushed off, started leashless on the blue buff, way late in the game at 20% HP, then crossed the map, got pushed off the enemy red buff, and had to flash.
Yeah.
And he's still not even behind in 9 minutes. I think he's done a really good job to actually navigate his way back into the game. He even took even objectives, right? It's 2 grubs for the dragon. I'd actually probably favor the dragon.
I mean, anybody that's ever played jungle has been in a bad start like that, where you get late invaded, your counter plan doesn't work. Like, you know how bad it can go. So this is great for Team Liquid and for Umpty. The game's still very, very close. Still no kills, though. I'm kind of hoping we start to get a little bit more gasoline pumping here.
I mean, we have been pretty light on engage in both of these games. There is obviously Vi and stuff, but like we don't have support engaging. We don't have that additional gank assistance in some of these lanes, which I think is part of it. So it's kind of pushing people back to just towards farming. But we will see. Obviously, Vi does give you that hard engage. Vi, does have a really good follow-up. If you can catch someone out here with the Bard ulti. Over on the other side, Energy basically doesn't have engage. They're really just trying to disengage and absorb what TL is going to be looking to do. So
very good at that, though.
Yeah, they are very good at that.
Between Senna being able to lock people down, Orianna shockwaves, Graves' smoke screen, one of the strongest basic abilities in the game, I think, can be a very effective tool.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things that isn't always visually obvious what it is doing, but it can really destroy you in the right circumstance here. Kind of interesting to note that Core actually did straight up rush Tabbies. I'm a little bit surprised about that. Obviously, it is double AD carry over on the other side, and you do get that early move speed, but it's going to mean his support item is quite pushed back here as who he's looking for.
Yeah, Core JJ can just go on the magical journey through the wall. He's not too pressed about that one, as Contract with FBI and Huhi behind him. They're going to move towards the mid lane. APA trying to get away. Palafox just putting the threat on him, and it's collateral damage from the side of the river. Contracts gets first blood.
A shotgun to the face there. Contract's able to knock him down. APA flashing too late. He had to flash that that QW from Palafox, because when he doesn't, you're going to be in that Graves kill range. So he flashes after it hits him. Contract starting up this Dragon now, but TL are still around and are trying to push in, but they are down there mid laner until he TP's back.
Exactly. The TP's already coming in. It's unleashed. Who he's here on the front line going to be soaking up the damage for now as Umpty goes into the back and gets a face full of buckshot. Where's the rest of the fight going to go as Dokla makes his way all in, all out? Yon goes back on a magical journey as APA tries to stand and fight. Contracts has been killed on the side of Energy, but now Impact's in danger. Who he's gone back over the wall. 1, 2, 3 licks to the center of an Impact pop as Dokla is 1v2 and winning it. APA tries to get away as Core JJ lands the ulti. Dokla goes golden, and now Energy goes back. They end up winning the fight. It's a 4-1 game and a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, not going to be able to take the Dragon, but Contracts is back on the map now. Impact arrived first with his TP, was able to kill off Contracts. That stops them from taking it. But Dokla kind of just decimating the bot lane, it felt like, by himself here. As TL wanted to push in, they had the TP available from Poppy. This is the first TP coming in from him. Azir hadn't yet spawned. Then Azir TP's deep into that backline. Watch Impact on the left side of your screen as he comes up here, just getting straight in onto Contracts, who had flashed in to get that initial kill onto Umpty. Contracts gets chased down, gets killed off there by Impact. APA shows up, and you can see that Cassante that was at the bottom side of the screen was chasing down 2 members there from TL. Dokla really being problematic, and almost at the very end of that, almost scooped APA back into the Bard ult, which probably would have been his demise.
Very, very close on that one, but Team Liquid, they were doing a good job kind of keeping things relatively even, but the whole sequence of things, and I think you said it best, it started out with APA and the late flash. His death is what then encourages Energy to go down and start the Drake, which then demands that APA has to do an on-spawn teleport to get in there and make the numbers even. Dokla can just say, all right, I guess they're not going to be even anymore. Forces Impact down there. All of a sudden, we've got a massive melee. And that's the kind of scrappy situation that I think Energy kind of built their name off of back when they became a real contender last year.
Absolutely. I mean, I do think that's one of the kind of fun things about this team, even when you're thinking, way back in some of the rosters that these guys played on. They like to keep things scrappy. They like to create fights, look for these skirmishes, because they are really good at actually playing them out. It's one of their big strengths. And, I think the Energy has really kind of got off on the right foot here. There was a lot of talk about, we think they'll be good by the end of this split, but maybe not right from the word go, because there was kind of concerns about who he would be able to actually fit in with the squad. There was concerns about the fact that they had taken a lot of time off, weren't practicing as much in the offseason because they were worried about burnout after Worlds. But they've been really good. And I mean, if they win here, they're in sole possession of first place. Right there, the first team with 4 wins. Cloud9 just lost again. NRG is looking really strong this split.
And I want to go back to something that you touched on earlier. Right as we're about to hit 14 minutes, so the turret plates will fall. We can check in on the state of the game. It's a 2,000 lead for Energy. You mentioned how the initial trade of objectives when we were praising Umpty's recovery, yes, it was the 1 Drake for the 2 grubs. The Drake can be considered favorably there. Energy does end up cashing in on that. Contracts got the next 3 grubs, so even though they couldn't get the perfect situation, they'll still be spawning the grublings throughout the game to give them that extra split push power, especially if Dokla can keep being a menace on this Cassante. There could be some serious consequences for this.
Yep, absolutely. Just makes it a lot easier chipping down those towers. But TL going to be working away on this Herald, and it should be theirs. I think the Energy are going to be too slow to respond. So even if they come over now, it's going to be gone. So going to be able to grab that Herald, maybe take a turret with it. No towers have fallen for either side just yet, so this is a potential to actually even out the gold a fair bit here. Look for that first tower play.
We've got a lot of first items coming online. The Ghost Blade for the Graves, the extra move speed on this guy can be an absolute terror. Sundered Sky, the go-to for Vi these days. I feel like a lot of champions, when the item rework happened, that really like Divine Sunderer, they just went to the next Sunder item. If it has the same word, it's got to be good. So it ends up filling a similar enough role. Poppy, just Impact going for that immediate Frozen Heart. I like this because not only is it helpful against Cassante since he's an AD champion, APA going for the shuffle there, Palafox with a fast flash to get away from it.
Yep, but it's going to be able to force out that flash, and then so you're looking for the rinse and repeat. Oh,
Palafox trying to get away. Umpty did get caught there by the edge of the Bard ulti, but because he was unstoppable in the Vi ult, it doesn't actually paralyze him. But now Umpty's got to try to get back out, as who he's ready to follow here goes for the tongue lash, but he won't find a target. Still looking to see what this chase might look like, but it won't look like much.
I mean, that was some anti-synergy there for sure. I mean, Core's ult missed. It would have been actually even worse if it hit, because if he actually hit Palafox, he would have immuned the Vi ult.
Yeah.
So clearly some miscommunication there between the two players. And unfortunately, not going to be able to really get much out of it. At the end of the day, APA had already forced that flash, so that was kind of the benefit that they got. I'll be interesting to see if Impact does go into Koenig Rookern. This is kind of considered by many people to be the best tank build, is you just go Bombies for wave clear, then you go into Frozen Heart, and then Koenig Rookern, and you have so much power from these items.
1v1 here in the bottom side. APA starting it off. Wants to see if he can kill off Palafox. Gets him low, but he won't kill him just yet. APA with the 1v1.
APA coming up big. He's going to be going down here. We'll see if he can get the tower or anything. Not looking like it, but he gets a solo kill onto Palafox. That has got to be big for the confidence. This guy has had his number. Will get the kill, but TL on the other side, as everyone from Energy collapses down there, they're going to lose their tier 1, and likely even a tier 2 charge could come through here. We'll see if Core can get out.
Yeah, Core should be all right here. FBI does not have the lockdown to keep it up, but second charge feels great for the side of Team Liquid, bringing that gold lead down about 1,000 from where it previously was.
Top tower too.
And this top turret's going to bring it down below 1K overall. If Energy's not careful, Impact should be able to finish the last of it off there. Just picks up the buckler off the ground. Okay, Team Liquid bouncing back a little bit here in mid-game.
Nicely done. That solo kill for AP, really big. Gets the kill, draws all of Energy down, allows them to get Prio on that top side. Palafox had no shockwave here. I'm not sure if it was used prior to this replay or when exactly it did go on cooldown, but either way, it didn't have that. APA just capitalizes, goes straight in on him, able to take him out in that 1v1. At the end of the day, he knew he was going to die after it. Gets chased down, gets knocked down. It is a 1-for-1, but you get the mid turret, you get a charge on the tier 2, you get the top lane tier 1 tower as well. So a massively beneficial play for TL.
You can see a little bit of frustration there on Palafox's face, I think. Yeah. Like, that's just one. Anytime you die 1v1, it's always one that you want back.
Especially when you were way ahead the whole time. He was crushing it in the lane. He's up 40 CS. He obviously feels that he is in the better position.
Yep.
But things go bad. You do get killed off there, and all of a sudden a lot of your lead goes away here as Energy again out on the map, looking to be starting up this dragon here. You can see that ward play. A lot of the Senna players do really like this, just placing ward and queuing through it for the slow to try to set yourself up for that W. It has become very, very standard these days. TL are in the area, but Umti is just now coming from base, so a super late reset from Umti. Not really sure what he thought he needed to buy at that point, because it would have just been either the Phage or the Kindle Gem completed. But everyone else is here except for your jungler, and that's kind of rough for the setup, but we'll see if it can get here anyway.
All right, True Shot Barrage up at the top. Umti ready to try to fight here in the 1v1 for the smite. It's going to be stolen by Ezreal for the second time today. You got to be kidding me.
Oh my God, Ezreal is the new jungler, apparently. Back-to-back games. Ezreal steals it away. Yon not to be outdone here, as Core on the run could be in trouble.
Oh, Core JJ knocked up, though. The Abyssal Dive guarantees FBI is going to grab his second kill of the game. FBI, the only man on Energy with full 6 out of 6 kill participation, and it's who he's setting it up for him.
Yeah, and that's really nice for FBI now. He has that Ghostblade done. He has the Blood Song completed. So going to be pretty damn strong at this point. We have double lethality AD carries here over on that side. So armor very effective against this squad. Obviously, they do have the Orianna for that additional damage, though. We can see it one more time. Umti just really late to actually show up to this. I do think it makes the setup very difficult, but as we know, it's about Yon over the wall here. The ulti came through, but he's just going to be able to actually steal it away with a Q. Finds the angle there. The Q comes through, sneaks it around. You can see Doku was even trying to block out any sort of spells coming in over the wall there. A little bit of a smirk coming through from Yon. He's like, yeah, sure. I got you.
Yeah, no reason not to. Just walk away with an extra objective. Team Liquid happy about it, though. Up 2-1 in Drake's now. Still a minor gold lead for
gonna
Energy.
Be pretty much gone.
But it's not a whole lot to work with, really. First game was close for a real long time, and second game's looking to repeat more of the same.
Yep, it is looking like, it's really kind of just being pulled back, right? TL early on did get pretty far behind. Your mid lane was kind of getting stomped. Some early kills went over to Energy. It was a great level 1 invade from Contracts. But Energy, obviously not out of it by any means. They do have really good scaling over on their side. This is one of those junglers that can scale kind of to infinity on the Graves. You do have that really powerful late game. If you can get in on top of a carry, as long as you're keeping your farm up, you do have the potential to 100-0 them when you are playing lethality Graves. That's always going to be there. So Yon and APA have got to really be careful. But Energy don't have the ability to find picks, right? They don't have the ability to really start fights unless someone from TL is really far out of position. So it's going to be up to TL to pick the fights and make sure they're choosing the right ones.
Lethality Graves works about like you would expect a shotgun to in a video game. If you get on top of the guy is dead. Lethality Graves and Gangplank Barrels follow FPS rules as Jan tries to get away, gets locked down for a while. They aren't going to be able to finish him here just yet. Now FBI's in danger, going to be scooped up by Huhi and kept safe. Everybody's a nice golden statue, but one of them's about to get torn down. Umpty falls, and Energy end up making the play. That's the enemy jungler. It's 21 minutes on the clock. Baron is the name of the game.
Yeah.
The rest of TL is going to have to try to stop this.
I mean, everyone turned golden, but one of those things aren't like the others. An Umpty in the middle of everybody. Impact in trouble now as well.
Impact going to be found out solo. They spend the shockwave on him. Remember, they've also already used the Tahm Kench ulti. So if anybody from Energy gets caught out, they are in real measurable danger here. Energy going to be forced back. There will be no Baron follow-up, and honestly, for TL, that's as good as you can ask for.
Yep, that is pretty well done there. Yes, you do have to spend the flash from Impact, but Impact goes in, is able to actually buy a lot of time there, and the fact that they use the Shockwave means their turn is going to be so much weaker, so you don't want to be committing to this Baron take in the pit, where an Ezreal could be pelting you with these spells, and you're not even going to have a Shockwave to look for a turn, so good job by him to buy some time after the pick from Energy, but it is going to be about Dragons. This game really feeling similar to the last one in that it's going to be fought about objectives, and that is really what we are playing towards here pretty heavily. We're waiting for that second item to be coming in from FBI, but he is just still working towards more lethality. Contracts obviously has that Edge of Night as well, so going to be able to absorb those initial engages, potentially worried about getting caught out by things like that Bard ultimate.
Right. The Bard downtown engage, the Vi setting it up. We kind of mentioned earlier how they were misaligned the last time they really went for something, so being able to line those up properly for Bard to remove the people that Vi's not going after, so you can guarantee the rest of everybody can beat down that one isolated target. Specifically, Tahm Kench, I think, is the one that you need to make sure you turn golden when Vi goes for somebody else so that they can't have the save.
Yeah, exactly. If FBI and Huhi are both stacked and you can hit them both of the Bard ult, then bind them both up, you can potentially 100-0 FBI before they actually come out of that, and you can't get that save. So that's why that positioning is so important. You don't want to be fully stacked. You want to be just away from your carry to be able to gobble them up immediately, but not be stacked up so you're getting CC'd here. FBI almost to that 100 stack mark here, so the range is definitely ramping up. Orianna, 2 completed items. That Archangels is fully stacked as well. So they have some pretty powerful healing to be able to deal with that poke from this Senna, and that is going to be helpful against the Ezreal as you get later on in the game.
Well, we got the next Drake spawning here real soon. Remember, it's still 2-1 lead in that regard for the side of Team Liquid thanks to the steal they got over the last one. CoreJJ escaping through the wall, getting away from Big Dopes. But the Q3 knocks him back, but the Intofo strikes. Huhi hits him with a tongue lash, and CoreJJ is forced to flash out. Energy now trying to regroup. TL's still grouped up as more of a squad. Palafox getting engaged on by Umpty, but where's the follow-up? CoreJJ ends up ulting his own dude, and Energy is not too scared about where this one's going. Now they go over the wall, they try to get bound up, but it's CoreJJ still not finding what he needs. Collateral damage from Contracts kills off the enemy jungler, and Team Liquid still trying to fight. The soldiers charge forward, but Energy falls back. Contracts and Palafox going to work together, steal away the enemy red buff. Remember, we're past 20 minutes. These are global, and Energy with that pick, they're just going to go ahead, take this Drake for themselves. Meanwhile, Team Liquid will march down mid, take a tier 2 turret as the consolation prize.
Yeah, going to be able to grab that tier 2, but these ults from CoreJJ have just not been good.
No.
Almost everyone has either missed or hurt his team, it has felt like, throughout this game. Coming off that Olay game where it felt like Olay was really on point, it is really kind of a tale of two Bards.
And Bard is one of those champions that can grief his own team in ways that very few other champions in League of Legends actively can. League of Legends is not a game with friendly fire, except for Bard ult. This ability can end up doing negatives that other abilities cannot. So CoreJJ really needs, take a deep breath, dial those in a little bit, because it's going to be paramount if Team Liquid want to have a chance here.
I'm just not even understanding a lot of the ones that he's looking for. When the Vi is going in, even if you hit the Vi, you're just giving your enemy team time to set up on the Vi after the ulti. If you hit the enemy, you're muting the Vi damage. So I'm not really sure on the thought process behind some of these, but we'll see if he can dial it in, as you say, and start finding some good ones. Koenig Crooker now done for Impact, the expected build. Bombies, Rosenheart, Koenig really strong, and Dokla potentially going to get run down here.
Dokla's in a 1v2, but he is also Cassante. The burst comes out pretty strong. Dokla dashes away. Impact still looking to chase after him, but no, sir. That's Cassante. He'll get away, back underneath the safety of the turret, as the rest of Energy has moved on to the Baron. They've got it down to half HP. Dokla's going to recall, and then he'll have teleport ready to join up with the rest of the squad. Baron being bursted low. Ole buys time. That might be the big Bard ulti that they need. Poppy going for the injection, but Contracts has to secure. He ready to try to go for the Abyssal dive back up the wall. He has no flash. He's going to be stuck as they interrupt it. It's a 1 kill for Baron trade. Energy will take that.
Yeah, that is great for Energy as Dokla gets out in that bottom lane. Cassante or not, I don't think he should have been able to. It felt like both Impact and Umti were playing below him instead of above him where he's going to be running towards. So he kind of cheated back down and then E'd back to the minion up above them and just kind of walked out. And it felt like they made it a little bit easy for him. But it's always so risky as well, committing to a play like that, opposite side of the map with the Baron on the map, right? Like that is a risky play when you're ganking bot post 20 minutes. Umti goes for it against a relatively low value target as well there. But congratulations, CoreJJ. 3,000 assists in the LCS, 11th most all time. This guy's been around for a long time now. And some people forget he started out in LCS as an AD carry on Dignitas.
On Dig, yeah.
So
that was a long time. That is the old
long
lore.
time ago.
Very dark and deep. Let's see if Jan can get away from this. Though collateral damage goes wide. I don't know if it would have killed him, but it sure would have taken him close, if nothing else. Still at about half HP, though. Energy continuing to push as APA buffers through the lockdown from the center route, but Energy has enough damage to hard force this turret away. Up to over 3,000 gold lead now, as they still have another minute and a half here on the Baron buff.
Yeah, no one answering Dokla's Cassante up in that top lane, so he's going to be working away. This tier 1 is going to be going down in a hurry here. And Energy now creating a significant lead for what feels like the first time in this game. You can see the LDR is done now for Contracts as well, so his damage is ramping up. And it is another Edge of Night over on FBI's side, so to kind of give some benefit of the doubt to Core.
Yeah,
it is hard for him, to find the correct targets because there's 2 Edge of Nights, right? Like that's going to make it really, really difficult. And some of these champions have some pretty decent mobility as well, so the targets are kind of few and far between at this point. It feels like you have to either poke off the Edge Knight, then go for the AD carries, which are obvious targets. Otherwise, it's literally just Palafox you can aim for.
And poking off the Edge of Night becomes much more difficult when normally you want to use that Bard ulti from a significant range away. You lose some of the real power of that by losing the element of surprise of, wait, the Bard was there. He was looking for me the whole time. So Energy now going to take out the last remaining tier 1 turret. They took out all 3 of those in pretty rapid succession, boosting their gold lead up to over 4,000. Now they've got the 4-man group in the bot lane looking to force one last objective here with the tier 2. As Dokla's back in mid, he's going to be all alone, isolated. This time they got Jan here for the damage too. As Dokla gets out with a Pathmaker, Umti's ready to try to lock him down. Energy's just going to leave him there. Dokla trying to fight his way out in the 1v3. Goes for the knockup, but he won't find it. Dokla will drop, but the trade is the bot lane inhib, and the top lane tier 2 now taken by APA. Impact seeing if he can prevent the recalls long enough for something else to happen back there, but a TP is going to be used instead. Energy wants to make sure they don't allow him to get away with this, but CoreJJ's come into the bottom lane, and now Contracts is set up by the ulti. He ready to devour him, try to get him away to safety, but it's another TP coming in as they try to reinforce on TL's side. Contracts down to half HP, but that's going to be interrupted as Palafox and APA get into a 1v1, but it ain't going to be a 1v1 for long because FBI's coming in, the shutdown back up to Jan on the Graves. FBI slashing and dashing back over the wall to the safety of the Krugs, but the Krugs are gonna keep chasing him. FBI does not want to let the Chicken Emperor go.
Wait,
APA runs back underneath the Sun Disc. He's gonna keep trying to get out. FBI ain't gonna chase him any further. Okay, wowee.
Man, those Krugs had something against APA.
Yeah.
What did he say to them?
I think it's just because he came up and sucker punched one of them in the back of the head. They were mad.
The TL back down towards that bot side. This is going to be sole point they're moving towards. So Energy, at the end of the day, the trades end up being pretty good for TL across the map because, especially if they get solo gold on the Azir, getting that tier 2 on top side. He is missing some summoners, so they did spend quite a few summoners. No flash on Impact, no flash on MT, no flash on APA, so maybe those can be capitalized on. But the gold ends up kind of closing a little bit here. We're up to almost a 5K gold lead, I do believe, but it's down to 3.3K. And it is another Mountain Soul on the table again against a lethality-based team. Double lethality 80 carries here. You get that Mountain Soul, and you're going to be feeling pretty damn good as TL. So Energy have got to find a way to either, close this game out, use the pressure on the map they have from that bot lane hip to get really a lot more, or they're going to have to guarantee themselves that they deny this Dragon Soul with really good setup.
There's a potential for a lot of golden statues in the next team fight as well. The Hourglass completed on APA, the unbroken arm guard in the inventory of Palafox, just stopping off for that active real fast
really
and then going for the double rod to try to complete the hat, have the more burst power. On top of the fact that Core JJ being Bart, you can create massive amount of stasis through those. So the next fight, I think target selection, even more than ever, going to be important here from both sides as the ward is placed in the side brush. Energy just want to make sure that they have as much vision as possible as they continue this 3-man push in the top lane. APA is splitting off in bottom. Now, Dokla might be sent to try to stop him, but the other 4 players on Energy ready to hard force onto the tier 2 here in top. They'll take that one down. They're not going to use a Bard ulti or anything to try to save it. APA still pushing in bot lane. The Azir will finish off the tier 2 turret there. Dokla still just ready to try to stop him. The Cassante does have Kaenic Rookern, but this is an Azir with 3 completed items. Leandries, Nashers, the damage on this guy is very much a real threat.
Yeah, exactly. You're not going to win that 1v1, so it's just about answering the waves, but TL has done a good job of kind of just giving up the minimum, splitting APA across the map. Yeah. And usually in these situations, you're like, okay, well, you're not really going to get anything from it, but they're actually getting a lot and losing a little, as Energy just don't have the engage to punish it, right? You split out, when you have someone split pushing, your general answer is, okay, hard engage on the other side, right? But they don't have any hard engage, so they're really struggling to punish this split push here from APA. If you oversend too many members to him, well, then TL is pushing forward and taking objectives elsewhere. And if you only send one, well, then he can kind of just run away because you have no hard engage, and the 4-man squad can easily wave clear. So they are struggling to really kind of close this one out. We'll see, though, if they can be able to do it, because one more significant fight for Energy could still win this game. Remember, there is no bot lane inhib. It is not that far-fetched to think if you get a Baron fight, you win that, you could end the game.
Energy has done a great job keeping the objectives close, stealing away the Drake to guarantee they have the lead in that count. 6-6 in turrets for a game where it looked like Energy was really starting to pull away once they got the Baron. Pretty awesome for Team Liquid to be able to have that state of things be true for now.
And it does really speak again to the fact that so many players, so many coaches I'm talking to are saying, the league is actually pretty flat. Anyone could beat anyone. A lot of these teams are more competitive than you would think. You can't count them out just because of the current standings. You can't count them out just because of how they did last split. And the games today have definitely been showing us that. As we just watched Cloud9 go down to Immortals, and now TL, who's sitting at 2-2, you know, Energy have been kind of the expected next strongest team. They are really struggling to close this one out against TL. And it's turning into a really exciting game here, as it's going to kind of come down to the wire.
I mean, we're talking about a 3,500 gold lead, 30-something minutes into the game when carries are all on 3 items or greater.
Ooh,
that's really not that much, but Energy starting up the Baron. How is TL going to answer this one? Baron not being focused down very rapidly. Energy wants to go for a turn instead, I would have to think. But again, it's so difficult when you don't have any engage yourself. Core JJ on the backside of the pit. Impact is rejoined now with a TP. TL backing away as Energy leave the Baron, allow it to reset. But now Energy is looking for the fast path up into the top side. They already have the wave here. They're going to see if they can just try to hard force something onto the tier 3 turret. Huhi, the big brick wall with a 4,000 HP, making Team Liquid have to go the long way to wrap around back to their own base. But now Energy's got to be careful. They don't want to fall victim to the pincer attack. Huhi using the Abyssal Dive to get back out.
And that bot lane inhib has respawned now, so now they don't even have that extra pressure that's going to be generating down there. It is going to be about them going right back to the Baron. They're just going to try to draw TL in. They don't want to deal with this potential soul. Core may be caught.
Okay, Huhi tanking up here at the front. Palafox gets caught by the Core JJ ulti, but there's no way for anybody else to follow it up. Both sides taking a little bit of damage as the disengage comes out. Yawn, True-Shot Barrage over the top, only hits Dokla, only hits Kaenic Rookern, doesn't do a whole lot of anything.
Yeah, it does very little there, but now it is Energy. They're going to have to reset, and they're going to have to be prepared.
APA getting caught there by the 3rd hit of the Intofo strikes, forced to flash out immediately as a defensive reaction. Energy still looking to see if they can push this forward, but the Sun Disc is doing a lot of work here for APA and Team Liquid. The Shockwave on 3. Core JJ is already down. APA stuck in the stasis, but now he's ready to try to turn it around here with a massive ulti. Dawn's gonna drop him. Palafox with the stasis making the outplay. Everybody's dead. A triple kill back over to Palafox. Energy have cut him to pieces, and Team Liquid evaporates.
Team Liquid go down in a hurry. It's only Impact remaining here. We'll see, can they actually end the game? They have 4 members up here. There are long respawn timers, and they're looking to do it.
Midfielder Palafox, the tactical genius, coming around from behind for the shockwave onto 2 targets. Would have been 3, but the stasis keeps APA alive in the middle of it. And now it's Impact versus Energy. Energy with a 4-man push. Palafox is the dead one, so that's a big one of the damage threats here. Impact is a tanky boy, but is he tanky enough? Lot of damage pouring through. Ulti from Core JJ to buy him a little bit of extra time, and it should at least be enough to save the game for now. Yes, Impact will drop, but Energy's gonna get away. Contract should just be able to exit right down there, who he escorts him. Energy now up 6,000. The next Drake available right there on the map. They can stop the Soul here too.
Yeah, it should be there. So I don't think there's really any way TL can get out on the map and actually try to stop this. If MT tried to actually steal it and you die, they probably can just end the game, or at the very least get the Baron. So would become incredibly risky here for them to look towards. FBI now passing Apollo and Sven for 11th most kills all time.
Damn. That's a couple of names that have had a lot of time in the LCS.
Yeah, no kidding. We can watch this one more time. We saw Palafox, he bases, he already had the death cap completed previously, but he bases, buys a Sork pot there, and finds the huge shockwave, really lighting him up. Then sidestepping on the APA ult, flashes forward over a Q from the Ezreal, shuts down the Ezreal as well. Yes, he dies in the exchange, but what an aggressive play there from Palafox. Happy about it, and those are the kind of big moves that you need when you don't have a team that has that engage. You got to find the angles. You can see on the other side the frustration it looked like from Umti there.
Yeah, really, really huge move from Palafox on that one to break what was feeling like a stalemate for a very long time. Sundisk used again here on the ruins of the tier 1 turret on the Team Liquid side in mid lane. Energy just going to shove another wave in. They'll move back over to Baron. They want to clear out the TL vision. Umti is already behind enemy lines. He's waiting in the tribe rush.
There's no TP on Impact, so they're trying to draw him up with the supers coming in through bot side. So Energy doesn't even have to stay on this. If everyone shows up, you just stop and you wait for the supers to do your work for you.
Okay, let's see if that's how they want to play it. Baron's down to about half.
Yep.
They don't want to take it any lower. They don't want to risk anything. They're going to drop the ward into the tribe rush. They see Umti. They know the position. Team Liquid is now stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's a double super wave crashing into Nexus turrets.
Now they start
Energy
again.
Are playing it slow and playing it safe. They're forcing Team Liquid to make a tough call. Impact now having the Unleashed teleport ready to go, but the Nexus turret has already fallen. Umti's going to have to try to make some sort of a hero play, but Energy doesn't want to give him the chance. All 5 pulling off of the objective yet again, as Impact is still back in the base, answering the Nexus turrets. Umti's still waiting, still looking for the angle, back here over the wall, but now he's running into enemy territory. He's retreated so far, and the Baron is now again the target.
Impact has TP now though, so that's actually going to be available once more here. Energy aren't able to just burst this down. You can see Palafox is hunting for Umti.
Okay, Baron down below half. Palafox trying to keep Umti zoned away. Here comes the TP coming out from Impact. This fight is going to tell a lot about the story of the game. Dokla going for the Q3 knockup here with the APA. Send ulti over the top. Umti's going to be taken low. Palafox now the target, but Umti should die. Palafox ain't going to get him yet. Core JJ with a shutdown back on over to Palafox. Umti trying to escape from contract, but he won't do it. The 12 gauge goodbye gets him as APA will be double killed by the Grave. It's 2 dead on TL. It's 1 dead on the side of Energy as FBI tries to get away from Impact, who doesn't get the wall bang. Now Impact's going to be locked down as FBI kites it off. Not enough dead on either side to end the game. What a melee!
This is crazy. Energy, I think, really navigating this quite well. But TL handling it very well also, sending Impact down, knowing that the TP would be back up. They now see them onto the Baron here once again. Now Impact shows bot. It's just 2 members here to try to push them off, but Young gets big damage on FBI.
Yeah, FBI taken down to about 1/4 there between the damage from Baron and the damage from the True Shot Barrage, who he knows it, and he's trying to body block through the Mystic shots. There's no Umti available. The Baron is going to be claimed by Contract, and Core and Yon have to head for the hills. Contract collateral damage backward to close the gap on Yon, and 1 more attack does it. Contracts goes on a killing spree, and the enemy AD carry lost Flash and is still dead for 55 seconds.
Yeah, couldn't get out of there. APA is going to be back up here shortly. We'll see what Energy can do. Remember, this next Dragon will be sold for either team that claims it. Here's the earlier play one more time as Dokla catches APA with the edge of the Intofo strikes. The Shockwave, though, gets immune by APA with his stasis, then swoops in and knocks down Palafox there. The portal this time great from Core JJ to try to buy some time. Lays the portal as well for APA to try to get out of there, but it's not enough. And then on the other side, Impact not able to find the angle to stun FBI into the wall. Just gives him a little bit of a push. And now it's Energy back on the map here, pushing down mid. They're looking to deal some real damage. At the very least, they're going to get this mid inhib, and the bot inhib's already gone, so that's 2 inhibs down. Yon's up in 5.
Bot lane inhibitor is respawning in only a couple of seconds, though. Yon now back alive, too. Energy with a 5v5 in the enemy base. They go for the catch, but Core JJ only hits Dokla. Palafox stuck here in the front line. Are they even able to get him out? Yes, who he's got to devour. But now it's FBI under pressure with Upti here in the back, but Palafox takes him down before the enemy AD carry dies. 4v5. Team Liquid trying to hold on. Energy taking the opportunity to just knock down that last remaining inhibitor turret. Top lane inhib now gone. Bot lane is respawned, so it's not triple inhib just yet, but Energy could change that in the blink of an eye. Dokla trying to jump forward, finds the Intofo, strikes into APA, who he's ready to jump out to, but now the stasis once again keeping the Emperor alive. Impact trying to get back. Sun Disc raised on top of the ruins of Nexus turret number 1 as Nexus turret number 2 falls. Bottom lane inhibitor just being chipped away at as Contracts is shuffled in. He's not gonna die just yet. The shields keep him alive. Team Liquid will finally fall, and Energy takes the win after 41 minutes.
What a back and forth game here. Energy playing without much engage whatsoever, but they find a way to make it work here. Really well played in some high pressure situations from a number of the Energy members. They moved to 4-1. Currently in sole possession of first place in the LCS with their win and with C9's loss. And it's another day. It's another strong Energy performance, but TL also really looking tough to take down here. I thought they played it out quite well themselves. Yeah, really push Energy. After Energy got a big early lead, it looked like they might just get completely rolled over. But TL, I think, navigated it quite well to make it a competitive game.
I think TL's macro was a lot better than their micro this game. Yeah. The Core JJ ulti's not always on point. We talk about how Palafox just outplayed him there, coming around for the flank in the mid lane, which I think was probably the biggest individual play of the game. But overall, the conversation before that was Team Liquid doing a good job trading tier 2s for tier 2s, putting APA in a side lane where he can get objectives even when Energy are seemingly ahead. I've got to applaud TL for that, but again, back to Energy, back to the fact that they found this win. You can see just by the scorelines, 3-0 and 14 on FBI, 2-1 and 13 on Huhi. These two were a part of almost everything the team did. But then when you look at the biggest plays throughout the game, I'm thinking about Palafox with that flank in the mid lane. I'm thinking about Contracts having some massive burst, collateral damage backwards, knowing you can chase down Yon and pump him full of buckshot there at the end without getting out DPS. I'm loving the fact that everybody on Energy is having these bright moments in this game.
Yep, absolutely. It's an exciting one for Energy, staying flexible in their comps and showing us some different stuff, showing us some different looks here. And for TL, it's back to the drawing board. This has been the recipe for them each time. They've lost their first week game, then they come back, they win the next day.
All right, reminder to all y'all out there, Fantasy LCS is happening on Sleeper. Not too late to sign up and start a league with your friends and crush your dreams with your own LCS super team. You can head on over to sleeper.com or sleeper.app to give it a try. But right now, we're joining Raz and Contracts on stage for an interview.
What's up, everyone? I've got the victorious Contracts after that banger of a game.
Thank you, thank you.
Tell me a little bit about it. First, let's start with the Graves pick. That's crazy to me. Oftentimes, you don't get to see a 5 pick for junglers. So just talk about the thought process when the draft is rounding itself out.
I mean, the thought process behind the Graves is kind of just, I level 1 invaded. It's kind of just trying to take advantage of the jungle matchup. But I'm going to be honest, I don't think Graves was the best pick there. It's not the best into Ezreal, Bard, Azir, Poppy. But kind of thought, I was just confident I can make it work.
Was there any point in the game where you were getting a little concerned because it felt like Team Liquid is starting to find moments in the game to start creeping in?
Yeah, it's pretty hard for us to actually find engages to hold vision because of how much range they have. So we just kind of had to be creative and take advantage of their missteps. I think they kind of overshot it quite a bit with Vi just ulting in, and then he kind of just his engage range was a little bit too far for his teammates. I think he just needs to play a little bit slower with his range. And I think the game would have been quite a bit harder for us.
That makes sense. And so I wanted to do a checkup on your guys' expectations this split, because we heard from the team, it was like, okay, there's a bit of a break before, because obviously you guys are LCS champions, went to Worlds, came back, need a little bit of break. So you guys are saying that you guys were going to take some time to really ramp up. You guys beat C9 last week. You guys had a great game here. So how do you feel like you guys are ramping up so far?
We haven't beat C9 yet.
Oh, FlyQuest, my bad, not yet.
Soon, though. Soon.
Yes.
I think our expectations are kind of just, we want to keep the peak of our play. We want to match the peak of our play, and we want to make that consistent. And we've had a lot of internal struggles, honestly, with a lot of arguing and trying to really figure out how we want to play. But I feel like we're definitely a lot harder on ourselves this split because the expectations are so high. So, obviously we're trying to win the split again and go back to Worlds, MSI. So, yeah.
And that's a good way to end it, honestly. Once again, thank you. Congratulations on the win. It's going to be Shopify and Rebellion versus Dignitas after this game. Thank you, Contracts, and I'll see you later.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey guys, I think we should look. Yeah, nice. I'm keeping behind. I want to keep fighting.
Okay.
I want to keep fighting. We can't go.
We can't go through it. Come right then.
Yeah, I'm going. Okay, they will not accept.
Look at Zero, guys.
Yeah, I'm watching on Zero. Look at Zero. Look at Zero. Look.
I'm on you. Yeah, look at me, guys.
Zero.
Look at it, dude. Look at it.
Zero.
I'm ulted out. Look at it, dude. Don't flash at me, guys.
Okay, Zero.
Help me, guys.
Help on Graves.
Coming. You're fine.
Yeah.
Can we end or
Bot.
I don't think we can end.
Yes, you can. And bot.
You sure?
Yes, 100%.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Sea Blue Edition, with the taste of Juneberry. Wings for every taste.
What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the LCS. We've got Shopify Rebellion up against Dignitas in game number 3. Digon here alongside Kobe to break down all the action as we hop straight on in to draft, Kobe.
Let's go! Digon on the LCS desk!
I'm trying to pretend like it's cool. Yeah, it's normal. It's normal. Yeah.
I was here when you first came over. Happy to be here for your play-by-play. Shopify versus Dignitas, though. This is a hype one, especially because Insanity has been basically, I would say, our best cook in the LCS as far as champions go. He has a very deep champion pool, and a lot of coaches feel like it's very difficult to ban him out. You know, if you're throwing mid lane bans, it's almost like throwing them into the ocean here because, you know, he's had the Sion mid, of course. He had the Zac mid, but he also has some DPS picks for mid that he hasn't shown. They're not all tank champions.
Right. And, you know, one of the things that happens when you are a little bit too spicy of a chef, Chef Chalet, happens to then use too many ingredients. And then maybe you get a little bit in trouble because there's some core ingredients you need. Generally, when you're cooking, you need salt, you need pepper, and then maybe some garlic, and then you can go from there. You always wonder that with Insanity, but for us, we celebrate the diversity that it brings in the champion role.
Love it, love it. Katarina probably not going to get locked in. That's XU. Shout out to his girlfriend, as he normally does. And they are going to lock in the bottom lane here, rounding out Varus plus Renata. I would say lock that one in. It's very, very good. You need to deny the Renata to the Kalista. It's just such an insane pairing when you get to play an aggressive bottom lane like Renata Kalista, and then you get to draft aggressive melee champs around that as well. So really good job there by Dignitas stealing that Renata away and pairing it with the Varus themselves.
Yeah, and behind the chef of Insanity, Revan is always down to mix up the draft. I had the chance to interview him earlier. He said, this is my team. I got to handpick all 5 of these players. And so I think with that, he's leaning in to what they like to do. So going here with the Maokai and the Senna. So we got Senna Kalista here to counter that bottom side of the map for Dignitas.
Yeah, very interesting here. Maokai is such a good hard engage, really long range, wide ultimate here. And they're going to have a very aggressive bottom lane double range matchup versus double range matchup. Could get spicy down there. Sometimes it's hard to stack up the Senna Souls in those double range matchups because it's a little bit more dangerous when you're trying to go for your poke on your opponents. But Shopify have the confidence there. B-Boy and Zeyzal have worked pretty well together. We saw just last week, B-Boy, big part in that win over Cloud9 for Shopify. Looks like Dignitas might be going for some melee solo lane picks since they got an early Sejuani pick here. That Sejuani jungle, although it is not in the strongest spot right now that it has been in history, it is still always so good if you're planning on going with some very aggressive solo lane melee matchups here. So we'll see about the bans trying to protect some of those possible picks. We mentioned chefs in the kitchen. Rich for Dignitas was one of the biggest chefs as well for top lane picks, really making good use out of counter pick. And since Dignitas are on red side, we expect some top lane bans and then saving that red side final counter pick quite possibly for Rich himself.
Yeah, Rich up against Fake God, who made his name here on Dignitas back in 2021. Had himself a pretty good spring split, fell off there, and then found his way back on here 3 years later with Shopify Rebellion. We've got Corki as the ban. Corki just has been relatively strong. We've made the memes earlier in the bingo cards. Azir Corki. So that one getting taken away here, but a lot of focus in the mid lane.
Yeah, always kind of scary too if you're looking at a Varus early pick, it being paired with Corki, because then you have to deal with AP poke damage from the Corki and the lethality Varus poke damage, and that can sometimes be overwhelming in the mid game. See what Dignitas want to round this out with. Another mid lane ban. So they ban away all the AD mid laners since Maokai jungle is usually paired with one of these 2 AD mid laners, the Jace or the Tristana. And so Dignitas just try and double ban Insanity. I will say though, Insanity, like I said, he has played Graves mid. He has a lot of other mid lane champions, so we'll see how far they push this guy.
Yeah, potential 7 bans given the fact where you put Karma, where you put Brand. 7 bans that could be focused here in the mid lane between these 2 players. And then Yone as well, mostly seen top, but can be played mid lane as well. So 8 kind of flex bans here. The focus is very clear between both these squads.
All right, Dignitas. I'm expecting a Dove pick here because Dove has been much more of a generalist for Dignitas. and just try and pick him some AP threat here from mid lane and save the counter pick for Rich. Taliyah, interesting, because Taliyah buffs were announced, but they're not coming in until next patch next week, even though we will be the first to receive them on the live patch here. They are not in the game yet, so this is pre-buff Taliyah on PvE. They are currently toying around with some. It is a very active mid lane champion, though. Really want to see if they can actually get down to that bottom lane.
Yep.
Oftentimes, ever since the new season was released and they changed bottom lane, it's about how many ganks and how many roams can you send on down there. So see if they can snowball that. Then you're put in the place here for Fake God, where versus Dig versus your old organization here, you're forced to blind pick.
Yeah. That's pretty tough, especially when Dignitas is showing like, hey, lots of CC here with Varus, hostile takeover with Renata, and then you've got the ult coming in for Sejuani, then Weaver's Wall down onto wherever that fight is at, and it's just, you're gonna pop someone, try to use the numbers advantage here for Dig.
All right, Insanity. What's it gonna be?
What we got, Chef Chalet?
Is he gonna cook?
He's cooking.
They do need some DPS here. This team is looking pretty light as far as having Cassante and Maokai both there. I'm expecting a full tank Maokai.
Oh!
All right, he's still in there. Garen got buffs on this patch. Thank you, production. We are on 14.2, so we have the Garen buffs in. Those were extended level 1 duration of the W buff. It's now 4 seconds at all ranks. It is extremely annoying, and he got some DPS buffs. Speaking of the DPS, to his spin to win. So it could be Insanity Cassante. It could even be Insanity Garen, depending on the matchups that we see here. And with the Gnar locked in, they can definitely still swap it either way.
Yeah, we're getting a little excited here. We're hoping that it's Chef Chalet cooking it with the Garen in the mid lane, but it could.
It definitely could. They could swap it. Generally, when production makes those calls, though, I trust them. So let's say he's keeping his hands on the Garen here. And though I really think, wow, it's always nice to get the extra damage on your spin to win move. The durability provided by the W, the courage from Garen is such a big deal. And it being available for a long duration so early on, I think, is going to be the real tipping point here. Because especially if you play Garen in mid lane, a lot of the early parts are about soaking damage. You don't have to trade as much health for, minion wave control and getting that CS. And he can always back off it and heal back up. So we shall see. Mid lane is so nice in the new season with it made so much more wide open, moving back the brush. Does feel like you have a lot more space to play, despite junglers still trying to give it some attention.
Yeah, final pick there was Gnar on the top side of the map for Rich. So Rich will be rolling with that one. When we take a look at these compositions here, I think the thing that that points at me is Shopify Rebellion putting the eggs in the basket down on the Callista here. Because we got to see early on, B-Void came on in, played 2 games of Varus, didn't have a lot of help because there was constantly like a new deer or something tanky on him and had to like always kite away. But now with Callista, with Senna, wanting to get aggressive early on, I'm excited to see what he can do now that they've had a couple weeks of practice with this AD carry on in after having to use Wild Turtle early on.
All right, we've got confirmation from the stats team. This is the first ever in top 4 major regions of a Garen mid being played. It was played in the PCS, but this is the first ever for a top 4 major region play. Insanity pulling out the Garen. It is Flash Ghost Garen, as assumed, for the extra mobility to have the full effect here. And Garen can just become so annoying with the mobility and with the one-shot potential. Q damage into spinning and ultimate execute here. You really have to respect it. Also, since Garen doesn't rely on dashes, he's one of these older champions, just likes to run around real fast, some good move speed. The Taliyah rocks don't provide as much of an issue for him, and he has a pretty good time of dodging away from seismic shove, unless, Sejuani is hard CC setting up the Taliyah. So I actually do really like this pick. Yet again, this is not just Insanity being weird for laughs. I actually think this is very positive. It is a very melee heavy and short range team comp for Shopify, but they're used to running comps like this. Obviously, last weekend you got a little taste of it there as well. And it is backed up by a very strong bottom lane here with Kalista plus Senna on the bottom side. That Senna healing and those Senna ultimates coming across the top of this top side 3 beefy melee champions can be very, very devastating, especially in the mid game after you get an item each for these champions.
Yeah, and if you're Tomo, it's, well, if I'm going lethality, who's going to help me with all these tanky boys as the game gets later on? And as you said, buffing in the mid game for Shopify Rebellion. Very, very nice draft here by them.
Yeah, I'd say if it's anything other than a Leandries for Dove, he's going to hear about it. if it is not Leandries when you're facing a Cassante Maokai Garen, then we got some issues.
Yeah, someone's got to burn him as we get ourselves into game number 3 of the Super Week as SR takes on Dig here. And they set themselves on up. Just early start, no shenanigans. Just playing the line of defense with Zeyzal and Boogie. They know. And with the map being a little bit bigger, it feels very risky when you go into the other side's jungle if they're waiting. It's a much longer way to get back to your side of the brush.
Yeah, the distance it's here on the bottom side especially, they're just going to power on through. They bully their way in. They're going to start on blue quadrant here of Dignitas territory. And this, I love this because you are faced with this quad range bottom lane. A big part of choosing to split the map like this, having your jungler take away blue quadrant from Dignitas, is to allow this Kalista Senna side to know for sure that they're the ones with jungle advantage and to really be able to push it. On the other side of the map, you know, Rich, with the Gnar into Cassante, like, it might help a little bit, but it looks like they're trying to retake this blue quadrant. XU's coming over.
Yeah, XU a little late. We'll use
Bring around the Rosie.
on over, and they don't see him. It's 2 ships of the night. They'll pass right on by.
So he does secure Gromp, and he is down here. Oftentimes for Red side jungle is really tough to play because you know you do have to defend your bottom lane from these types of plays. Swoops on over. They're going to be able to catch first wave and bounce.
Yeah, the scary moment of the wave crashing, knowing that the opposing jungler somewhere around has passed, so Tomo and Isles can finally farm safe, start pushing back, and start trading on up.
All right, so this means we're going to have a full reverse clear now for Boogie, heading all the way up towards top side of the map. Doesn't look like Zeyzal and B-Boy are having any issue getting this one in either. And let's check in on that spicy pick, shall we, in the mid lane? So far, doing quite well here for Insanity. Of course, definitely going to go with the Doran Shield here for the mid lane. Still always going Conqueror there for Garen, trying to stack that up. And it looks like he has opted for Overgrowth and Conditioning.
So getting the extra HP as minions die around.
Got plenty of sustain in his passive, so doesn't need any of the extra sustain, and goes for the longer term, the health stacking benefit later on.
Yeah, no TP though, so he needs to, neither laner with TP in the mid lane, so has to keep an eye on that and stay healthy enough that he can continue to farm on up.
Yeah, no second wind to rely on, no problem so far. Looks like on top side as well, XU up here is going to be able to use that Gnar pushing in the top lane priority that you see Rich having up there to be able to take away a blue buff.
Yeah, so an elongated trade of the blue buffs early on as Boogie and the rest of Shopify did go steal the one away. It just stayed up for such a long time. Kind of weird blue buff timing.
Yeah, looks like XU will also be king of the Gromps though, because he got its own Gromp. As well as the Shopify Rebellion Gromp. And they've got a nice dive timing here. Fakeout's out of mana. Still is a Cassante though.
Yeah, XU thought about it. We'll start the recall, and I think they're just going to feel better about, hey, let's just put some pressure on. Let's get the timer. Let's get back on the map. And start figuring out if we want to go for the Void Grubbies or head on over to the first trade.
Luckily for Cassante, his W only costs 40 mana. And of course, the Q only 24 as well, so no problems for him. A little bit of a deficit to the Gnar early on with the early pushing and harassment of the range and the hyper, but not too bad.
As things stay neutral here, Zeyzal able to stack up the souls, as Senna always does, continuing to get one right there and increase the range, get the crit down, the extra crit for every 20 souls that he stacks on up. But so far, both junglers just kind of hovering around, as we've seen a lot in this patch. It's a lot of hovering unless it's a very clear engage angle.
Yeah, and now since we're breaking 5 minutes and Dragon is up, with both junglers heading down here, Boogie takes away the control ward, puts up the saplings, already has the scuttle crab, so really big vision advantage for Shopify here, leading up towards Dragon. And since they are the one with the Callista, should have a pretty easy time starting it up. Look at this really deep vision. Chase him out, and XU should probably just head on over to the Grubs since he's the one with the pushing top side, and trade neutral objectives. This is definitely the plan that Shopify wanted, the trade that they wanted, but they're not actually going to trade. XU comes back.
Yeah, XU coming back and now forcing Boogie off. Insanity looking to join as well. Both Dove and Insanity level 6. That's a lot of the damage there.
So they do delay the Dragon, and it releashes. They do chase Boogie off. But it's still pretty scary since Insanity with Flash, Ghost, and Ultimate available on the Garen could easily solo somebody out. Very dangerous with that mid lane pick priority. The vision, though, was retaken. So nice little kind of counter there from Dignitas.
Yeah, and I kind of like that from Dignitas because not only do you have the wards there, but it's the saplings and that kind of control area that Maokai puts down. By poking your head on in there, stopping it, you're kind of now taking away that advantage they created.
I would think that it should still just be a delayed trade since the matchups that are to your advantage for Dig, top lane by far with the Gnar. So XU does head over here and eventually is going to try and trade Grubs for the Dragon priority since Maokai is moving back in there and the Callista is heading right back to lane. But it is always super nice to have Grubs early when you've got something like a Gnar into K'Sante matchup for the top side. See if you can get that extra turret plate money. You see, even before the Grubs were taken, Rich had already taken a single turret plate. So now is going to make that Gnar's life even easier, trying to get the most out of this 5-pick counter on top side and trying to get a little bit more gold for himself. Meanwhile, since he only took 2 Grubs, you don't get the global alert, and just leaving the last one here as the unwanted Eddie.
Yeah, I kind of wonder, is Dignitas going to get a little greedy and start to try and fight for this Drake here by leaving that notification down? And yes, they know that Boogie cleared out one of the control wards by blue. Coming down is XU, but he will be a little late, so Drake will be traded on over. Shopify will take that one. So a 2 Void Grub for 1 Drake stolen on over. Bit of trading right now as Tomo and B-Void going in. Snare landing onto Tomo. And fake calls and pulls Zazel back.
It has started to become a bit more common because it does take so much less time and you don't get the global alert. And if you take the first 2 Grubs, then with the respawn timers for 4 minutes later for those 2 earlier ones, and then the original one just sitting there, unless your opponents like rush over really quickly, it is almost impossible, or it is actually impossible for them to get 5. And so you are set up in a scenario where once those 2 do respawn, you can get 5 for the extra Void Might, but your opponents cannot still, and the Dragon does end up going over. XU, though, with the ultimate ready here for Sejuani.
Oh, it might be prison time here for B-Voy and Zazel. They're working their way back, but Weaver's wall cutting off not all the way. There's the cleanse. B-Voy hops over the wall, but Zazel's stuck, and it's first blood heading over to Tomo, picking that one up on Barris.
Good early move here from Dignitas, going right through enemy jungle behind Dragon. Very efficient move from them, and since XU did not even have to use Sejuani ultimate, they still have that possibility, so still some more threat.
They're hovering right now. B-Void just trying to get this one out.
The cooldown there should be, the cooldown should be, I think that's a bug on the overlay. Because I remember it was used, right? Yeah.
B-Void. We'll get to farm this one up. Got to see him with the Ghosts, and Dignitas will take their lead there. You got to see one of the issues with Insanity and Garen. Can't roam as fast. In fights, definitely can flash, ghost, and ult on top of someone, but in these larger rotations, Weaver's Wall will beat almost anything other than maybe, TF Port.
Yeah, really good roam there. Bottom focus. First blood going over to Tomo. Feels so nice for him. And he is going with the Blade of the Ruin King build, not going with the lethality, of course. As we talked about, him going lethal tempo and not going with the Hail of Blades.
Yep.
It's a very, very tanky front line. Definitely makes sense to go for the on-hit build.
And right now the solo lanes with the range advantage going as expected. You got the gold lead on the top side for Rich. You've got the gold lane in the mid lane for Dove, plus a plate so far here for Rich. And Dove close to getting another one as XU gonna take a peek here in mid. Gets caught on out by Insanity, but clearing out wards, and XU continuing the pressure down on the bottom side. There comes ultimate by Tomo, catching out B-Void. B-Void flashing, auto-attacking his teammate. Dawning Shadows keeps B-Boy alive for a little bit longer, but here comes the Glacial Prison. He's putting time out, and B-Boy gets taken down by XU. From range, here comes the Nature's Grasp, trying to hold Dignitas in place. Dig dives and gets one with Dove. Zazel is the one taken out, but Demacian Justice has been dished by Insanity. Overall, a 2-for-1 for Dignitas. A little late on the rotation by Shopify, and they pick it on up.
Yeah, Shopify trying to get something back for themselves, and Insanity finally does get one. Ghost keeping him in range, using the flash, ultimate. To just try and keep that money kind of close, but Dig pretty happy with it. Now we get the ultimate over.
All out by Fake God after being stuck under the tower, wanting to deal some damage back to Rich. Over the wall, Rich starting to get a little angry, seeing if he can get the Narbar going. Very low, but Fake God wins it. And it's a 1-for-1, or one solo kill on the top side of the map.
Solo bolo there for Fake God. The abusive Gnar so often, and yet he's able to get the angle on the wall here. They get the flash down for Rich as well. Boogie comes over to pick up the remaining grub.
Yeah.
And
there's the global.
There you go. But honestly, Fake God here, really nice stuff from him on the solo. Here's another look at the repeat for bottom lane. Sejuani again, taking the same path behind Dragon, rotates on over. Talia following as well. So much chunk damage, though, onto B-Boy, starting it out.
Yeah, dodge the hail of arrows, but then gets caught with the Glacial Prison here from the backside.
Yep, ultimate came back off cooldown. So easy setup there for the W, finish him up with the W. And then they try and get it back, Maokai ultimate under tower. But it's just going to be Insanity chasing down Tomo because Dove and XU, they were able to get the other kill. They took down Zazel as well and are able to exit out of the back.
Yeah, did require Flash and Ghost here for Insanity to get in there, but you're starting to see the power of Garen once he's in the fight. If you get in there early, he can get onto the back line. Tomo, if he's already used Chains of Corruption, doesn't have a lot of ways on out, has to rely on Isles for the handshake.
All right, overall game plan here, though, still remains the same. With Dragon number 2 up, Shopify already trying to retake that vision control, see if they can actually keep this stacking going.
Oh, XU saying, hey, Boogie, this is mine. I've set it up. I know you got saplings, but we're in the bush. We're in the river right now. Boogie punches him out into the bush, takes a bit of sapling damage. Glacial Prison used their...
Yeah,
like a little early.
I think he was hoping that Dove was a little bit closer, but Dove was not in range for the combo there, so it's just a little bit of damage, and you're not going to have that setup for the seismic shove this time around.
Oh, Nature's Grasp coming on in. Weaver's Wall trying to block off the rest of the team. There is no exit for Shopify, so they will force their way on in. TPs have been channeled, and now we've got ourselves a 5v5, and it looks like Dig's just going to back on up.
Yeah, even though Rich also does come, Mini Gnar teleporting in is not gonna help you out with that fight nearly as much as Fake God coming in. Cassandre with Iceborne Gauntlet done. After already have gotten the solo kill, his ultimate was ready. Mini Gnar not really going to be the impactful arrival that you want it to be, and so Shopify are able to stick to that game plan. They've got the Dragon number 2 down here. Hex picked up despite the early couple of roams on bottom lane and the couple of kills that were successful for Dignitas.
Yeah, and again, I kind of go back to that Glacial Prison by XU. It was a nice Weaver's Wall by Rich. I think he might have wanted to cut off the rest of the team so that the damage wasn't there. He cut off the exit, but then Shopify calmly said, hey, we have control of this. A lot of the CC ults are already down, and we'll just take that one there as now Dignitas focus their sights onto the Herald on the top side of the map.
All right, resetting, having both bottom lanes meet back up here in the top lane now. Finish up their mirroring. No teleports able to disrupt anything going on up here, so just picked up the Rift Herald and shove on in for Tomo and Isles. Infernal Rift is actually one of my favorite changes, being able to go around and pick up these little cinders for the extra cooldown reduction. But also just the fact that it turns everyone into these pinatas and makes every death more exciting, having them all spurt out.
Little explosions right around. And remember, early on, the cooldown reduction was half, right? And
Yeah,
so now
0.3, now it's 0.6.
Yeah, they doubled it here so that you can, it feels better than just the little pinata as well as the speed boost you get when you pick them on up.
Yeah.
We've seen across multiple regions. That's been an escape tool. It's like, okay, I've got a little cinder here to get myself out to safety. See if it plays here as we look towards the Infernal Rift. XU peeking towards blue buff, seeing if you could find anything, and nope. Nothing too much quiet on yet as top lane has flipped on over. So top's now on the bottom side and the bot laners have head on over to the top. And it's just a lot of positioning right now. Dignitas trying to find ways where they can use their layered CC, pick one, maybe two off, and then try to use those numbers advantage.
All right, and they're gonna charge right into mid lane here. Because they did get the early 2 Void Grubs, they get a few extra mites out of this. Trying to help them finish it off, and they almost do.
Yeah, they do. Dawning Shadows goes on in. Fake God now trying to buy some time. Hostile takeover doesn't hit anyone, but makes a lot of space, and Fake God gets taken on down. Boogie forced to run, and Dignitas, they just clump on up and death ball their way into a kill.
Yeah, nice little extra kill here for Dignitas. Happy with that one. Too far ahead there for Fake God, and it's so hard trying to engage into his Renata teams, especially with Varus ultimate backing up too. Makes it hard for your team to always follow up, and so if you're not choosing the exact right moment and you don't have really good placement for your teammates, sometimes you do end up just giving over that extra kill.
Yeah, and hostile takeover, just such a wide range, just right down the whole lane, and you saw everyone from Shopify either go left or go right, but no one was going forward to join Fake God. So they're gonna have to figure out how they want to fight these team fights if it's just out in the open like that.
Yeah, that's why you always have to be really cognizant of your opponent's like counter engage picks when you're running these melee heavy comps that are really short range. Only Senna has the infinite scaling range that's going to take a long time to scale up. Really have to work around so many these counter engage tools. Not only the Renata, but also those Talia rocks being laid down. Varus ultimate being very, very difficult to deal with when you're clumped up like that, and it can chain to your teammates. So Shopify gonna have to alter some of their setups here, and looks like Boogie is trying to get some deeper vision through some saplings as well as wards up through the red quadrant of the jungle. He actually canceled his recall here.
Yeah, well, I like the way Dignitas is now set up their solo lanes. You have Talia on Cassante, you have Gnar onto Garen, and Gnar can, a normal matchup that you normally see in the top side of the map. Gnar just kiting around the Garen. You can have them both join TP for Rich and Weaver's Wall for Dove a little bit faster, as the rest of the team just holds mid, and we kind of hit a lull in the action as Drake will be spawning here soon.
That's what we're all looking forward to for the next big team fight. Honestly, as long as Dignitas have Rich charge up his Narbar beforehand this time around, and he's able to teleport in with a flash and Mega Gnar ready, they have a really good shot at putting a stop to this dragon stacking for Shopify Rebellion. They have super, super good engage for themselves. And as long as they can manage that Narbar, which actually is now timing out for Rich. So he's gonna be exhausted and be mini for a little bit longer. If Shopify take this chance and they just force it right now, well, it's another mini Gnar for Rich.
Yeah. Rich hasn't been able to line that one up yet. And it looks like Dignitas trying to slow it down, but Fake God saying go with the TP into the mid lane. River Brush now TP coming on in by Rich. Infernal Drake getting down to 4,000 gold. XU goes on in, maybe a little bit early. Force flash on back, gets the smite. And Dignitas pick up their first Drake, but here comes the fight. Spinning to win is insanity. The chef is cooking, but he does not get the kill. It's Filthy Frank Tomo picking up the kill. Dove picks up yet another one, and it's 3 kills heading on over to Dignitas.
Oh, and they're not done yet either. They can push right down mid, go get that outer turret on top side of the mad Dignitas. This is so big for them. Even though Rich is coming in exhausted, the big team fight is so, so nice for them. With, again, that counter engage setup that they have. They kite back, and they even get the bailout here with the Renata W so they don't lose anyone. Here's another look at it. Shopify Rebellion trying to force on this timing right now. They throw out the Maokai ultimate, but XU keeps his head cool. He flashes over and then is still able to get the smite. They get the first kill again onto Fake God, and then bailout nicely timed onto XU so that they barely get it. They get the kill onto Insanity. Bail him out, and nobody goes down. Rich was able to keep the 2 ranged members of the opponents down by Dragon Pit as well. Really good setup there from Dignitas.
Yeah, and on that replay, I was watching B-Boy. I was like, hey, where's the early damage? He's busy stacking onto the Drake, and by the time the call to start the fight happened, hostile takeover by Isles yet again gets him hitting Zazel, and they took such a long time to get over there, get the initial damage. And then once the fight started, Dove did a great job zoning off this aggressive bot lane of Shopify. So Dig fighting these team fights out well, and Shopify, we said it in the last fight, they got to figure out how they want to do it.
All right, Boogie getting chased out, forced to flash.
Yeah, back and on off. XU gets caught by the snare, Senna getting themselves out to safety, but Shopify feel very uncomfortable in these fights, and Dignitas feels good just walking forward. Even that last Drake fight, no rage bar, as we said.
Yeah, Dig have been really good at kiting backwards and kind of drawing them into these nice little pockets where they can get high value out of Renata ultimate. Now they're going to be themselves the ones to start up the Baron, see if they can draw Shopify over again.
And this is tough. One thing that has been pretty good by Dignitas so far has been the vision control around objectives. It was Shopify that needed to go down into the Drake to clear that one out. Now they're trying to work their way up on towards the Baron. Ward has been placed, but now a control ward blocks off a lot of the vision, so Insanity has to be there to see the HP of the Baron. Boogie looking to go on over the wall. Nature's Grass from behind. XU blocks it off. Isles is safe. Dove is not. Gets caught on out. Staying alive for a little bit longer. The damage doesn't come down. Rich with the Gnar over the wall onto Zazel and takes down one. Distance with the arrows. Tomo trying to close out Insanity, and the chef will cook and get himself out to safety. The Baron stays still chunked, and they will continue to leash it. Does Dignitas.
Oh my goodness. Isles again with the Renata ultimate. He peeled Dove to keep Dove alive. Now they're going for the smite.
Dove with the shove onto Insanity. Boogie getting zoned on out. Onto the back line. The all-out takes Tomo out. Tomo flashes back on in. Fake God trying to kill him from over the wall. Flashes over the wall. And the bailout will not save him. Fake God takes him down, but the Baron got thrown over to Dignitas. Insanity forced to run away. Boogie has no friends left. And Isles lives with just a sliver of health. It's Dignitas with 2 kills and the Baron.
Oh my goodness. And Rich does such a good job chasing Boogie away, so there was no smite fight there from Shopify. Boogie was forced to run away from the Gnar. He can't get in there. Then Fake God trying to get the ultimate onto Boogie to get him out, but then got Tomo. But then it's getting crazy over here. Let's take another look because there are 3 parts to this fight.
Yeah.
Dove hiding on the little banana brush here of the other side, gets the shove combo onto Insanity. On the right side, you see Rich chasing off Boogie, that smite. Meanwhile, XU is still in the pit, so Tomo flashes back in to try and help DPS the Baron, but because there are more people behind Baron, you get the Baron back spikes with stun and delay it a little, and then Fake God jumps back in there, finally gets that kill onto Tomo, and they're able to chase the rest of them off. Dove here, running circles, but Isle survived on like 50 HP or so before the Triumph heal.
Yeah, Dove and Rich have done a very good job. As you said, a lot of these fights have been multi-pronged fights. Dove and Rich individually throughout multiple different fights have done a good job isolating out one of the damage sources for Shopify. And it's really allowed Tomo to dish out damage, XU to be in front, and Isles to put the CC where it needs to be at.
Yeah, and I have to highlight this item right here, this Frozen Heart. It is doing so much work for this team because already the low DPS comp there with Shopify Rebellion is greatly reduced by that Frozen Heart attack speed debuff aura. Since Maokai is full tank, you know, it's working wonders against the Garen, the Kalista, and even the Senna if you can get in range of the Senna. And it's just making these Dignitas fights look so good for them. In addition to all the area control that they have, allowing them now a 4-1 split push. Rich is fine off there in solo land, and there we go. They're gonna get right up to the tower with Talia ult.
Big TP coming on in by Fake God. Will try to find the good flank angle, but it's yet again good vision by Dig, so they're aware of this. XU goes forward onto Insanity. Nature's Grasp by Boogie is going to hit multiple members, but the damage has been stopped. Rich, again, doing his job. He's the bodyguard. No one getting close to my boy Tomo to allow him to dish out the damage. The the Baron-empowered minions to go on over to the tower, and Shopify use one of their tools to get on in. Now the tower is the next in the eyes of Dignitas. The shove backwards onto Insanity spells bad for the chef. He's forced to back on off. As yet again, more damage being put on in. Boogie has to go on in as he gets caught out. The hostile takeover makes sure the back line can't do too much. Rich now trying to zone out B-Boy while Tomo is free firing onto Fake God. Woo. And they are forcing everyone from Shopify back. Insanity goes in, goes back on out, and the minions now, still empowered, are now pumping damage onto the turret. The turret goes down in front of the Nexus. There's one, maybe the second is Fake God and Insanity trying to make a Dignitas sandwich. Where's the damage going to come from? Keep your eyes on B-Boy's. Insanity goes on in, gets Demacian Justice onto the Sejuani. B-Boy now isolating out Rich. Rich trying to get raged out, but he gets taken down. B-Boy with 3 now, picks up a couple. It's Tomo and Isles, and they're stuck. Here comes the tree, putting him down. Tomo, gotta get cut down. B-Boy with the triple. B-Boy with the quadruple, but traded out by the Varus. And it's bloody all over the place, Kobe.
It's a double KO to end it here with both AD carries going down. In the end, Shopify are down an inhibitor in the aftermath and down a tremendous amount of gold and item purchase power here. So certainly going to leave a mark. Dignitas making really, really strong push here towards the Nexus. But then Insanity starts it out. He just goes in with the Garen, gets the execution, gets the shutdown. The Sejuani is down, but B-Boy then has so much room to play with the Kalista. Picks up 2 here on the chase, and they wait for the Maokai to come back out of the fountain with the extra speed. Gets the engage. Tomo still, though. So much work here.
Oh, yeah. The last couple autos.
The Blade of the Rune King plus the Ginsu's Rage Blade doing a lot of work there. And then now he's also got the extra hybrid penetration from the Terminus. Just feels so nice. With all the attention that Dignitas paid to the bottom lane early on, you know, multiple jungle and mid lane roams down to that bottom lane.
Yep.
Trying to set themselves up to be the ones with the better on hits. AD carry down there is really paying dividends.
Oh, Dove using the Weaver's Wall onto B-Boy. He was trying to make too much of a play, and now most of the damage here for Shopify Rebellion has a 40-second timeout, and Dignitas will rotate themselves down to the bottom lane. And oh, they're using the blast cone. That was a
nice coordination there.
Yeah, everyone got over. Now Fake God trying to buy a little bit of time. Dawning Shadows giving the shields over to Shopify. Where's the damage going to come from? Insanity trying to spin to win, but he gets frozen down and taken out by Tomo. Fake God next on the menu, and it's 3 members down for Shopify. Dignitas with a comprehensive game defy the odds and find themselves a victory here in their 5th match of the season.
Little celebration on the steps, waiting for.
All right, and there's the ace. All right.
Little pad on the KDA, waiting for B-Boy to welcome him back once again. And another big win here. Dignitas improved to 2-3 now, taking down Shopify Rebellion. Really good answers. The bottom lane doing so much work. That Varus and Renata early picks for Dignitas. The crux of their team comp, and then realizing that and in-game playing to it, getting that roaming mid laner, getting those early Sejuani and Talia plays down to the bottom side.
And remember, that's not how that early jungle thing started, right? It was the Maokai the one going to go steal the blue away from XU. So great job by XU staying in the game and finding a way to get his bot lane rolling.
Yeah, really, really good job there. The answer, trying to cover bottom lane, not letting them split the map.
You know, Rich as well. He got soloed out early on, the 1v1 by Fake God, but eventually they figured out their jobs, and this was a very cool win by Dignitas because it was clear what their roles were. Dove, hey, dish out some damage, but bodyguard here for your AD carry. Same thing with Rich, and this is something that's been, I feel like, missing from this Dignitas squad. You wanted to see some coordination. We're headed for a short break, but Meech and Sniper take on FlyQuest. Before Meech and Sniper take on FlyQuest, but first, let's see how these rookies stack up 1v1. Let's take a look.
It is 1v1 time. We got some new faces here. We have Sniper versus Meech, and it's a little different here in 2024 where the LCS Discord has decided what you're going to be 1v1ing. Oh. So they've decided on a Hui mirror. Have either of you played Hui?
Never in my life.
Never. First time ever? Okay, we're gonna do one quick veto then. The other top suggestion, it's a reverse main matchup, so Kalista Riven, but it's reversed. So you have to play Riven and you have to play Kalista. Is that or Huemir? What do you prefer?
Let's do Kalista Riven. That's like way more fun, no?
All right, so pick the champions and let's load up.
Wait, there's no exhaust in this. What the heck?
No coward summoner spells.
Oh, no coward summoner spells? I mean, it's like so unplayable playing against Riven without exhaust, but it's fine.
Sniper, what's your confidence level that you'll win?
I mean, he's playing Riven, you know, like the most broken champion in the game. But, I mean, I'm like better mechanically than Meech, you know, in my personal opinion, so it's gonna go to me.
Meech, thoughts?
I mean, I think I'll win, but he has the champ advantage, so we'll see.
I got the champion advantage, bro. You're playing Riven, man. Just go flash ignite. Wait, yeah, Meech. I know you're choosing me, bro. Look at you, man. Oh, you just messed up, by the way. Wait, I don't have ignite. Woo! No dog. I gotta play safe. Oh, you're dead, bro.
Oh! No!
Oh my god! I'm so boosted, by the way. Holy crap, I need a permaban. Oh my god. How do I lose that? Oh, it's first with 2 kills. No, just FF. Kalista doesn't scale. I'm doing so much damage to you. What was that? I don't even know. What? Bro. Oh, you're gonna hit 6 soon. Oh, you're already 6. What am I saying? Bro, okay, you're like such a sweat, by the way. Like,
bro.
Nah, I'm actually so trash at this champion. I don't know how, like. No,
You suck.
I don't know.
You should have given him Riven.
Well, Meech,
honestly,
we can do that. We can do that in the rematch. Thanks for joining me, Meech, Sniper. Thanks for joining us once again for the 1v1, and that's it from here.
Thanks.
And in the first game of LCS 2024, 100 Thieves reigns supreme. Sniper gets his first.
It felt super good to win, honestly. Like, you know the feeling when like you beat someone. The moment we won, I just looked at like the enemy team, saw how like this is like a little toxic, but like depressed they kind of look like, and then I was just like, that gave me so much energy, you know? It's like I was taking their soul.
When I got on stage, like, it just like all hit me, you know? Like I'm really, yeah, I can't really describe it, I'd say, but it was definitely a crazy feeling.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hello, I am here with the victorious AD carry Tomo after kind of a back and forth a little bit at the end. One thing I did want to start off by asking though, because you guys seemed to be very focused on getting your lane specifically ahead. You got first blood around like 8 minutes, revisited 11. Tell me about your early game plan going into this game.
Well, I think this game, just because we have Talia, she could impact the map a lot. So we knew that like after first base, you know, the 2v2 is kind of like even, but if we have our mid involved, it'll swing in favor for us.
Were you at all surprised as a team when you guys saw the Garen mid coming into the Talia?
Honestly, not really, because we scrimmed against SR before, and you know they like whipped out Zach mid on stage. So you know, going to the draft meeting against them, we knew that they were gonna post something weird, something strange that we haven't played against. But I think we planned well for it. So yeah.
In looking at when you are going up against a team like SR, like you said, what is it better? Is it better to focus on kind of like what you guys are drafting specifically and kind of ignore whatever they're doing, or just keep it in mind as a possibility?
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both. I think this week especially, I think we are honing into like specific champs that we're super comfortable with, how to draft around them. So I think we're just playing our comfort, but as well like we're drafting for what the enemy can prepare.
Since we've been on live patch, this is kind of our second week on patch, kind of figuring out what we want to play around. For Dignitas specifically, what kind of team do you guys think you are in terms of playstyle?
Yeah, I think we're a team that can honestly play through any lane. I think having Korean solo lane just means they're always going to be like really consistent, especially on stage. I think me and Niles are pretty good bot lane, honestly, I'd say. And yeah, I think Lawrence is good at, XU is good at facilitating for us. So I think we still have a long way to go, but I'm really excited with how we progress.
I think you guys are off to a good start, especially kind of watching you in Champs Queue. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me, and we will be getting right back into game soon.
Way too early Kia Rookie of the Year would be Masu. I think he's honestly really good individually. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders. I think he'll make it. And obviously, whatever rookies may be coming top lane will definitely not have a good time. I'll make sure that Sniper, for example, won't be getting it.
Already talking about Rookie of the Year, 2 early Rookie of the Year candidates so far.
He's biased, though.
Yeah? He is a little bit biased. What are you thinking, Jet?
I mean, as long as we're talking Rookie of the Year, I'm going to talk about the guy on screen right now, Sniper. It is a year-long award. So even if you're trying to judge based off the first 4 games, I think this guy has a lot of room to grow. General Sniper, he's already had some solo kills against experienced LCS mid laners. I think the team play will come in time.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there he is.
Yeah, here's that solo kill. He had this one on Dokla. It looked like it was a greedy play, but then he managed to pull it off because we thought it was maybe dead. So yeah, vote for him. It's a bit early for the campaign.
A bit early
because it's going to be in August, but
to see if they actually remember it by the time in which the voting will happen. There's a reason why you have that one replay versus Dokla. That was just one good game, and that's why I would not even say right now he is the best rookie on his own team at the moment. I would go for Meech. I think Meech has been a silent assassin so far this split. His Varus game for me was the one that I felt like he popped off the most. Was actually not only consistent enough, but also flexible enough to go towards the Seraphine gameplay. I thought his Seraphine was also great. So overall, while this team has been kind of trucking along to find wins, I feel like they found their wins off the back of Meech.
Yeah, and I am actually going to put in a nod towards the AD carry that Meech will be facing off against, which is Masu. I think Masu is someone who obviously was super hyped coming in from NACL. And I think the thing with Masu is where he's really going to impress, as we kind of see a little juke and lane on the Ezreal, but is actually going to be in team fights, I think, is really where he shines. Like, I don't think of him necessarily as a laning AD carry, but more as a really excellent team fighter.
Yeah, and we're using this campaign time basically just to really focus on the fact that we have a lot of really young and exciting players coming in this year. Yes, good rookies. Players. Even talking to Huhi earlier on about like players that have surprised him, he just flatly said all of the rookies so far this split have actually looked quite good. So really interesting to look at. And we had that graphic a little earlier on about the IMT players as well, so we'll see them later on. But for now, FlyQuest for 100 Thieves, the draft is commencing. Yeah,
and it looks as well very early on, 2 of the AD carries we were just talking about are going to be playing not super supportive champions. This isn't the Seraphine, this isn't the Karma stuff that we saw from patch 14.1 when they were playing double support items. So we get to see them go head-to-head here, first pick Kalista and a match Varus.
Yeah, and then a nod to your pick, Sniper, Jat, with the ribbon band coming in from FlyQuest, whatever. And Whippo is known for slamming some really interesting counter picks in the top lane. So that was just a champ that he wanted to eliminate for Sniper off the bat.
Yeah, so he goes towards his Aatrox because I'm sure that in 4-5 he's going to start getting banned out. The Cassante was another great one because in the replay that you were showing, he actually had a really good lane versus Dokla on the Cassante pick. So looks like those are the 2 best champs that he's been able to show to us thus far, still earlier on in the split. So interested to see how his Aatrox does.
Whippo, I feel like every game has probably gone 4-5. It would be like you probably should pick top laner here, but sometimes he likes to look at the whole team comp and throw out something really quirky. So I think that's why we're just seeing Jensen's Azir, because he's going to play Orianna or Azir and be fine whenever it's available.
By the way, Inspired is thinking the exact same thing. In terms of all mid jungles, the lowest jungle proximity has been on this team. Inspired will be looking elsewhere, and I'm sure it doesn't help the fact that last game happened where he had to play to go bot lane constantly. But Jensen in general has been good on his own regardless of jungle pressure. So you are right. I'm interested to see what that Whippo counter pick is going to be versus
the team.
Sniper, just the team. Yeah, it's a team-wide counter pick is how he views it, so it's going to be fun.
I think they should probably pick Whippo's champion on 4 and not 5. I know he won't be able to see extra stuff because I kind of think the Maokai jungle support flex could be a thing. And you'd want to hold that as long as possible. But on the other side, maybe Maokai support is bad into Renata, so we'll see what they go with. Hwei ban.
Wow. Remember,
Banning
support
a
is
potential
available.
Support Hwei for
potential
Lucio,
Hwei
for sure.
support.
It's most likely a Maokai jungle and not a Maokai support. I just call it the Maokai support because Ole won with it last week.
True.
Also, I feel like Busio has it in him, you know? Like, one of his first games in LCS was Azir support. So, as we've talked about that, like, I know Double have talked about that on Kaz previously.
I've seen his Camille support as well. In terms of just players who's willing to go outside that box, that has been Busio, so it makes sense. And it does make sense that poke right now is the one thing 100 Thieves are going to be concerned about. Range, poke, anything like that. So a support that could do that would be nice, but probably not going to be on the cards. I'm just trying to ponder right now what Whippo would be thinking of as a pick.
Yeah, I mean, bans are really weird for 100 Thieves as well. You can see why they're taking the extra time with the second ban phase, because it's not super straightforward what's going to be played here, since the roles are so mismatched in terms of the draft phase. It's not like you're all just competing over a power pick top laner or something. There's some weird stuff. I mean, the fact that they're reaching for Soraka and Hwei bans in the 4-5 is pretty wild.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also, they definitely want to get this bot lane into a really good position, right? Like, I would expect, first of all, just because it's his style, but secondly, because you want to make sure this bot lane has a lot of bot control. Get River on something where he can impact his lanes early. The Nico support maybe coming out for Busio, which would be really interesting. And then saving R5 for Whippo.
The Nico support is an interesting one, as you mentioned. I remember the last time we've seen it was actually at the International BDS versus Golden Guardians. That one did not have the greatest showing, and that was a Kalista Nico. This one looks like it's just going to be a flat-out Varus Nico. And I mean, the idea, as you'd expect, is to just catch out Kalista. If you can keep her snared in any way, shape, or form, it's very easy to win the fight.
And if Jensen gets a good matchup mid for Nico, maybe we'll just see the Nico go mid. Silas would not be that, though. Silas has some insane ultimates here.
Yeah.
That's a really powerful pick for Quid, actually.
That can't be right.
This Evelyn doesn't seem real.
Yeah.
But the Silas does with the Nico and the Maokai ultimates to steal.
Yeah, and just this would just be the literal worst situation for an Evelyn, I think. So, great lockdown by the Maokai, good range from Azir, Nico. Yeah, so this is a River special.
Okay.
This is a River special, and River and Quid have just been playing side by side to each other throughout the entire split. One of the higher jungle proximity in general. I feel like Quid has been having a really good split thus far, so trying to see him play like an assassin like on Silas is going to be interesting. And if they can find that one pick so River can get that one possession, it is the Olaf. Okay. I was wondering if this was going to be a good Olaf game.
It's okay, I think, when he's just looking at the team. He gets fast enough in the late game that he can probably just get to Kalista and close down.
Yeah.
And then there's not like a huge amount of burst damage from 100 Thieves. So if he hits that, Whippo has specifically talked in his post-game interview that it's not an early game pick here. He actually thinks it's a scaling pick. So he wants to get to 3 items and then start running people down.
Makes sense. He can also bypass the Renata. So in terms of actually fighting and getting to the back line, sounds very easy for him. Any thoughts on the draft so far? You guys think, who do you think gets the edge in this draft?
I mean, I think I'm curious to see how the Nico support goes, but in terms of Jensen and Masu, they should have some pretty good setup from the Maokai. On the other side, if this Kalista Renata lane gets ahead, especially given how strong Silas ramps up, I think this could be a very dangerous comp from 100.
I know we started this with a bunch of Rookie of the Year propaganda.
Yeah.
And a lot of times politicians just talk around the issue, Raz.
True.
I'm going to give you a straightforward answer. FlyQuest.
Oh, that's what I like
Better
to hear,
draft.
Jat. That's what I like to hear. He thinks it's a better draft. I want to hear from the casters. Who do you guys have on this one?
Oh, me? I love this 100 Thieves draft. I think this 100 Thieves draft was so good because you opt on the other side to take away the Maokai instead of Renata and instead of denying the Renata-Kalista combination. And then you can just counter the Maokai with a Silas of your own, and then you get the Maokai ultimate yourself as well. I just feel like there are so many more things this time around that they got. So many more tools than we saw in the previous match.
Right.
This is very similar to the previous match, but with that big change of instead of red side stealing away Renata and denying that, they went for the Maokai themselves, and then you get slapped with the Silas in answer to that. So this is going to be an explosive game. Lots and lots of potential for early bloody kills, lots of volatile setups here. There are some more ranged and setup options on the other side, though, on the FlyQuest side. So we'll see how much control FlyQuest can bring to it. But 100 Thieves are another one in the same vein of we are triple melee top side with the Kalista pushing bottom side, and they're the ones with the Renata this time around to just enhance that play style rather than counter it.
And we got to see last game how devastating it was for Isles using the hostile takeover, just making a canyon of space. However, on the opposite side, if I'm Kalista, I'm looking at the other side. Oh, there's an Olaf there who's going to run me down. Oh, I got to count my minions with Nico, and he big AoE. Oh, Azir can come from anywhere, and that would be a little stressful as well. So there's a lot to watch out for Meech. And so when we were talking about the rookies kind of talk, a lot of focus on Sniper, a lot of focus on Masu.
Yeah.
For me, Meech has an opportunity to prove himself right here.
Definitely does. Exciting stuff this year for Rookie of the Year possibilities. I just wish that also XU and Isles counted. Yeah. They're like a couple of previous games, so they don't technically really count in this race, but a really exciting race for a lot of the younger players in the LCS for this split. And this game, of course, including 3 of those players. There's an ongoing poll in chat. Vote now, quick, because the poll is closing soon.
Yeah, who you got, Kobe? Who's your vote?
Honestly,
don't lie to me.
Because it's so early, I'm giving my vote to Sniper because...
What?
Did you see the interview where he said one of his favorite parts of winning his first LCS game was looking over at the other team and seeing their despair and that it felt like he was sucking up their souls? I was like, he is embracing being a villain.
Yeah.
And we need more like big villains, big characters in the LCS. If I can vote for him just to further that end, you know, he's already got like Whitlow talking about he's going to deny Sniper the possibility of getting it and, you know, create more rivalries and more enemies even.
Yeah.
Haters do make you famous, Stegon.
Yeah, again, the top laner soul that he took was Impact. It was Team Liquid, and Impact had talked big boy smack that day. Let's see if he's able to do it here in the final game of day 1 of Super Week. 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest.
And the poll just closed. Guess what? Sniper won.
You influenced the vote.
Well, Sniper was already getting a lot of ones because he's been one of the most awaited young players since he has a long history, obviously. Talked about a whole bunch. You know, his brother Viper and his brother My Sword Crimson, by the way. Whole family of challengers.
Yeah, that's nice when you got the pedigree here of greatness. See if Sniper's able to do that. You saw the tweet earlier by Ayla. Time to surprise more people. Speaking of villains, he's not one to shy away from some smack talk.
Yeah.
You saw last season with the smack talk back and forth with Vulcan. So still a little bit of revenge match anytime you go against an old org. See if Ayla's got that left in him up against Busio, who is also going up against his former organization, the only home he knew. So a lot of like fun little storylines that'll be written here on the Rift.
Yeah. It's really fun too listening to the interviews now. As you mentioned Busio and his time on 100 Thieves, and he was like, yeah, you know, he was the rookie. Obviously, it's could be a little bit intimidating playing with double lift, and he was trying to like soak up a lot of it. But now with Masu, where Masu is now the most valuable prospect coming from challengers. Busio's kind of the older one now. So he had the year in the LCS, and he's been mixing up a little bit. Obviously, he's always been one to pick some of these oddball supports because Busio was a former mid laner.
Yep.
We saw his Azir support as well last year.
Which is why we brought it up in the draft earlier. Might go support in case they wanted to flex it.
And see what he can accomplish here with the Nico, because this is one of the most fun champions to surprise people with. Can really make you feel like you have outthought your opponents in times where you can lay traps and pretend you are a ward, pretend you are a scuttle crab types of things. I saw you cringing a little bit as River was walking by bottom lane.
Yeah,
he's gonna pass by, so he doesn't gank the rookies yet. It's funny because we have these rookie bottom lanes for both teams, but both the teams also were able to get their hands on really experienced and really, really strong junglers here in Inspired and River. They're kind of the veterans, and junglers very often lead the early game as well with their calls.
Yeah, we've seen Inspired and River both take over games. Last game Inspired played against Contracts, he was forced to cover a lot. This time, starting with the aggression and forcing River back. The other part of the cringe from earlier on the bot side of the map was Masu had to use cleanse early. Yeah, just so early cleanse. Just that's why River coming down and showing himself on the bottom side of the map was like, it's a little less safe as Ayla will try to hold this wave to allow his AD carry to come back to a little bit of farm. Busio trading back and just okay, cool. We held it. The wave will crash closer to the 100 Thieves tower and be safer because we've seen both these young lanes skirmish early on. That's why they're back so early.
All right, Meech back with some boots and his Doran's blade and the refillable, as opposed to Masu's recall where he got a serrated Dirk. And let me tell you, serrated Dirk is turbo OP unless it's going to be, his arrows are dodged. If Meech is good, hopping back and forth, and if Ayla is able to dodge as well, maybe they'll be able to avoid it. But having that early lethality is so nice. Before people even have any of their armor per level stacking or anything like that, really nice early serrated Dirk for your first buy is always what you're looking for if you're running the lethality Varus, which of course with the Comet, always kind of indicated here with the rune choices.
Oh, Infernal Chain's gonna hold Whippo for a little bit. Again, another lane that can go aggressive. We know that Olaf likes to brawl and fight as he gets a little bit lower.
And Olaf is always really nice to be able to pick into melee-heavy team comps. So if you're looking at this 100 Thieves lineup that is very short range, Olaf does have a possibility of running rampant later on into the game. Whippo gave an interesting interview afterwards the last time he picked Olaf where he was talking about his view on the champion being a little bit different from other people and him having a lot of faith in the later stages of the game for this Olaf. And that's even without an Enchanter support. Yeah. Usually you're like, oh yeah, that totally makes sense. Olaf later game is killer when you've got Karma or something, right? But
Karma Lulu, yeah.
They've got a Nico instead that will not give him quite the same charge forward possibilities. Still a very good setup though.
Squid going on in, misses the ability, so Jensen's gonna force him to pay just a little bit in terms of HP, but gets the shove into the lane, and Jensen having the slight CS lead as you expect with the range that Azir can have. Back on the bottom side, Cleanse has been back now from Masu, but Busio's the one that gets hand shook. Meech flashes forward. Oh, the auto attack not enough, but the final spear as Meech takes a step closer towards his Rookie of the Year campaign.
Oh my goodness, the steroids here, the bailout, charging forward, flashing here for Meech, and Meech putting in an early vote submission for himself on the bottom side of the map. Kalista getting first blood is always very problematic.
A little bit of now kind of hovering here. Masu getting aggressive and getting a decent amount of damage down, but the minions forcing him back, and Inspired in River, again, just being good babysitters, watching the bottom side of the map. Now that the axe landed, Sniper's going to be forced to back on up. Whippo again trying to put the Rookie in his place, and it's under the tower.
Yeah, back in base for you, but he's got teleports, so he'll return quickly after his first purchase. Whippo trying to take advantage here, him being on the Doran's plus Cole refillable that he was able to acquire early on off of the push, but first teleport back to top lane for Sniper. Meanwhile, FlyQuest will pick up the early dragon in the aftermath. So even though Busio did go down to the early play, So Digon.
So Kobe.
Welcome to your first pod.
Yeah, League of Paws, baby. It happened. I'm always interested when I'm at home. Okay, guys, quick. What happened? What's the issue? I need to know right now. And now that I'm in this position, it's
check all chat here. What do we got? No, zero info in all chat.
Yeah, we'll just figure out once our tech team will let us know what's going on. But again, pretty standard game so far. A bit of the bot laners kind of pecking at each other until we got that first kill. I always find it interesting that if you get that first blood, you are so susceptible now to possibly losing the objective, losing the Drake on the bottom side of the map. And River wasn't on Void Grubs, so what constitutes a team being able to get both Dragon and Void Grubs at the same time? That doesn't happen as often.
All right, I got some info for you.
Nice.
Looks like it was something to do with Busio, and I believe it is a possible peripheral issue.
Okay.
So I don't know how early we go. Something occurred, but that sounds to me like it's something easy to solve.
Yeah.
Somebody got a mouse. I got a mouse right here on the caster desk.
Yeah.
I could walk over there right now.
Yeah. It's esports approved because you're esports Kobe.
This is not the greatest of mice, but all right, let's get a replay of the first blood and look at that action as Ayla did get the better of Busio. Let's see. So they sneak into the brush, meet the first one there, Ayla second.
Heard that.
They're waiting for their prey. Ooh, it was really nice because they saw Busio enter the brush and Ayla's just going to go for it for the blind one. So he got him with the handshake start out. Meech was able to hop right over the wall to get in range first and then falls with the flash. And you've got that extra bailout steroid on you, follows through. Nico down.
As delicious as Pagoda. Again.
And then Busio's immediately like, what? Something's wrong with my mouse.
Yeah, it was a mouse issue. That's actually what happened.
Honestly, I would say, though, the hero of that replay, the ward in the far brush. 100 Thieves had the ward in the brush leading up to the middle brush. And so they saw Busio enter the middle brush. That's not a wide brush. You could throw your skill shot right down the middle of that sucker. Gonna hit him, probably 10 out of 10 times, honestly. And that's exactly what Ayla did. So they invested Ignite and the flash of Meech in order to get that first blood and the flash of Busio for themselves. Of course, you also know that the dragon was given over afterwards.
Yeah, and in that very super slow-mo, we got to see Ayla cycle in one auto attack when Busio used the Mimic to get himself out to safety. The auto attack still went off. Even though you go invisible for a little bit, the auto attack still hit him, and you saw how close it was. It was one auto away for a kill for Meech to pick on up. As a nice little start here for the Kalista lane, opposite of what we saw before. Varus fell behind.
I typed in all chat, you want to use my mouse, Busio? And he didn't respond at all. I got dono walled. So,
yeah. He's locked in. He's focused.
Yeah. He's definitely got a preference for his mouse as well. So they're going to get that fixed up. They've got an extra one perfect for his specifications, ready and on hand.
Yeah.
We'll boot this sucker right back up. Let me pull up chat. What's chat doing now? How you guys doing? We having some fun watching some League of Legends?
Yeah, audience out here staying for the final game of Super Week. How y'all doing? Shout outs to our friend from Belgium. There was one person that said he was here for Belgium, so making the trek here. There it is. And then someone from Korea. Shout out, let's see, what are cities with B? Busan and Bruges. There you go. All right, as we get ourselves back into the game. Drake was taken on over, so bottom side, there's your Maokai River pathing to the top side, possibly to start looking at Void Grubs.
I opened Twitch chat for 2 seconds, and the first two lines I see are, Busio is monk mental. So he's focused, he's locked in, he's ignoring me, as he should do.
As he should.
Keep that focus. And the second one I didn't quite understand is Jensen the Darth Maul?
That's because there's the meme with Jensen with the hood. The hood meme Jensen.
He's definitely got the villain vibes himself. Yeah. Jensen was doing a lot of trash talking early on.
Yeah.
That was before they received a loss at the hands of Energy.
Yeah, but Jensen's never been shy for smack talking, and A little Shurima shuffle in as Quid forced back on off. River's going to stop taking the Void Grub and head on down. Whippo checks it as well. Okay, cool. We got him. So again, another one of these strategies up. We're just going to take 2, leave that one up so that there's no notification. But Whippo, with the pressure onto Sniper, using the undertow to shove the wave on in, takes the peek, and Ayla getting snared from downtown, and Masu now takes a step forward for his campaign for Rookie of the Year. So 1 for 1 for both these bot laners.
Let's re-examine that poll, D-Gon. Sniper's a little quiet here. The AD carry rookies, each of them firing off and getting kills for themselves. This one, too, was just pure snipe from Masu. Nice job there. Ultimate fired through, followed up with the arrow. Plus, gonna be able to get inspired on the top side of the map. That was no jungler necessary for that kill, and so they get the Void Grub.
Yeah, Flash was up too, so Meech flashing out of the way, and Ayla going down. So Meech's flash should be down, I think. We'll have that bug fixed here on the broadcast. Yeah, but Ayla getting caught by that one.
We've had some overlay update issues because I'm seeing Busio's flash should be down and Meech's flash should be down from the earlier plays. So we'll get that corrected. But looks like the Ghostblade purchase is working as intended for the overlay. Saw that one picked up. Always a favorite of AD carries because you can immediately use it to try and run back the lane quicker.
Yep.
And have that even bigger burst potential for the next time around.
And it makes it sneakier, especially on Varus, to get in and out, because Varus, one of those immobile champions, no dashes. You love to see it if you're a top laner, and it's like, okay, Varus is there as long as I know his cooldown or I have QSS, easy to play against, but the Ghostblade allows him to have some mobility.
And I love, as a non-AD carry player, that Ghostblade is getting nerfed for range champions on next patch as River makes a pass at Jensen. Yeah, they are reducing only for range champions, but the move speed for the Ghostblade when you pick it up for these pesky AD carries that have been running over solo queue so much. So nice little changes there coming out next week. We'll get to see them because we will be updated on the live patch as well.
Live, baby. Smolder will still have to wait, though. No Smolder. As okay, Meech waiting on the chains to come on in, and will cleanse himself out. Excuse me. And right now, FlyQuest showing some lane moxie, some lane priority across every single one. We saw Whippo shove on in Sniper in the mid lane with the range advantage. Jensen kind of putting Quid to the test. And then down on the bottom side of the map, the Varus Kalista lane heading on over to the side of Masu on the Kalista.
And Masu once again up at the turret. Busio trying to clear out the control ward. Does successfully do so. Nice little ward kill and extraction play as they were getting rotated on by jungle and mid. So safely done there. Super, super nice thing for Nico is always being able to use your clone for that extra safety, that extra vision that it does allow you to do.
Yeah, again, just a lot of slower play right now. Quid is going to be more unlocked on this Sylas when they start the team fights, when he can hijack the ultimate away, the Nature's Grasp, and have that very, very impactful play. Same thing with either the Emperor's Divide or the Chains of Corruption.
And especially because he did go for the Rod of Ages build, you know, going for the more scaling, the sustain here, going to help out early on for the extra little bits of damage, but also trying to stack that Rod of Ages up for the later stages when they choose their moment, when they try and make those big moments from stealing Maokai ultimate, like you're saying, and bringing the whole team fight together. Until then,
yeah, can't steal the ultimate from Maokai. He uses the Emperor's Divide against Jensen and chunks out the mid laner, but now River was trying to find his way on into the Drake, and I don't think he's gonna get bailed out here. No, he won't. Quid goes in, gets punched on out with the Bramble Smash, but now Meech is shown on up. Here comes the damage, and oh, the ulti by Nico pops up, the Kalista, and he gets taken down. AO being pushed back, and the Emperor's Divide multiplies the kills, and it's a triple, heading on over to Masu.
FlyQuest licking hot here with Busio walking in as a minion right up through the river. Busio on the Nico support gets the re-engage for them, allowing the chase through for Jensen to make the flashy Azir play and finish it out. But that is huge for FlyQuest. Count them, 4 kills for Masu now. Whoa, this rookie is going to pop off.
Yep, a great position here for the Varus. And again, it's vision control. River just got a little greedy as he tried to walk on in. Here go.
Yeah, River trying to get up, worried about the state of that dragon. But yeah, Maokai ultimate. He tries to get his ult off, and then Quid goes in because he's trying to help him get the bailout. At that moment, they're really over-invested in this team fight because they tried to hard commit to be able to get the bailout done. And so Quid lost all his health. Their positioning was really rough at that moment.
Oh, Jensen.
Hello.
Hi, Jensen. He's gone. Jensen got ganked there because I was still thinking about the Pop Blossom. Meech right on the edge of it and uses Flash. That feels so bad when you're like, okay, I'm out. But if you get knocked up there as a Callista, you got nowhere to go.
Really good stuff there from Busio. Proto belt in inventory for him. Masu's fine, playing safe on the bottom side, even though there are 4 members of 100 Thieves down there. After their kill on mid, they all tried to rotate and move that pressure down over. Masu stays safe, though their jungle gets warded up pretty heavily here. So let's take another look at it. River comes around again.
We've seen this gank before.
This time around, though, Jensen does not have flash, and River does. So really good stun there from River. Using the flash make sure he got right in. Jensen trying to get his soldiers up, but...
Oh, we got a TP coming on in, down to the bottom side of the map. Quid trying to catch Busio, uses the Pop Blossom, only hits the Silas. Nature's Grasp coming for the disengage. Ayla misses the handshake. Lots of spears inside Masu, or inside of Busio. Meech will not put out the damage, and now everyone else has come on in. So an aggressive attempt there by Quid, countered by Inspired.
Trying to turn up the action a little bit here with the heavy melee comp. Meanwhile...
Oh, not done with the aggression yet. Ayla tries to get the handshake. Nice flash heal by Masu.
Busio had some good moves there. Nice little clone, and then he jukes, and they're turning it around.
Yep. Oh, and the top side, Sniper gets taken down by the whitest Whippo there is. Masu picks up 1, he picks up 2. No, it's Busio picking that one up, but 2 members for the bot lane here for 100 Thieves go down.
FlyQuest from top to bottom. They get the solo on top, they get the play on the bottom side. Mid lane, they're pushed into the turret as well. Jensen laying it down, and the crowd starts to chant away. FlyQuest are dominating.
As they should. It was very close with Sniper and Whippo, but all that matters is that the Olaf is alive and FlyQuest are running away with this one unless their fortunes change. TP can help with that. Quid trying to land the chains. He does. Here comes Sniper. Don't get too close to the Olaf. They won't. Infernal chains will land and they take him down. But meanwhile in the mid lane, Azir takes the tower. And so mid lane has been cracked open by FlyQuest. 100 Thieves now trying to parlay this into the Herald with Inspired and Busio positioning away. The 80 carry Masu starting to work his way on up here for FlyQuest. Meech creating space. This Herald should be theirs. FlyQuest are still hanging around, Kobe.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, they really want to cash in on this objective bounty. The only good thing about getting this far behind early into the game is that you could get a 500 base. By the way, the objective bounties are not all created equal. Your outer towers start at 200, and then they increase based on how far behind you are. The neutral objectives like Rift Herald and Dragon start at 500, and then increase the further behind you are. So that's why you'll always see these calls to go for those neutral ones, the bigger ones to try and cash in on and try and slingshot yourself quicker back into the game. But we will get a check-in. Whippo currently at the time of the pause is still dead for 11 seconds. And they have everybody up around top side. So 100 Thieves should be able to finish this Rift Herald. Let's check some, make sure it's not a keyboard issue. We check on all our peripherals here.
Yeah. Busio is the one that initiated this pause. You can see, looks like, is it good? Do the buttons work?
Dude.
WERTY. Yeah, that looks like a standard keyboard.
Guys, get some better peripherals. What's going on? Are they like...
They're just used. They're
spitting in them?
Think about how long Whippo's been playing. Maybe he's been using the same keyboard the whole time.
Yeah.
Well traveled around the world.
You don't want to open up my keyboard.
Yeah.
Those things are dusty.
You don't clean your keyboard, Kobe?
I just get new ones.
Oh, there you go. Thank you to our friends over at Pagoda for the pause. Covering the pause here. As we take a look at some of the ultimates that are up right now with the players that are about to fight. 100 Thieves they don't have a lot of ultimates there. I'm going to whisper this.
I'm
'cause, you know, they're
noticing a correlation between player dying and player pausing. We are 100% for player death into player pause, with Busio and Bwipo both doing it now. Here's another look at when he won the fight, though. This is what started all out. Nice flash from one side of the Olaf to the other, but Olaf still calls down the lightning.
Oh, man.
Yeah, dang. But we'll get him back. We'll get him back. Watch this.
No old
We're going to show the
Olaf.
second part. We're going to show the second part. They teleport back in. They kill him.
No, I don't think so.
Dude, that is some FlyQuest bias production. Hello.
Well, they're the ones that are winning. We're showing
Where's
what is
the,
that? 100 Thieves.
where's the other half of the story? Hello.
They got to write it.
They're about 100 Thieves are probably going to get objective bounty shut down. I would say they're for sure going to get it because Jensen doesn't have teleport and he's on the bottom side of the map. So
yeah, but there are no ultis on the side of 100 Thieves.
Yeah,
You got
and also you have to take into account FlyQuest are about to get a fresh keyboard.
Yeah. All right, Bwipo, thank you.
All right. No eating pagoda up on the stage.
Yeah, save it for when you're back at home.
Yeah, we don't want any pieces falling into the keyboards and causing issues.
Yeah, and you guys at home can eat it right now, watching LCS.
Yeah, honestly, I don't care if your keyboard at home gets anything in it. You know, whatever. As long as ours are clean here and they don't pause.
Yeah, this is interesting that we've had 2 equipment pauses here.
Yeah.
Generally, it's like, oh, my headphones don't work, or maybe there's a connection thing, but now
all right,
it's like
I'm gonna
2.
say it right now. Last call. Do you think your mouse is gonna break? Do you think there's something in your keyboard?
I don't know.
Let's
but
change it now.
Yeah, it can't be breaking right now. It's Inspired uses Nature's Grasp. He tried to smite steal it away, but River holds on to it, takes the Herald. So, yep, you were right, Kobe. No TP on on Jensen's Azir means they'll have the numbers advantage. They do take that one on in, and 100 Thieves now with the comeback mechanic.
All right, a little bit of gold, trying to help them out. Still going to be a long way though. FlyQuest gaining so many advantages, and especially their poke damage is just going to be unbearable from Masu really soon. Thankfully for 100 Thieves, there's no flash now on Masu, so maybe they can collect that bounty. That's at least what I always do when we're losing. I start pinging enemy bounty, pinging the flash on that guy, be like, don't worry. As soon as we kill Masu, this whole game turns around.
Yeah, definitely no frustration there. It's just all math, right? Go to where the high value target is and let's take it down.
Mathematically correct play. Just kill the Varus, get the gold. He's got no flash. It is really annoying that there's so much move speed on these lethality items, though, with the opportunity also for Masu. If he gets one of those kills, and he's got the Ghost Blade active.
He's zooming.
Boots of Swiftness right now are even a little bit bugged on live, where they're like delivering almost like 40% of the speed slow reduction rather than the 25%, which is getting corrected on next patch. So he's a very fast Varus.
Yeah, and has been playing very well, has Masu. Highly touted here from FlyQuest. Again, came up from the academy system and looking to
Bwipo gonna
help
teleport
FlyQuest
in, or
get
is
this
he?
win. Bwipo might just give this one, and oh no, Nature's Grasp coming on in. 100 Thieves respecting the possible TP, and with that now they've given up space here in the Drake. There's the TP a little bit late. Ayla and Sniper force it back on off. FlyQuest just bully 100 Thieves off the Drake, and they'll take it with ease.
Thank you for leash. Can I get a TY for leash in chat, please? Because that's exactly what Bwipo is saying. He got enough time on that bottom tower, and as soon as they walk into the pit, as soon as that Olaf is teleporting in front of your face, you saw that instant flash over the wall from Meech.
Yeah.
Not only did FlyQuest just get Dragon number 3 soul point just for their Bwipo teleport and their Maokai ultimate, they also got the flash off of the Callista. That is just so many wins here for FlyQuest that our game plan of just kill Masu gets more and more difficult with every minute.
Oh yeah, and I have to assume that 100 Thieves comms were the same as yours, where it was like, all right, where's Olaf? He's hitting tower. Are they giving it? Are we giving it? Oh no, the TP. All right, flash out. We're out. Because you could see the hesitation there by 100 Thieves until the very clear call.
FlyQuest just pulling the strings like puppet masters.
Yeah, well, they're doing exactly that as they take the top tower as well. Bwipo cashing that one in. Now Jensen getting caught out by River. And yeah, Jensen will walk himself on out there. Quid supporting Jensen will try to defend this turret. Because there are 2 members here down by 100 Thieves, that means there's a number advantage somewhere else, and it's in the mid lane. Getting caught on up is Ayla. Fade's call will bring him on back. TP being channeled here by Quid and Sniper. They're trying to find someone as Busio gives on over the Maokai ultimate. And Quid looking. Oh, could walk to the Death Brush and will stay away from danger. He's right in the middle of 4. Now going for the kill on Namasu. It's the shutdown. Will it be? Namasu kites away, and the rest of the team bullies him off. It's Quid getting taken down. Masu stays alive.
His freaking flash! Dagon just came back up! Oh, they were a little bit late on the delayed plan there. If it was a little bit earlier, that flash just came back up there for Masu. Cleanse and flash used. Masu lives. Gold bounty lives. Here's another look at the setup.
Yeah, the Busio was hanging around. They kind of knew. Looks good.
Yeah. Cleanse down, hit him with the stun right after, and flashes out. And you know, we've all been there.
Yeah.
Right in front of your face.
The flash.
So much gold right in front of my face.
It would have felt worse if I'm Masu, because I have 3 teammates here to protect me. Whippo's like, oh, yeah. All right, I guess we'll go ahead and take control of Baron. You could see the play over the shoulder. And Masu just staying cool, gets himself out to safety. There's the deep breath.
Yeah, not even close. Never had me. Nice try, kid.
5-0-3 is Masu.
Okay, and his name's Quid, so like kind of close.
Yeah, you got it. Quid money. Yeah, all right. I tried to combine that with Cody, but no, that was good. That was good. Quid again. Those are the type of plays though that 100 Thieves has to live and die by when they stuck with this mid laner from last year to this year. He's trying to find those types of angles to catch the team back on off. If he gets the shutdown gold, definitely worth it. Rift Herald being popped in the mid lane. Baron being started up by FlyQuest.
Where's Jensen going to teleport? Okay, they're not even going to go for it. But look, there are some deep wards.
Getting all the way on out is Meech. He'll find himself back to safety. No tower taken though. And so now 100 Thieves starting to run out of tools. That Rift Herald that they got from the original couple kills on the top, or the original kill on the top side of the map, was supposed to be the comeback mechanic.
Yeah.
They're running out of answers here, and they're down 6,000 gold.
All right, somebody's got to say it. New Rift Herald sucks. It actually does jack. Like, it takes longer to kill. It still only gives the 200 gold, and then it barely does any damage to towers anyways, and like you can't even get it till turret plates are already down, so new Rift Herald is pretty weak.
We just haven't seen a lot of guys use it as the Scion Speedway, right? Get the mad drift, take it out in the mid lane, and then you can parlay that into one of the other outer turrets. We haven't seen that one yet. Let's do the cool moves. Everyone's just kind of
just use it for running champions over. You get like that little knockup and like 150 damage or something.
I see the Yasuo angle. This is how we're gonna do Yasuo.
Yeah, but you get the mental advantage of knowing you squished your opponent.
River. Oh, thank you, observers, for showing River walking closer and closer towards the ward. And they will not clear that out now. They get it. Ayla will cover that one as 100 Thieves trying to take control back on the top side of the map as the big purple worm has been spawned. Started out once by FlyQuest earlier. So 100 Thieves need to make sure they have a little bit of control to walk on up. And every time it's FlyQuest with this depth ball that wants to just walk up and see if they can isolate a target while keeping Masu safe.
Well, that Dragon Soul is about to arrive to the Rift, and FlyQuest are trying to stamp their name all over it. So it's looking dangerous for 100 Thieves, but they don't have a lot of options because it gets so much worse if they give up the Dragon Soul too. So they're trying to make the play through bottom side since FlyQuest already correctly pushed in mid lane. Whipple's pushing out the bottom lane. 100 Thieves, they're here. Sniper's kind of far, could teleport, but there's no great flank wards.
Nope. Got it down on the bottom side, Tri-Bush. Ayla goes on in, forced it back on out, and here comes Whippo. Someone help me! She's forced to flash away and go off, and now Whippo just running amok in the middle of the fight. Meech is surrounded and taken down. It's Sniper left alive. He's able to pick up one, but now scurrying away as the rest of his team has died, and 100 Thieves get taken for the heist. It's a quadra kill for Whippo.
Whippo says, don't worry, I'll be able to solo Dragon Soul as well. You guys go ahead and get Baron. And if that's not an indicator that you have complete control of the game, getting Baron plus Dragon plus mid tower all at the same time, Digon. 3 objectives simultaneously here for FlyQuest after demolishing the 100 Thieves resistance.
I love getting gifts. I'll take a Drake, sure. Yeah, and a Soul, sure. I'll take a mid tower, sure. Take the Purple Worm, sure. FlyQuest is getting everything here.
Sure, free. There we go. We even got inspired on the gift-giving skin.
Yeah.
Handing out little presents for everybody. Unfortunately, here for 100 Thieves, you know, they wanted to show up, they wanted to try and make some magic happen, but Whippo had just pushed out bottom side, and so he had full priority right behind the 100 Thieves duo, and it just looks so abusive, honestly, here. Jensen's even able to jump over the edge of the wall. He Azir shuffles and then flashes away to safety, and FlyQuest just get to run them over. Quadra kill for the Olaf. Whippo's got a lot of, well, a lot of kills, and he's gonna get some more maybe.
Yeah, one more here. Undertow will close that one off, and Quid giving that one up over is it is the big Whippo diff. He's played pretty well so far, as many of the members of FlyQuest have.
Yeah, Whippo's always, as we have River running for his life.
It is looking kind of disorienting here for 100 Thieves if they're trying to make one at a time attacks here. River might be able to pick this one up. Jensen stays alive, and Ayla takes him down. It's a highlight montage reel for FlyQuest.
Oh my goodness. FlyQuest, no member left behind. They defend Jensen, he stands tall. The Emperor survives, and the 100 Thieves base does not.
Oh boy. 18-4 FlyQuest have taken solid control and showing, hey, we can bounce back. Flukes are not a thing here in the team with green. They're going to take down the turrets. They're going to take down the Nexus. Plus one more on Quid. 329 career kills.
There's the Darth Maul.
There's the Darth Maul.
There we go.
That's what they were talking about. FlyQuest take down 100 Thieves to kick off Super Week. Equipment problems be damned. No problem for FlyQuest to get on in there. And how about that for Masu? Talking a lot about Sniper. I had my shout out from each, but the Wi-Fi Warrior showing up on land. Great stuff here by him.
Yeah.
You got Inspired that had himself a great performance. Olaf as well on the top side by Whippo.
Yeah.
Everyone played well.
Whole team here for FlyQuest. They bounced back so nicely after last week. Losing to Energy was a pretty rough run, but they're all smiles. And you really like the vibes on this team. They're very aggressive in their interviews afterwards, which I love. They're filled with confidence very clearly. And after this game, they're going to be even more so. I definitely expect, Whippo has always has a pretty strong opinion about draft and what he wants to play and what's good for the team. And when you have performances like these on these champions that other top laners are not playing, then it gives you that much more credit with the rest of your team, with your coaching staff behind all of these choices for you. Once again, since we didn't come in with so much focus on the rookies as well, big props to Masu in the bottom lane. Him and Busio, I thought had so many really nice plays. They were well coordinated. They were pretty good at dodging skill shots as well as landing them. So things looking pretty good for the rookies and the veterans on FlyQuest.
Yeah, and I like the makeup of this team. You think about it, you've got 3 established stars, I'd say, in Whippo, who's played for such a long time, along with Jensen. Inspired has seen the highest highs in the LCS. You get Busio, who has his own very strong opinions on the game. And, I think maybe after a 100 Thieves kind of tough summer split, getting his confidence back, and Masu is just going to hit things. He's the young one. I'm going to listen and going to hit things. It's a nice little makeup between all those guys there.
That was my makeup.
Yeah. Was it?
How is it?
It's good. You look good.
Thank you.
Your makeup looks good.
I believe we're getting an interview with the rookie duo lane set up on stage.
Yeah.
Spoiler, Jat's going to be doing it.
Oh, Jat's the one,
I don't know
bro?
how you feel about him.
Jat's pretty good.
Pretty good?
He's good enough that we're going to throw it to him right now with Standing By with Masu and Busio.
Pretty good bot lane as well here on stage. Victorious FlyQuest, Busio and Masu. And we also have been talking a lot about rookies this year, Masu. And specifically this game, I feel like going up against two different rookies, Meech and Sniper, and you had a great performance. Do you want to talk a little bit about how it's been starting out in the LCS?
I definitely felt a lot better today than the first week and second week of playing because I had a lot of nerves coming in. But I think now it's mostly cleared up and I'm not exactly where I want to be with where I'm playing, but it's like getting there, so it's not bad.
Awesome. And Busio, this now your second year in the LCS. How has it been with a different dynamic with your bot lane partner? Last year playing with someone who's been playing since 2011, and this year playing with the rookie. How has that been?
Yeah, I mean, it's just very different because obviously Doublelift was like an ultra veteran, super experienced, more of like a teacher. But now it's me and Masu kind of just like figuring it out together, and it's different dynamic. It's very fun. Really experimental, so it just feels different, yeah? Yeah, really dominant today as well, pulling out Nico support. And Masu, there's also other veterans on the team, Jensen, Inspired, Whippo.
Yeah.
How has playing with them been like?
It's been really good so far. I think all of them have like so much experience and so much knowledge that in every game I can learn something new. And yeah, I've mostly just like been listening to them, trying to pick up whatever they're saying, and that's pretty much it. It's been really helpful.
Last question for you, Busio. When the Azir was locked in, we remembered that your first LCS game ever was on Azir, and we wondered if it was a flex pick, but then you still played something that hasn't been seen in LCS. Do you have more Spice planned for later?
Yeah, we just pick Spice when it looks good. We have it practiced. Funnily, I was talking to Golden Glue like in the backstage, and I told him it was Azir support. Kind of baited him a bit.
That's great to hear. So once again, congratulations, Masu, Busio, on the win.
Thank you.
And we're going to send it back to the LCS Lounge.
All right, we're back. Jat will be joining us, which is why we actually got to make his job a little harder when he does come over here, by the way. So.
Oh, yeah. You guys trolled me with this last time, too, so now I get to do it.
Yeah, so he can't be sneaking, by the way. If he tries to sneak underneath whatever we're going to be showing, he's going to have a tough time. But we're going to be going through today's highlights. Just overall, if you guys missed it, we had some really good games at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, and starting off with this one with IMT actually upsetting C9, which I think is something that none of us saw coming.
Except for Digon, by the way. His predictions were insane. Not too good to be able to pick it up at the last game, but he was 3 for 4.
Yeah,
he almost swept us.
He almost swept us.
Yeah, since our guest predictions are aggregated, I think he definitely pulled up the average of the guests, we'll just say. But yeah, I mean, it's really interesting hearing so many people being like, yeah, IMT have been actually kind of popping off in scrims. They're better than people say. And then they came out with this comp and BC9.
And specifically Ole. Ole had an insane Bard performance. And so, like, hey, that was the highest win rate. And it's certainly the higher win rate champion for them right now on stage. But we're going to the Team Liquid game here.
And I think in this Team Liquid game, you got to see exactly the same bot lane, Tactical Lily versus on Core JJ. This is one of the worst Bard games I've ever seen Core JJ have.
Yeah.
He has historically been so dominant on the pick, but he could just never find the right angles. And Energy, it ended up being a long one because there were a lot of traded Drakes between the two teams, but Energy kind of crushed him.
Yeah, specifically, I think Palafox had an insane game. Not only was he stomping the laning phase, forced an early back, got like a 20 CS lead, then found that TP play to get like a triple kill by the end of it. Like, that was a really good game by the end of it for NRG and specifically Palafox.
Yeah, what about, how do you think Garen mid's gonna do?
Oh my God.
So I will defend the Garen mid, not in this composition, but I actually think Garen is good, guys. But here is where you see kind of, even with the Garen trying to get on top of the Varus, the Renata is able to get the bailout in. And Dig, one thing I talked to Tomo about in our interview as well is that Dig did a really good job of understanding that they really wanted to snowball this bot lane early. They had several successful ganks down there early on to kind of set them up for success, and it ended up working, even with, you know, B-Boy coming out with the
fireworks at the end.
Yeah, the Callista Quadra kill.
It was not enough. This game again, as well, 3 rookies on the Rift here. Another Varus versus Callista matchup, but some big shuffles by Jensen.
What a beautiful sweep from him, and he really covered a lot of distance. Like, I thought Jensen had a great performance here. We talked about just how stable he's generally been without really requiring much jungle attention, and we just got to see some of his great team fights.
Yeah, and I think the other standout that you definitely want to call out is actually Busio, right? And and Bwipo, obviously, who's going to take over here. But I thought Busio did a really good job early on in lane, understanding how to pilot that Nico support. And, you know, he seemed very happy to be able to bring out the pick.
Yeah, and he also said he got to bait Golden Glue with the Azir support like before the game in the hall. Like, I'm going to play Azir support today, and then they lock it in on 3. So there's that. Is he?
That's pretty funny. Actually, I hit her with the question before we were on camera, but I'm going to hit you on this one as well. Just both of you guys. Best top laner right now, Bwipo?
Oh, geez.
Because he has, been holding his pick in 4-5, so he's been able to get to see like the full composition. But he's just been outright performing. In lane, out of lane. I think the tougher one was the Darius game, but I felt like his team generally collapsed on that one as a whole. He's also been unique and messing with the enemy jungle constantly in the early game. So I feel like he's been really thoughtful. His team fights have been pretty dominating in the 2 Olaf games that he's had. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I also think, I mean, I said this to you off camera, but I think when you're looking at a player who you're like, oh, but they've saved our 5 counter pick for him, right?
Yeah.
He's delivered on these picks, right?
True.
Like, he is very confident in them. As you said, he's really good at understanding what he can do to try to set up Inspired as well. So, yeah, I mean, I would definitely say he's the best performing.
Through 35% of the games,
There it is. Let's see if we get more percent. We have more games tomorrow, but let's take a look at the pogs.
No, I tried to do math in my head.
For now, we're taking a look at the pogs. So it's going to be first one, Ole, Palafox, Tomo, and Masu.
Massive Bard performance from Ole. Support's getting a little bit more love with the Huhi Player of the Week last week, and then Ole with his Bard performance today.
True.
I think Palafox, he's on a... We have to check the tapes if he's on a hot streak of when he plays APA, if he gets Player of the Series /game.
Yeah.
Because he just owns that matchup.
Yeah.
He absolutely destroys it.
He does.
We saw the stats earlier. It was not looking
He
great.
does. He does. Which is saying a lot for Palafox, because I feel like ever since like 2 years ago, where he was like campaigning for himself, hey guys, like I should be a player of the week. I should be good.
Yeah.
He's turning out to be one of the best mid laners in the league, easily in that conversation. Let's look at the end of the look at the standings at the end of the day. As right now it's NRG and FlyQuest at the top. Cloud9's going through some hard times these days.
Immortals still 2 games out of first. Yeah. Holding strong, just like at the start of the day. And only 1 game behind Cloud9 after 5. Who would have thought?
Got a 4-way tie for 4th. And then we have Shopify Rebellion right now at 8th place, taking a hard loss right
That's
there.
surprising to me. That the Shopify Rebellion is in 8th place is very surprising to me. I don't think they'll end there.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, and I'm still voting for them and losing for it. I will say that my predictions are suffering because of that. Let's take a look at tomorrow's matchups. It's going to be Dignitas versus Team Liquid, FlyQuest versus Cloud9, Immortals versus 100 Thieves, and Shopify Rebellion versus NRG Kia. Anything that catches your eye?
7% of the season gets played tomorrow.
Okay, instead of that.
FlyQuest Cloud9, man, that's huge.
True.
Yeah, I think the big one is FlyQuest Cloud9. That's the game that everyone's going to have their eyes on because, once again, FlyQuest came out in their game today, rebounded perfectly fine after the NRG loss.
Yeah.
And C9, now I think there was a statistic that Azale tweeted out that this is the first time that Cloud9 has lost back-to-back regular season games since summer of 2022.
Ooh. Yeah.
That's just how dominant and like consistently they've been winning.
Yeah.
Across these past few years.
That's true. I mean, we just have to wait and see. It's Super Week, so we'll get a lot more games underneath us. That'll be it for us now. We have tomorrow, it'll be 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific, that we're going to be back. That being said, we're going to be sending it over to NACL, who's also going through another Super Week themselves. Woo! So 2 Super Weeks. So if you're an NACL fan, a lot of games to be looking out for. So yeah, we're going to be sending it over there. Enjoy it.
Yo, twist fail! Twist fail!
Yep. Got him.
Jojo, 20 on 5. None of it's gonna matter. Ladies and gentlemen, where were you when Immortals smacked Cloud9 in the mouth? GG IMT.
Guys, I think we should look. Yeah,
Nice,
LT being behind. I want to keep fighting.
Okay.
I want to keep fighting.
We can't go in the tower.
Come right then.
Yeah, I'm going. Okay, they will not accept.
Look at Zero, guys.
Yeah, I'm watching on Zero. Look at Zero. I got. Look.
I'm on you.
Yeah, look at me, guys.
Zero.
Look at it, dude. Look at
Zero.
I'm ulted out. Look at it, dude. Look at it, dude. Don't flash at it, guys.
Just being chipped away at as Contract is shuffled in. He's not going to die just yet. The shields keep him alive.
In front.
Kill.
Look at Andrew.
Thank you, bro.
I'm blocking, bro.
GG.
You're working for Riot now?
Today.
Flash on back gets the smite, and Dignitas pick up their first Drake, but here comes the fight. Spinning to win is insanity. The chef is cooking, but he does not get the kill. It's Filthy Frank Tomo picking up the kill. Dump picks up yet another one, and it's 3 kills heading on over to Dignitas.
Kill Zazel!
Nice. Boogie.
Kill Boogie!
Nice.
Wait, B-boy 10?
No.
Come on. For turtle.
Send your fast. Go.
Oh, what? Okay.
Nice.
Sorry, hi, watch for turtle.
No W Renata.
No cleanse.
Talk to this guy.
I'll go more. I'll fly.
Yeah, go. Nice.
Woo!
Okay. You got it.
That's it.
No.
I'm going back bot, guys.
Okay, they use both TPs.
Hey, if he goes on you, I'm here. I'm
Look.
Wait, what the?
No, that is
not it.
Oh, what?
Okay.
He's Nicole to do with the ball.
Yeah.
Time attacks here. River might be able to pick this one up. Jensen stays alive, and England takes him down. It's a highlight montage reel for FlyQuest.
Oh my goodness. FlyQuest, no member left behind. They defend Jensen. He stands tall. The Emperor survives, and the 100 Thieves base does not.